and beer to wake me up.
But many players got their gear stolen by someone else if they didn't react fast enough. While mining, the rock could sometimes begin to smoke. If you continued mining it, it would explode, damaging your character and your pickaxe. You'd need to get your pickaxe repaired by Nermorph in the Dwarven mines to continue mining. Just like with woodcutting, your pickaxe head could also randomly fly off and would need to be picked up and reattached. While thieving from chests, a poison gas cloud would sometimes come out and damage you and any nearby players. Despite the damage hit splat being green, it wouldn't actually poison you. This one was pretty much unavoidable, so I think it was made so that players couldn't just auto-click the same chest over and over again, and would need to heal up with food on occasion. Sometimes while training, a strange plant would begin to grow beside you. After a moment, you could pick it to receive a strange fruit, an item that could be eaten to cure poison and restore your run energy by 30%. However, if you ignored the plant, it would attack you and actually had a chance to poison you, unlike the poison cloud for some reason. Lastly, we have the swarm, a very weak swarm of bugs that would attack you while training. On release, you could fight back, but you'd hit very low numbers, so eventually they just removed the ability to fight back overall. Otherwise, all you could do was run away from it. There were also a few random events that never made it past the planning stage, ones we only know about thanks to the RuneScape Archive project, which preserves old game files and data. One of them was the Savage Bird, believed to have been similar to the Swarm event. Its examined text simply read, "This bird isn't happy." Although it existed in the game's files, it was never added to the live game, and the reason why remains unknown. Another one was the Brownie, a tiny brown imp that would appear, steal an item from you, and then vanish. It seems to have been scrapped in very early development, as it never received an examine text or even right-click options. Altogether, the events that did release gave botters a lot to deal with all at once. By the time RuneScape 2's beta ended and the full game launched, Scar was only just starting to work again. Not only did botters have to wrestle with getting Scar stable, they now had to figure out how to handle random events too. Each one worked differently, and since players might not encounter the same event again for days at a time, it took a lot of trial and error to even begin automating them. In the beginning, bots were getting killed and teleported left and right, but over time, slowly but surely, they would begin to write scripts that could recognize these events and avoid or complete them. But then, Jagex threw a little curveball. 2 months after the original batch of random events, they launched 2 more. One of them was a hit, and the other was a disaster. Let's start with the good one first. The Drunken Dwarf. During your adventures through RuneScape, a drunken dwarf would now occasionally appear. If you talked to him, he'd give you a kebab and a beer. If you ignored him, he would attack you. Now for the bad event. It's one that you've likely never heard of, as it was only in the game for about 3 hours before it was removed. The Tangle Vine. It would sprout under your feet and trap you. If you moved or clicked on your screen at all, you would take damage. If you instead did nothing for 10 seconds, the vines would disappear and you could move again. The idea behind it was actually pretty clever. Bots are pre-programmed to move around and do certain things. Jagex figured that bots wouldn't recognize the vine and they'd just keep following their script, clicking away until they eventually died. But for real players, the instinct was completely different. When something unexpected pops up on your screen, your first reaction is usually to move, to get away from it. And in doing so, you'd trigger the punishment. You might click once, take damage, and panic, thinking that the vines are killing you because you're standing on them. So you click faster and faster to try and get away, and then you're dead. To add on to this, the vine didn't check if there was any scenery on the ground near you when spawning. It would replace whatever was nearby, and when it despawned, whatever was there before wouldn't come back. It was deleting chunks of the map which wouldn't come back unless Jagex restarted the game server. Jagex had pushed the update live right at the end of the workday, so by the time players started encountering the Tangle Vine, most of the staff were already down at the pub. They were casually keeping an eye on the forum from their phones, and it didn't take long to realize that something was wrong. The Vine was hurting real players far more than it was hurting bots. By that point, a few drinks had been had. But despite that, Andrew Gower decided to head back to the office and fix it himself. something he'd already done more than once after a late night at the pub. He got back to the office, removed the Tanglevine from the game, and posted on the forums that it had been fixed. The post has since, unfortunately, been lost to time, but according to former Jagex staff, it was a little hard to read, thanks to those earlier drinks at the pub. After the Drunken Dwarf and the short-lived Tanglevine, Jagex seemed to take a break from adding new random events. But 4 months later, in late 2004, they returned with a rework of the Mysterious Old Man. Instead of simply handing out a free item, he could now trigger one of 3 possible events, one of which would become one of the most complex and difficult random events in the game. The first new event was the Mime Show. The Mysterious Old Man would teleport you to a stage where a mime performed a short routine. Your job was to copy his emotes exactly. If you got it right, you'd be rewarded with a gift and sent back to where you were. But if you messed up or didn't pay attention, you'd be teleported somewhere random with nothing to show for it. What really made the Mime Show stand out though were its exclusive rewards. You could unlock parts of the mime outfit, along with unique emotes that quickly had other players asking, where did you get those? If you already had everything unlocked, you'd receive 500 coins for completing the event. The second new event was the Strange Box. The Mysterious Old Man would appear and place a puzzle box in your inventory. You had to stop what you were doing and solve it. If you ignored it or answered incorrectly, the box would start duplicating itself, eventually filling your entire inventory and stacking endlessly. It couldn't be dropped, traded, or banked. Your only real options were to solve it or die with it in your inventory so it went away. The final event was the Maze, by far the most ambitious random event Jagex had created up to that point. The Mysterious Old Man would appear and teleport you into a massive labyrinth made up of floating cubes. Your goal was to make it to the center of the maze and click the Strange Shrine. That would complete the event, and you'd be rewarded much better than most other random events. You could also come across chests in the maze filled with additional rewards. However, you were on a strict timer. The longer you took to reach the shrine, the fewer rewards you received. For real players, it was intense. Part obstacle course, part race against the clock. For bots, it was an absolute nightmare. It was near impossible to write a script for it. For many years after the maze's release, bots just couldn't solve it. If they were given the event, they would just log out and wait for the bot's owner to come solve it for them. This event was a big win for Jagex, and they were ahead of the botters, for now. To try and keep this edge, they would add over a dozen new random events through 2005. Some would go on to become even more iconic than those in the first batch, while others, much like the Tanglevine, were so broken they'd be removed not long after their introduction. First up is Captain Hand, a pirate who could appear while you were doing just about anything. If you spoke to him, he'd give you a reward and be on his way. But if you ignored him, he'd attack you with his very accurate crossbow. Another pirate named Captain Arnov would release the same year. He was tied specifically to the then newly released farming skill. He'd appear at a farming patch and claim it was the exact spot where he'd buried a treasure chest long ago. Your job was to solve the combination lock on the chest. If you got it right, you'd earn a reward. But if you failed or ignored him, you'd get hit over the head with a bottle and teleported to a random location. This wasn't the only farming related random event added with the skill. Just like with woodcutting and mining's tools, your rake and spade could fall apart mid-use. Their heads would fly off and you'd need to retrieve and reattach them before continuing. Another event similar to Captain Arnov was Rick Turpentine. He was a former highwayman who would appear and offer you a free item, but if ignored, would attack you. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde was another new random in the same vein. Dr. Jekyll would appear and ask the player for an herb he needed to finish his potion. In return, you'd get a random potion. If you didn't want to give him an herb or didn't have one, he would just give you a free half-full strength potion and be on his way. But if you ignored him entirely, he would turn into Mr. Hyde and begin attacking you. This event was actually one of my favorites because it's based on Robert Louis Stevenson's gothic horror novella, Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Written in 1886, the story was well into the public domain by 2005, meaning Jagex could just drop the characters right into RuneScape without consequence. A gothic classic, reimagined as man asks for weed, gets violent when ignored. This wasn't the only Doctor-related random event added that year. Players would also get to meet Dr. Ford. Occasionally, while woodcutting or mining, you'd get hit in the head by a wood chunk or stone. Dr. Ford would appear and ask you to identify how many fingers he's holding up. If you identified it correctly, you'd be given a reward, and this reward actually had a 1 in 100 chance of being a lollipop. If you identified the wrong one, you'd be sent to the Varrock Church to rest. There were rumors that occasionally Dr. Ford would flash you the middle finger on the identification screen, but upon inspection of the game's cache, that was found to be impossible. Instead, players likely mistook this option where he lifts his middle and ring finger as a middle finger. Can you imagine that though? You've just been whacked in the head by a piece of wood or a rock, and the doctor who's supposed to help you runs over and goes, "Hey buddy, how many fingers am I holding up?" Now, Dr. Ford is unlike a lot of other randoms released in 2005, because he was only in the game for a little over 3 months. The likely reason for this is because there was a bug where even if you answered correctly, you'd be teleported away. There was a rework planned where, upon failing, he would teleport you to his hospital, but it was scrapped before completion for unknown reasons. The developer probably ran out of time, and rather than fix the event, it was easier to just remove it. Dr. Ford also wasn't the only random event that asked players to identify something. Around the same time, Niles, Giles, and Miles were introduced, a nod to the old Surters from the original RuneScape. In the original RuneScape, Surters were NPCs who could convert your items into certificates, basically an early version of banknotes. They were phased out in RuneScape 2 when banknotes were added to the game, but these 3 characters were brought back as a random event. When they appeared, they'd show you an item and ask you to identify it correctly from a list. If you answered right, you'd get a small reward. If you ignored them or answered incorrectly, you'd be teleported to a random location, and as a fun twist, all of your inventory items would be converted into banknotes. This was one of the more frustrating random events, especially during combat, and would inspire a player to create this pretty iconic comic about it that you might have seen if you played back then. Oddly enough, there was yet another identify this object type event added this year. While training, you'd be whisked away by the mysterious old man to participate in a game show called Odd One Out,
Who Wants to Be a Millionaire,
by the Quizmaster. You'd have to identify an item that didn't fit with the rest. Now, unlike other random events, this one was impossible to fail. The Quizmaster would keep asking questions until you got 4 in a row correct. Upon completion, you'd be given the choice of either 1,000 coins or a mystery box as a reward. It was almost always more worth it to take the 1,000 coins, but you could get some surprising rewards from the box.
You have a choice. You can have the boat or the mystery box.
What, are you crazy? We'll take the boat.
No, not so fast, Lois. A boat's a boat, but the mystery box could be anything. It could even be a boat. You know how much we've wanted one of those.
Then let's just...
We'll take the box.
The Pillory Guard random event had players identify not items, but shapes. While thieving, he could appear and whisk you away, locking you inside a pillory cage somewhere in RuneScape. To escape, you had to open 3 locks by choosing the key whose shape matched the one on the lock. And while you were trapped inside, nearby players could even throw tomatoes at you for a little added humiliation. But if you completed the event successfully, you'd get a small reward for the time you served. Kiss the Frog was probably one of the more unique events added in 2005. A group of frogs would appear and direct you to kiss either the Frog Prince or Frog Princess. After doing so, they'd turn into a human and reward you with a frog token. You could then take the token to Thessalia's fine clothes shop in Varrock and use it to purchase parts of the royal frog outfit or the frog mask. If you ignored the frogs, you would be teleported to Frogland and be turned into a frog, where you would have to beg for forgiveness to be changed back and return to RuneScape. Evil Bob's Island was another silly one with a pretty interesting backstory. In 2004, a cat NPC simply named Cat was added to roam around Burthorpe as part of the Death Plateau quest. The artist who designed the cat gave it the maximum possible wander distance for an NPC just to see how far it could go. players soon began spotting the cat in places it was never meant to be. Edgeville, Port Sarim, Lumbridge, pretty much anywhere that wasn't blocked off by walls or terrain. It became an accidental icon, and players even began to theorize that this cat was a J-mod in disguise spying on players. Soon after this, the cat would be renamed to Bob, allegedly based on Jagex moderator Mod Mark's real-life cat. But who is Evil Bob? He was a random event NPC who could appear while you were training fishing or magic. And when you spoke to him, he would kidnap you and take you to his private island. His island isn't located in RuneScape, but Scape Rune, where everything is backwards. You'd have to fish for some cooked fish, and then uncook it on the uncooking pot. You would then feed the fish to Evil Bob, he would fall asleep, and you could escape. You can really tell that the Jagex team was starting to have a lot of fun with designing these random events. The Evil Chicken was also added in 2005, and was a new Guardian random that could appear while training any skill. It would appear and begin attacking you until you either ran far enough away or killed it. Another fun one was the Drill Demon event. A demon named Sergeant Damien would suddenly appear and draft you into his military training camp. Once there, you'd be ordered to perform a series of exercises on 4 different mats. After completing 4 exercises in a row correctly, you were free to leave. In return for your service, you'd earn a piece of the camo outfit, which back then actually looked a lot different than the modern version. It looks a little goofy, but I have to say I like it a lot better. Now, if you already had the full set, you'd just be given 500 coins. The Freaky Forester was another interesting new one. He would teleport you to a small clearing in a forest, where you would have to kill a pheasant with a specific number of tails and return it to him. For successfully completing the event, you would receive a pair of the Lederhosen outfit, or 500 coins if you already own the full set. I don't know about you, but I specifically remember this rumor from back in the day that wearing the Lederhosen outfit was actually a way to get more woodcutting XP or something along those lines. It was before they had the XP drops in the top right corner, so of course I just blindly believe it rather than hovering my mouse over the woodcutting icon to check. But if you heard that too and were wondering if I'd mentioned that, it was indeed just a rumor. The final event from 2005 that I haven't discussed yet was the Lost and Found event. While teleporting somewhere, you might occasionally find yourself stuck in a small room within the abyss. There was a problem with your teleport spell, so you'd need to pull the right lever to continue your teleport and make it to your final destination, after which you'd receive some runes or essence as compensation. As you can imagine, all of these random events were a big problem for botters. It was difficult, if not impossible, to keep up with all of them, but at the end of 2005, the botting community would receive a major lifeline. A new and very impressive bot called Arian would be released. Let's talk about that name first though. It sounded bad enough that the developers actually had to post a disclaimer on their website clarifying that it wasn't a reference to, you know, that Aryan. They insisted that they use the term to mean better or noble, which honestly doesn't make it sound much better, but oh well. Anyway, Aryan was unlike anything the botting community had ever seen before. It was open source, had a team of developers behind it, and unlike Scar, you could run as many instances of it as you wanted. Scar needed full control of your mouse to operate, meaning you could only run one bot account at a time. Aryan did not. You might remember those more advanced RuneScape bots I mentioned earlier, the ones that stopped working when RuneScape 2 launched because they relied on decompiling the RuneScape client's code. Aryan worked similarly to how they did, but for RuneScape 2. Rather than detecting colors on screen and clicking on them, it essentially worked by reverse engineering RuneScape's client. It decompiled RuneScape's client, turning it into code that Aryan's developers could read. From there, they could add their own code and recompile the client. Instead of hunting for the colors of trees and rocks on the screen and clicking them, Aryan's developers modified the client, so botters could just write a line in their scripts like mine rock or talk to banker, and the bot would just carry out the action directly. To give you an idea of how respected this bot was, many bots that followed it in later years would claim to be the best bot since Aryan, or even Aryan 2. Although Aryan was much easier for Jagex to detect than other bots like Scar, it was much more reliable at solving random events. By the start of 2006, they had every single one solved, except for the maze. The botting community was entering a new golden era, and botters felt unstoppable. But just a few weeks later, the project would shut down. Although the exact reason has been lost to time, it's believed that Jagex threatened Arian's developers with a lawsuit if they didn't cease operations. So Arian's team would disband, and the official fork of it would be taken offline. But due to its open source nature, tons of spin-offs would pop up. Much like a Hydra, Jagex had only chopped off one head, and in its place, several more began to grow. It was only a matter of time before one of the new forks became as popular as the original. So Jagex went back to the drawing board, and got to work on more random events. The first new random event of 2006 was the iconic Sandwich Lady. She would randomly appear and offer you a treat from her tray. If you picked the wrong one, or took too long to talk to her, she would hit you over the head with a baguette and teleport you to a random area. The Sandwich Lady's backstory is actually super interesting. She's based off of a real person. The office building Jagex was in at the time was shared with multiple businesses. This building had a canteen with a sandwich lady who would go around to all the businesses, knock on their doors, and announce herself by saying, "Sandwiches!" She was a real-life random event who interrupted work, so they added her to the game to do the same to players. If a Jagex staff member asked the real Sandwich Lady for a food item that she didn't have at the time, she'd knock them out with a piece of bread and they'd wind up in a parking lot somewhere in Cambridge. Okay, so not actually, but she would give them a pretty mean look. The character's hair, outfit, everything was inspired by the real Sandwich Lady. Someone even let her know that they added her to RuneScape, and she didn't seem to mind. Honestly, she probably had no idea what they were talking about. The next new random event was Prison Pete. An NPC named Pete had been imprisoned by Evil Bob in Escape Room. You need to help him escape by popping balloon animals to get prison keys. After popping the correct animal 3 times in a row and turning in the keys, you were free to go. Prison Pete seems to be the escape room version of Party Pete, given that the jail area looks exactly like the Falador party room, and in both areas, you're popping balloons. Jagex really had a thing for repeating names in random events, because not long after Prison Pete's introduction, another random event NPC named Pious Pete appeared. Much like the Tanglevine and Dr. Ford events, Pious Pete wasn't around for long, only a few months before being quietly removed. In this event, you would be teleported to Pete's Chapel, where you had to help relight its candles. It sounds simple enough, but the execution was brutal. The instructions were vague, and the candles would constantly go out before you could finish, forcing you to start over again and again. You could only leave if you successfully completed what he asked. Some reported spending hours trying to complete it, only to earn a few hundred coins as a reward when they finally did. Overall, it was a really confusing event, so I'm not surprised that it was removed pretty quickly. After the 2 Petes came the introduction of the Gravedigger random event. While burying bones, there was a chance that a gravedigger named Leo would appear. You'd be teleported to a small cemetery with 5 open grave sites, each of which had a coffin and headstone, but all the coffins are matched up to the wrong headstones, so you'd need to remove each coffin and match them to their proper headstone. In return, you'd receive a piece of the zombie outfit, or a zombie-themed emote. This thriller-themed emote went so crazy in RuneScape music videos back in the day. Like the other random events that rewarded emotes or outfits, players who already had all the rewards would instead receive 500 coins. 2006 also had 2 more random events that were never released. The first one was titled Speedy Gnome. In this event, you would compete against Sebastian No, the fastest gnome in the world, in an agility course. It sounds fun, so why was it never released? The event was fully developed, complete with dialogue, animations, and graphics. It even passed internal testing and was just hours away from a full release. But then, at the last minute, Modash noticed something. The agility course was exactly the same every time. It didn't actually stop bots. In fact, a bot could run the full course faster and better than a real human could. So the event was scrapped right before launch. If it would have made it into the full game, it would have actually changed RuneScape's history in a small but fascinating way. Completing this event would have rewarded you with racing sandals, a pair of boots that give a +3 strength bonus, making them the best in slot at the time. In 2006, everyone would have been running around in sandals rather than rune boots. Next, we have the Duke of Bridgelum random event. In this one, you would be transported to Scape Rune and would have to help the Duke of Bridgelum reassemble dead cows. This one only ever made it to testing where it was scrapped, because quite frankly, it's gross. The reward for this event was going to be the cow outfit, but it would later be repurposed in old school RuneScape as a reward for completing its annual birthday event. But forget I even mentioned old school RuneScape, because at this point in the story, we're still a few years away from that version of the game launching. Now, even after throwing a small army of new random events at botters, they soon got to work solving them. They were able to figure out how to automate these new events faster than ever before, so Jagex would have to step things up. Perhaps you're familiar with the Bot Nuke Day, also known as Cluster Flutterer, the massive 2011 update that wiped out millions of bots overnight by making changes to the game's code. But what most players don't know is that this wasn't Jagex's first attempt at something like this. Back in 2006, they were developing a secret project known internally as Java Flutterer. The update scrambled, encrypted, and obfuscated most of RuneScape's client code, so bot programs and decompilers couldn't make sense of it anymore. Imagine Arian was using a neatly labeled map of RuneScape's client. Java Flutterer scrambled the labels and erased the symbols. The game still ran perfectly for players, but for Arian, the map became unreadable overnight. This update broke Arian seemingly for good, and now, once again, the only real bot left was Scar. While Arian had the spotlight for a long time, in the shadows, Scar users had kept improving their scripts. What started as a handful of hobbyists tinkering in isolation gradually evolved into a large organized community. Scripters began sharing reusable chunks of code called includes, shared libraries filled with pre-written helper functions for things like mouse movement, pathfinding, and random event solving. This collaboration soon turned competitive, sparking what became known as the Include Wars, a race between developers to create the smartest, most human-like libraries. Each new release was faster, smoother, and more reliable than the last, pushing Scar to its limits. But out of that chaos came something remarkable: SRL, short for Scar RuneScape Library. The SRL project was built to end the constant competition and bring order to the community. Instead of dozens of separate includes maintained by different developers, SRL aimed to unify everything into a single, standardized framework that everyone could use. It combined the best features of all the major includes of the time, along with new contributions from some of the most talented bot developers in the scene. The result was an enormous toolkit that could handle almost everything a bot needed to do, from navigating the world and managing inventory to detecting colors, solving puzzles, and most importantly for this story, completing random events all on its own. With Arian gone, Jagex's main focus now became stopping SRL. SRL was good at solving random events, but it wasn't perfect. So Jagex's best line of defense was to their heads would fly off and you'd need to retrieve and reattach them. Their heads would fly off, and you'd need to retrieve and reattach them before continuing. Another event, their head wars. A race was simply to remind players to identify the right twin 16 years later. The result was an enormous toolkit that could handle almost everything a bot needed to do, from navigating the world and managing inventory to detecting colors, solving puzzles, and most importantly for this story, completing random events all on its own. With Arian gone, Jagex's main focus now became stopping SRL. SRL was good at solving random events, but it wasn't perfect. So Jagex's best line of defense was to add more random events. In the months that followed, they introduced what would become the final wave of random events, aside from one outlier that wouldn't appear until 16 years later. But more on that in a bit. First up was the Pinball random event. Players would be teleported to a strange arena by a troll named Flippa. Inside were 5 pillars, and the goal was simple: tag the one surrounded by glowing rings to earn points. After scoring 10 points, you could leave with your reward, but if you hit the wrong pillar, your score reset to 0, forcing you to start over. Next came the Evil Twin random event. Posty Pete would teleport you to this room at the request of an NPC named Molly. She tells you that her twin sister has been committing crimes around RuneScape that she has been blamed for. It's up to you to identify the sister and pick her up with a giant claw, which would place her in a cage. If you fail to identify the right twin, you're teleported to a random area in RuneScape. A few months after those events, we got the Beekeeper random event. While picking flax, the Beekeeper could appear and ask for your help fixing a broken beehive. After assembling it, you'd be given a random gift and returned to the flax fields. If you failed, bees would escape from the hive, begin attacking you, and you'd be teleported to a body of water near Sears Village. The same day, if you ignored the frogs, you would be teleported to Frogland and be turned into a frog. This update ask if you ignore
What the fuck? I'm not even touching it, look.
talk to banker, and the bot would just more reliable
What the
at
fuck is
solving
it doing?
more reliable at solving random more reliable at solving random more reliable
Come on,
at
stop.
more reliable
Close this shit then.
their heads would fly off more reliable
Oh
at
my
solving random
fucking
events
God, dude.
by
Fuck
this
off, pause.
to be the best bot since ask if you ignored the fraud to
Ah,
be the
fuck
best
off!
bot since
Throw
more
fucking reliable
reliable.
fucking window in a second.
and the bot would just carry
Fuck it. What the fuck is it doing? Why does it keep touching shit? I'm not even fucking clicking anything. It's opening shit. Fuck off! Stop! Oh my god, now it's fucking opening media player. What are you doing?
more reliable
Holy fuck, man. This is fucking stupid. I can't watch fucking YouTube now, man.
to be
Stop! Fuck, stop! Fucking hate my life so fucking much, man. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? I'm not even typing. Find a way. Fuck, it's gonna keep pressing shit. Stop trying to fucking. This fucking dumb keyboard. Stop! Opening shit. Device manager. Fuck off. Plugged into keyboard port. Fuck off! Fucking, I turn this thing off somehow. How do I turn this fucking driver off? Oh, stop! Oh my fucking god, it won't even let me fucking type. It just takes over the fucking computer. Stop fucking opening the internet, you fucking piece of shit. Holy fuck, man. I can't get one fucking day. Stop fucking with my computer, you fucking dumb hackers, man. This is so fucking childish, man. Fuck, I want to break from this bullshit, man. Every fucking day is just a punishment, man. Fucking break from this shit, man. Once in my shitty fucking life. Stop fucking typing in the fucking bar, you fucking idiots. How do I disable the fucking keyboard? So I should fucking watch YouTube. Look at this fucking thing. Look at this fucking. What are you typing, dude? What are you searching? Bro, what are you doing? Come on! You won't even. You type for me, dude. Fuck off. Oh my fucking god, I'm so sick and tired of this fucking computer. I want to throw out the fucking window. It's so shitty. Fucking piece of garbage, man. Fuck off. Fuck off! I want to fucking throw this computer out the fucking window in a matter of fucking seconds. Is there a way to disable the fucking keyboard? There we go. Fucking able it. Fucking done. Watch fucking YouTube and relax. Not deal with fucking bullshit the whole fucking time. The fuck? What the fuck is that shit? Yeah, well, I guess we don't watch that video. Forgotten Friends of Mr. Beast.
You can't deny that perspective on the
Oh,
situation.
fucking skipping!
Publicly
How do I
I
lock
would
this
just
shit
say,
so it doesn't
what's my
fucking do anything? How do I lock it? There has to be a way to fucking lock it. Stop skipping! Stop! I want to watch this fucking video in peace. Your bullshit. Fuck off, let me type! This fucking keyboard. Fucking hate this shitty ass fucking life, man. Why the fuck am I still alive? Fucking hate this shit, man. Here we go. What's it doing? Why do I need the keyboard? Oh, you have to search in here. Disable this fucking thing. Okay. How does I disable the keyboard? That doesn't work, but I think this is lock the keyboard, so I think we're good.
full. His early viral videos weren't built on emotion or storytelling or the audience deeply connecting with him on a human level. They were experiments, pure attempts to get views.
Fucking did it again. Stop fucking skipping. You're fucking stupid. I can't watch your
Effective on the
fucking YouTube
situation.
videos without
Again,
fucking
it
trying to
wasn't
skip. Stop fucking skipping ahead, man. I haven't seen.
This operation is
I'll
unclear.
fucking
but
throw
when
his
Jake
computer out the
announced his
window in a matter of
exit, he
fucking
wasn't
seconds,
overly
dude. Fuck you. Stay the fuck here.
and gets angry.
Ah, come on. Stop fucking
This
skipping the
operation
fucking
is
halfway in the fucking middle. What the fuck's wrong with this bullshit, man? I'm so fucking sick and tired of this fucking shit, man. I want to fucking throw his computer out the fucking window, man. I'm so fucking sick and tired of spending thousands of fucking dollars on computers and them fucking being shit. Absolute fucking shit. Oh, fuck off.
He actually got most popular creators at the time didn't just make good videos, they felt like your friend. Regular people with ordinary lives, inside jokes, and real chemistry on camera. But Jimmy didn't have that, so he assembled a cast of personalities who could make his videos feel more human. Now, some of these people were his real friends, we think. Others were there as a job, to simulate being his friend for the camera. He actually got mad at people when they treated his productions like a job. Jimmy gets uncomfortable and gets angry when people use language like production assistant because it's too industry. Instead, they're called FOFs, friends of friends. However, sometimes mixing friends and employees can end in disaster. Today, we're talking about the forgotten friends of Mr. Beast, starting with Jake Weddle, who was a major part in exposing the behind-the-scenes reality of being friends with Mr. Beast as a job. Before meeting Mr. Beast, Jake spent nearly a decade trying to make a name for himself as a stand-up comic. So when he eventually got an offer to work as a writer for the Mr. Beast channel, he saw it as a great way to gain experience and move up in the entertainment industry. Down the line, he also started working as on-screen talent, making his first appearance in a Mr. Beast video back in February of 2019. From there, he became a relatively consistent cast member of the Mr. Beast crew.
That brings your total to $29.
I'll take it.
Chris, you are currently losing now.
But how much am I losing by?
$8.
And how many dumpsters has Weddle done?
2.
And how many have I done?
Hey, let me check the math with my calculator.
Hey, the 90s called. That sucks.
And even though it seemed like on camera Jake was just having a fun time with his buddies, this was just his job. And the longer he stayed, the passion he once had for the work on the channel began to slip away.
This guy tried to expose Mr. Beast and then he got exposed for fucking lying.
Was to become a full-time comedian, which is why he ultimately decided to step away from the channel in October of 2020. Although Jake made it very clear that his departure was drama-free and amicable, specifically stating that he and Mr. Beast were still on good terms, even though he would later say this was a lie.
Because me and Jimmy actually left on very good terms. I met with Jimmy before I left. He understood where I was coming from. I understood where he was coming from. There's no bad vibes either way.
And despite his departure, Jake would still make occasional appearances in future uploads, like Hit the Target, Win $300,000, and I Spent 50 Hours in Prison. There was no reason to suspect that there was any bad blood between Jake and Jimmy, which is why everyone was confused when Jake participated in one of the largest expose takedowns in YouTube history against Mr. Beast. A former Mr. Beast employee who goes online as Dogpack404 made a video titled I Worked for Mr. Beast, He's a Fraud, which included allegations of Mr. Beast creating illegal lotteries, staging and rigging challenge videos, selling fake Mr. Beast signatures on merch, and so much more. But the second video of this expose was titled, I Worked for Mr. Beast, He's a Sociopath, which focuses on the alleged workplace misconduct that was taking place, and Dogpack's star witness is none other than Jake Weddle.
The culture around there was very unspoken, but there was a vibe. There was half the people who, if you made Jimmy happy, you were on the good half. And these people got random bonuses and were usually moved up, had more screen time. And then there was people who, if you had a disagreement or butt heads with Jimmy or just you didn't like it, you know, you were the other half.
And, shit, it's work. You gotta get along with your boss.
Jimmy didn't like me. That's fine. I don't like him either. It's okay.
Jake was telling a much different story than before. He originally claimed that the two were still on good terms.
Yeah, exactly.
But now
He's a liar.
He says that both he and Mr. Beast have a mutual dislike of each other. So what changed? Weddle revealed that the last video he ever filmed with Mr. Beast changed everything. It was a challenge that could be easily confused with torture. The video, $10,000 every day you survive prison. The premise was simple. A contestant lives in a small room for as long as they can and gets $10,000 every day they spend inside. But the initial attempt at filming this video was actually a massive failure, and Jake witnessed it firsthand because he was the original contestant.
People don't know that was the second attempt. The first attempt was on me, and it didn't go well.
Jake goes on to explain the harsh conditions of the challenge, as it amounted to much more than just sitting in a room all day. The walls of the cell were freshly painted, causing a nauseating chemical smell that was unavoidable. To make matters worse, the room also had an ice cream machine and hot tub, both of which also emitted their own foul odors as the days passed. Jake also claimed that he became sleep deprived due to Mr. Beast's team refusing to turn the lights off at night in hopes of not ruining their time-lapse shots. These conditions caused Jake to be physically drained, and his symptoms only got worse as the days went on. Jake was given a bonus challenge where he could win extra cash for running an entire marathon on a treadmill, and despite wanting to refuse, he felt pressured to go along with it. This resulted in him getting severe blisters all over his feet, and it was his breaking point, so Jake decided to give up on the challenge.
I got off the treadmill, and then the people that came in to like ice my feet, make sure I was good. Then that's when I was like, I'm done. I can't. I'm done. I'm out. I'm out.
Now, many people defend Mr. Beast in these situations by saying, oh, they volunteered, they could have left, nobody forced them to do this challenge, and all of that is true. Then again, the entire design of a Mr. Beast challenge is structured to push people right up to their psychological and physical breaking point, because that breaking point is the juicy entertainment you are waiting for. The best case scenario for Mr. Beast from an entertainment perspective is that the contestant is sleep deprived and starts to unravel emotionally, cries, panics, or pushes themselves physically far past what's reasonable. It's their suffering that creates the tension, the story. Imagine if someone went in there, meditated, stayed still, and didn't give in to any of the chaos that was thrown at them. That would be a boring video. But most Mr. Beast viewers believe that the suffering is totally worth enduring, considering the prize money could change your life. Actually, many people look at him as generous for creating these torture simulators for cash. But the real problem with Jake's story is that some thought he was rewriting history when everyone was dogpiling on Mr. Beast. Remember, he initially said, oh yeah, everything is good with me and Jimmy. And now he's saying he wasn't being paid and was being cut out of the videos.
Now I make
the guy's wearing a shirt that says www.org. Can you really trust
them? And that's
them?
one of the reasons why I left. They always cut me out of the videos. They always, and I was, editors have told me that it's because you have too much of a personality. And so with this video, I thought, this is perfect. It's a video they can't cut me out of. I'm the guy. And so I thought, well, if I have to do this, if I have to do solitary confinement in order to do the things I want to do, then I will do that.
He even claimed that he was let go from the company after he made a list of demands regarding payment.
I said, I need XYZ or I'm out of here. And they said, bet. And they gave me a severance check the next day.
Now, maybe everything was all good between Jake and Mr. Beast until this prison challenge and that sour relationship. But still, many people thought he was just trying to capitalize on the trendy hate for Mr. Beast. Jake Weddle's Patreon page had been dormant for over a year, but it was reactivated on August 7th, the same day his interview with Dogpack was released. Jake also posted multiple videos about Mr. Beast following that interview, which racked up hundreds of thousands of views for his channel, and even helped his YouTube channel following that interview, which
about fucking Jimmy, dude. Why I was in a Mr. Beast video after I left. Jake the Viking versus Jake the Widow. Look at Jimmy in a secret recording. Why I left Mr. Beast, the real reason why I left Mr. Beast.
Sup, G?
That's funny, dude.
Racked up hundreds of thousands of views for his channel, and even helped his YouTube channel get monetized.
Shown in the dark today.
I don't want an apology, and I don't want
I get some sleep.
Every penny I make moving forward is going to be because I earned it. $100,000 should have been more money than I was ever going to see in my entire life. So if you want to prove a point, Patreon in the link below.
However, Jake constantly felt the need to clarify that he wasn't doing this for fame or money.
I didn't do this for money. I didn't do this for fame. I didn't do this to jumpstart my career. I wasn't trying to be an opportunist. I actually I held my tongue for a long time because I made the calculation that that was the right thing to do based on the information I had. And once I found out some new information, that changed the equation.
And this could have been believable until he uploaded a video titled I Caught Jimmy in a Secret Recording, where he played a clip of Mr. Beast saying something bad about Jake, only to immediately say after that it was AI generated.
Jake knows what he wants. Jake knows what he thinks he needs. He's supposed to be a student,
Jake used this to clickbait viewers into watching another video where he continued to provide updates on the drama between him and Jimmy, but he doesn't actually start talking
What
about anything
microphone is that
meaningful
bad,
until
dude? That's
8 minutes
clearly
in the
AI.
video, where he reveals text messages between him and Mr. Beast, where Jimmy offers to pay Jake $190,000 in compensation for him attempting the prison challenge. Mr. Beast said, "I have zero expectations of you mentioning me, sending you this money publicly, or taking down any videos. This is me just wanting to help out and make sure you're good." But Jake said he could not take the money.
I couldn't take it. I couldn't take 100. I just couldn't take it because it's still a mechanism of the game. It's still like the rest of the prize money, and that's not what it was about. But the other,
It's by born into a rich family. 100 grand will be nothing to
no
him.
money. It's not a choice, is it? I need that money, but I don't want you guys to think that that's going to change how I feel. I don't want you guys to think I'm going to go back on anything I said.
But then Jake completely contradicted himself by agreeing to take $50,000 from Jimmy under the condition that he could say whatever he wanted publicly. Some felt Jake was justified in taking the money, while others felt frustrated at the hypocrisy. It doesn't matter how much money you turn down.
fucking
If you
drugger.
take any amount, you're going to be painted as a person who had money as their motivation. When he started the video with misdirection with that AI message and then started randomly virtue signaling himself, that was a big red flag for me. It's almost as if he's trying too hard to make himself seem like a good person. He also says he is not in it for the money, but I guarantee he is cashing in on the
Friends of
Hate
Mr.
Mr. Beast wagon with views. Whether Jake was ever truly Jimmy's friend is up for debate, but there is no debate when it comes to Chris to support allegations of sexual
Fuck, my
misconduct.
computer's really
grooming,
fucking
or the
weird, man. My computer's been acting fucking weird all day. It's just just randomly does shit. So we're back here, I think. Oh, we're right here.
But there is no debate when it comes to Chris Tyson. Chris was Jimmy's day one best friend. It was deeper than friendship. It was family, which is why when Chris was facing serious allegations of grooming and or having relationships with minors, as well as irrefutable proof that Chris was a fan of CP, Mr. Beast had to reevaluate his friendship with someone who helped build his empire from the very beginning. The overwhelming online dissection of Mr. Beast's inner circle reached new heights in 2023 when YouTuber SunnyV2 made a video called "Why Chris Will Soon Be a Nightmare for Mr. Beast." Chris was widely known as Jimmy's best friend since childhood. Chris was the very first subscriber to the Mr. Beast channel, which now sits at over 300 million subscribers, and was also regularly appearing in videos since the beginning. For the first 3 minutes, Sunny highlights Chris's sudden physical transformation, going from the image of a typical guy's guy, a gun-toting, beer-drinking, fishing country boy who grew up in the countryside of North Carolina, to painting his nails, growing his hair out, and dressing more feminine, and ultimately announcing that he started HRT, or hormone replacement therapy, which for Chris would be taking feminizing estrogen to transition his body and appearance.
Why are steroids illegal?
And
But
this was
fucking
all before Chris had announced that he intended.
transvestites. Why are steroids illegal for fucking muscle gain and for fucking sports? But a transvestite or a transsexual can take fucking hormones because they fucking just want to change genders. Like, what the fuck, dude? That makes no sense at all, dude. Like, I can't take testosterone because it's fucking illegal. But I could take estrogen. Like, what the fuck, dude?
True.
On
It's so
identifying
stupid.
as female. This was a news story because transgender people will receive hate just for existing because
I should
many
just go.
people
I
do
should
not
just go in the doctor's office with my legs crossed, like how women sit. I'm back. I'm feeling very feminine. Can I get some testosterone? Can I get some hormone replacement therapy? I think I have too much estrogen.
agree with their
That's so
life point
fucking
of view.
stupid, dude.
They believe no matter what hormones.
So somebody who's
surgeries,
somebody who's suffering from an identity crisis can get hormones, but fucking somebody who like does it like an athlete can't, or like a fucking bodybuilder can't, or like a male model can't. Like it's illegal for them. Like what the fuck, dude?
It said Anthony Padalaya LOL, isn't that the guy from Smosh? The original guy.
Oh, I haven't seen that, dude.
Yeah, I
or
agree.
societal support they receive, they will never be the opposite
I've
gender
seen
they
that
were
shit,
born
dude.
as. Whereas
Smush.
pro-trans people simply say
Really
you
old
are
shit.
whatever gender you choose to identify with, because it's a spectrum and gender is merely a construct created by our society. Additionally, we learned that Chris got divorced.
For a little over a year now, me and Katie have been separated, with this also confirming that Chris's transformation began as soon as his marriage came to an end.
This started the narrative that Chris was a
One
horrible
of the first
father
big
who was
YouTube
essentially
channels, I
abandoning
believe.
his wife and child so he could be
Yeah.
a woman. And Chris responded.
This is just more dog whistling that somehow trans and GNC folks aren't safe around kids.
Now, there's a much more objective way to look at why Chris's marriage may have ended. It's not like people just wake up one day and decide to be trans. It is a deep decision that they contemplate internally for years.
Thing is, why would you
So
have a kid
revealing
then
that
fucking
information
become
to his
trans?
wife and child would have been a
You just
shock
fuck
to
up your kid's
99%
life and your
of
wife's life
relationships, which was said
when you
best
leave.
by Dante.
That's crazy, because that comes into like, how long did you know? Did you know about how you were as a person before you put a ring on this woman's finger? Did you know who you were as a person before you had that child with her? Because now you have involved two other people.
Now you fucked up. You destroyed a
Imagine
family.
literally any other secret your significant other hides from you for years. That would cause problems. So considering changing your gender would
Oh my
probably
God.
be at the top of the list of most important discussions to have before getting married and having children. This has become so common to the point where there is an organization called Straight Partners Anonymous, a support organization for straight heterosexual people who discover or are told that their partner is LGBT and need help in coping with this discovery and support in their decision about what to do next. At the time, many
There you go,
people
Toast.
labeled Sunny V2's video as nothing more than a transphobic hit piece, even though today many others say that Sunny V2 was right all along, considering what you're about to learn. Because Chris Tyson's past was about to be revealed, and it was so much worse than anyone could have predicted. A video released 1 year after Sunny V2's called "This Video Will Make You Hate Chris Tyson," which documented Ava, formerly Chris Tyson, and her history of suspect behavior on the internet, most notably with her ties to Shadman, an infamous lolicon artist who made NSFW artwork of real-life children, such
Switch
as
to
Keemstar's daughter and the
2025 as
actress
recap.
Daphne Keem. Some people try to
That's the
defend
exclusive
lolicon, but it is quite
2025
literally
Shad badge.
animated CP. It was revealed that Chris purchased a piece of art featuring a young girl from Shadman. She showed off the poster on Twitter and even admitted to hanging it up in her living room. And to be clear, this wasn't a one-time occurrence. Chris frequently engaged with Shadman's artwork on Twitter and even accidentally opened his website while live streaming.
Maybe they're bank
That is not. No. Oh, that was almost really bad.
And if it couldn't get any worse, Ava also had a track record of posting vulgar tweets about being turned on by child characters in explicit situations. Now, Shadman's art specifically was considered to be a part of 2010's meme culture that countless YouTubers praised ironically. Edgy humor was also much more common in 2017, and you could argue that Ava's tweets, while crude, could just be edgy jokes. But these tweets were only the tip of the iceberg. Adrox's video drew more attention to other videos calling out Ava, particularly one made by the YouTuber Prism42. In this video titled "Chris Tyson Talked Inappropriately to a 13-Year-Old," Prism attempts to shed light on Ava's previous interactions with a minor with the username LavaGS. LavaGS's age is proven to have been around 13 years old when the two began speaking. We get examples of Ava interacting with Lava on Twitter, and we certainly see conversations that are inappropriate considering the age gap.
Chris, does she know about your hentai addiction? And that's the thing, is this guy, at this point, he would have been 14 years old. This guy is asking you these questions.
Oh, those things are mad cool, dude. Those little barbecue things here.
Super young. How does
These things are mad cool, dude.
I don't know.
Prism then provides a handful of examples of
Like mini
inappropriate
barbecues.
conduct, such as an old tweet from Ava that reads, "Guys, we are so close to our goal. Oh my god. One more Patreon and I'm releasing my nudes." Lava responded to this tweet, announcing that he was subscribed to the Patreon, to which Ava says, "But not $5? Pathetic. JK. Kissy face. Check again," Lava says. Chris says, "I posted some fire nudes for you. Please no share." It's not hard to see how an adult talking to a child in this manner, even if it
For
was
Patreon
a joke,
money.
is inappropriate. The two even privately communicated on Snapchat and spoke one-on-one in Discord calls. And the two even met up in person when Lava was 16 years old.
Chris Tyson, who is interested in both men and women since he was 13 years old and Chris Tyson was in college, why did he take a camper van out to see him? and take it out in the middle of the woods in this secluded area.
Prism was able to learn all of this from a personal conversation he had with Lava, who directly denied any kind of grooming took place. Lava also clarified that the meetup was with other MrBeast crew members and his parents were present. Prism's video undeniably heavily implies that Ava is a child predator and groomed Lava, and that's the message that almost everyone who watched the video walked away with. Dude straight up flirting with this junior high schooler. Try not to talk to children inappropriately challenge. Quite literally impossible for some people. However, Lava, the alleged victim, had a different perspective on the situation, publicly stating that Ava had never exploited or taken advantage of him. Lava has since changed his story, agreeing that what Ava did was wrong, but still rejected the idea that he was groomed. Ava spent some time silent away from social media, but ultimately was forced to respond, although her statement on the issue was considered to just make everything worse. I would like to apologize for any of my past behavior or comments if it hurt or offended anyone. It was not my intent. Seeing recent events, we've mutually decided it's best I permanently step away from all things MrBeast and social media to focus on my family and mental health. I want to add, I never groomed anyone. The person who gets brought up in these accusations, Lava, has vocally supported that they are false. Having said that, I humbly apologize to anyone I have hurt with my unacceptable social media posts, past actions, and to those who may feel betrayed by how I used to act online. To lump these two factors together to create a narrative that my behavior extended beyond bad edgy jokes is disgusting and did not happen. In past years, I have learned that my old humor is not acceptable.
Yeah, most of these
I cannot
online
change who I
fucking
was,
phase are
but I
bullshit,
can
dude.
continue to
Because
work
if it
on
was real, the
myself.
person
I
would go
don't
to
want
the
these
place would
accusations
fucking
to impact the
intervene.
hundreds of people who work at MrBeast, which is
When
why
it's all
I
over
have
there on
stepped
the internet
away.
for millions of
However,
people to
many
see, the
still have
police
the
would have
belief that Ava was a
intervened already.
predator, saw this statement as insufficient, and was met with overwhelming backlash. Yikes, LOL. Your apology is not accepted. You belong in jail. This is what MrBeast had to say about his day one best friend. Over the last few days, I've become aware of the serious allegations of Ava Tyson's behavior online, and I am disgusted and opposed to such unacceptable acts. During that time, I have been focused on hiring an independent third party to conduct a thorough investigation to ensure I have all the facts. That said, I've seen enough online and taken immediate action to remove Ava from the company, my channel, and any association with MrBeast. I do not condone or support any of the inappropriate actions. I will allow the independent investigators the necessary time to conduct a comprehensive investigation and will take any further actions.
But you're
based
the
on
one
their
that had the child
findings.
porn
From
posted
a PR
on your wall.
perspective, this statement checks all the boxes necessary.
Yeah, that was his
However,
PR team
MrBeast
fucking
and
writing.
Ava's relationship was more than just a business partnership. They were supposed to be friends, but even good friends recognize when one of them is wrong, and holding them accountable for their actions is normal. However, there was some leaked information from Ava's friend Erit that suggested Jimmy might have tried saving Ava's career. MrBeast recently signed a massive Amazon deal. They began working together to create an Amazon Prime original
I
game
think it's
show
filmed in
called
my city,
Beast
Toronto.
Games with a cash prize of $5 million.
But I heard it was
now,
going
MrBeast
horrible.
before this was pretty much known
Like,
as
people were
having
getting
a perfect
malnutrition and
reputation,
shit.
so Amazon could have never predicted this absolute PR nightmare they were facing. So it wasn't unrealistic when we heard a rumor that Amazon may have had a hand in the removal of Ava from MrBeast's channel. An anonymous account claimed that MrBeast and Amazon are trying to cover up the Ava drama, and they had the receipts to prove it, in the form of a handful of screenshots from Ava's partner, Erit, addressing the situation in their Discord server. Erit
Another
claims
Transformer
that Ava wanted
too.
to write a much longer, more detailed and nuanced response towards all of the allegations she was facing. Erit also claims that they were the one who actually typed the tweet as they took over Ava's Twitter account to help her quit social media. Erit said, "I had protested at how terrible the tweet was and asked if it would be possible to change some."
LinkedIn is the worst. Papa meat. Okay. Yeah, toast up. You've been well, dog. Hopefully the weather's nice over there. It's like fucking -10 over here. Fuck, I want the snow so bad so I can work, make some money, and pay my fucking rent. For my landlord's chill, he won't bother me for like a week. But if it takes longer than 2 weeks, I'll owe him an extra $50 on top. This month is gonna be so fucking hard. I have to make fucking an extra $200, pay my rent, and I have to make a fucking extra $1,100 to pay my fucking rent at the end of the month. This month is gonna be so fucking hard, man. Fuck, oh. So it snows a lot.
Been out here trying to fish for a good thing to get someone for Christmas, or Kwanzaa, or Hanukkah.
An ad.
Want to get your name in? Well, how you doing? How you doing? Coming in sundown because today we're going to be talking about LinkedIn, the worst platform on the internet. Bold claim, but after this video, I think you'll find that it's true. Most people in the working world have a LinkedIn account, not because they want to, but because
I didn't
it's a
really
good
enjoy
way
my
to make
birthday this year either, although like I had like a drop party and everything. I didn't really enjoy it because I was so stressed out about paying my rent and shit. But like, I mean, my landlord's not that pushy about it, right? But like, it's still like morals, right? Like you want to pay everything on time and shit like that, right? I was like panicked, like stressed about that the whole fucking time. I couldn't really enjoy it. Oh well.
Connections. People use it to keep people updated on their career skills and accomplishments, which is great if you're looking for a job and want to get your name out there, right? Nowadays, any social media platform is bound to have its fair share of cringe content and weird characters. They all do. There's not one site that's better than the other. They're all fucking terrible. LinkedIn is just... LinkedIn, being a platform catered to the professional working world, breeds a whole new type of weirdo, okay? LinkedIn sounds innocent on the surface. Look for jobs, keep people interested, and it's just a professional way to basically just say, hey, I'm out here if you want to hire me, right? But underneath that initial layer of professionalism is one of the fakest, most obnoxious, and strangely horny social media platforms on the web. And there's many reasons to despise LinkedIn, and one of those main reasons being that everyone is fake. Everyone. Much like Tinder.
Oh, I was going to say, every platform, everyone's fake.
Well, everyone is fake on our web. LinkedIn. Because LinkedIn is all about marketing yourself or your potential business, many people try to present the most impressive versions of themselves with the hopes of looking like the ultimate thought leader. Thought?
Even if I won the lottery, I'd work. Yeah, because $1 million doesn't fucking get you shit nowadays.
I'm like Einstein.
You can't buy a house
Over
for $1 million.
time, this has resulted in almost every post coming from LinkedIn feeling like a soulless attempt to peak for people and gain their respect. Once again, every website, every social media platform, sure, but LinkedIn, on Instagram, let's just say, you post pictures where you look the best, you're doing the coolest thing.
What the fuck? I did go full screen and pause at the same time.
Did you have a daily
quota? Oh, fuck, this thing's script. Fuck.
Calls or...
My computer's got hacked by some fucking hacker, dude. They just keep doing fucking shit on my computer. I'm not fucking already. I'm already 20 minutes into the fucking video.
I missed it. Passed out. LOL.
I also guys, dude. Not too many people came, but we went to fucking Baldo and it was filled with bots. There's so many bots that just sit at the fucking party rooms.
Doing the coolest thing, right? Twitter is like, always have the snarkiest opinion, or your opinion on a thing is always correct. Reddit, you come out as trans. And LinkedIn is almost like if somebody was just bragging about their work, which feels so much, I don't know. Is bootlickery the best term, you think? It feels like a little bootlicker.
And we went to the bar after too, that's what we said.
Yeah, I think that's what a lot of the LinkedIn people are, like little corporate goblins that are just like, I don't know, I mean, I could probably be a huge service to you, Lord. Never missed a day of work.
Just want to take a second to thank our sponsor.
Bolt Thrower. Nice shirt, dude. Bolt Thrower? Hell yeah. Bolt Thrower is a sick band.
The younger
They're like a really old band too.
Comparing it to Instagram and the way people try to make their lives seem infinitely more amazing.
I think like
than it
80s
really
or like
is. You'll find
90s.
staged photos of people trying to look cool, riding a private jet, with posts that make them seem like a
That's
hardcore
Toast right there
business
on his private jet.
badass. Which here's a quote from
That's
this
Toast
private,
right there,
private
just sitting
jet
there,
photo.
enjoying his private jet.
Act like you're on the private jet with him. Put the sound of the jet around me, and you're sitting across from him. And this is what he says to you: the investor meeting lasted 3 hours. The $2 million decision took about 3 seconds. The moment I walked in, they already knew. They weren't investing in a spreadsheet or a pitch deck or business plan. They were investing in me. The way I carried myself, the clarity in my voice, confidence in my positioning. By the time I clicked the slide 3, the deal was
I waited
done.
till 9 smokes and passed out. LOL. Woke up like shit.
We need here. We need that here. I'm gonna start carrying myself like that. I did a video about disabled children drowning in pools. People already knew it was a banger. It went viral.
I wish I
Immediately
could
went
quit
viral.
smoking for my
We got
birthday,
that
but I think I'm
girl,
way too
that
addicted.
the psychiatrist girl.
I
The
don't know when we
psychiatrist girl
quit.
that's mad.
They don't want to die one day
I'll
from
say right now,
smoking.
that bitch is angry. She made some like weird deep fake AI videos of me, and she like looked like a fucking psycho. She was like laughing on her live.
Kendra really is living her truth. She is showing that she has been empowered by all of this. I respect her so much.
It's a gay voice, dude. It's not even his voice.
Oh, and then she
He's a
she made fun of my
psychopath.
looks, Nick.
And of course he looks like that. That's all I have to say.
And I was like, hey. First off, you don't ever talk about a man that way. All right?
Also, I like how she said we took 6 weeks to plot this.
And why he takes so much time to do it? I'm like, we heard about it in hindsight, and we were like, what a crazy woman. And on a limb, we watched your deals and reacted to your videos, you crazy woman.
The deepfakes are fucked.
What
Somebody
the
make a
hell am I
deepfake of
supposed to
me,
say?
dude.
It was
Somebody
funny.
made one,
I didn't think it
actually.
was I didn't think it was that crazy. In some cases, we
It was
said
like
he
a
should
picture turned into a video.
dropped her.
Well, I was siding with the psychiatrist.
Well, I mean, I was too, but I'm just saying. I'm gonna. Also, the AI thing they thought was really cheap. It didn't even sound like me.
I love Kendra so much. I
Sounds
can't
like a
stop
gay
thinking
version of
about
him.
her. She's a genius. Did you know she also wrote a book?
Oh my god. It's psycho.
It's extremely psycho. And then to like sit there and she was like she was laughing at it like it was the funniest thing she's ever seen. You know what, dude? You're a freak. You're a disgusting woman. You woman.
Put that on your LinkedIn.
Hey, put this on my LinkedIn. I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna fucking kiss you.
Yeah, it sucks, dude, because I can feel my
Oh, yeah,
mind
she also said
slipping
she
away
didn't like the
from me.
thumbnail.
He is a YouTube creator that made an absolutely vile video about me with a horrible thumbnail.
It's a good thumbnail. What am I supposed to say? I don't know if you can use any of that. Good luck.
Yeah, I might have to cut that.
All right. Most of these posts are best described as fan fiction for adults. It doesn't help that the LinkedIn algorithm promotes educational posts that share knowledge. Like any platform, people will focus on gaming the algorithm for the best engagement, which has led to people telling seemingly fake stories that always seem to with a ham-fisted motivational lesson. This is one thing I hate about the LinkedIn stuff. That's the other reason why it makes it the worst is because it's always like some kind of like everyone sounds like a fucking like TED Talk speech at the end of their post. You know, and that's why we gotta like really rise up and challenge ourselves. You're like, oh God. One known format for getting engagement is to make up stories involving children, where they essentially
Told her
become a
about-
conduit for getting
I
engagement.
told my 10-year-old daughter about RGB. You spelled RGB wrong. It's okay. You're Asian. You're not really known for your education. It's okay. She had tears in her eyes, and then she did the Wakanda pose and said, Wakanda forever, which is the sort of pop-up culture crossover that I can celebrate. Why would
To
she get
make up-
mad about RGB? RGB is cool.
Stories involving children, where they essentially become a conduit for whatever lesson the user wanted to give themselves.
My 9-year-old daughter just asked me if I was a boss. Me? I like to think of myself as a leader versus a boss. Daughter? I don't care what you call it, mommy, as long as you're nice to people.
I love that. Oh, I love that
So
because
fake.
imagine in your head making
The
up
kid
that
would be like,
story
"So you're
and
not
then
a
being
boss?"
like, oh my God, people are gonna love that. Isn't that crazy? What's the other one say?
I saw an 8-year-old.
Easy. What is her name?
Darshak Rana.
All right. What is it? A woman or a man?
I think it's I can't tell. Man. Looks like a man.
It doesn't really matter in today's society, does it?
Yeah.
I saw an 8-year-old sell rocks in my neighborhood. Not just rocks. Special rocks with stories, she says. $8
rocks.
each. Yesterday, she sold me a gray one. It used to be, these are in quotes, it used to be part of a mountain, but decided to see the world. I happily gave her $5 because she taught me we don't buy products, we buy meaning. We buy a piece of ourselves reflected in a story.
Okay, so first off, that might have been the worst Indian accent I've ever heard in my life. Not only did you kind of started there, you started like Indian, that guy from Jaws that has the speech on the boat, Native American, back to Indian a little bit, and then Native American at the end. We buy a piece of ourselves. 25-footer.
13-footer, you know that when you're in the water, Chief? You tell by looking from the dorsal to the tail.
You know what I mean?
Well, I didn't want to be racist.
Dot your eyes, Chief. Others will pretend that they're trying to give an inspirational business lesson, but in reality are just humble bragging about their accomplishments, right? They're not really trying to give you any lessons. They're flex on you a bit. They're flexing on you by just being like, I'm not only good at business, I'm kind of a good person. My LinkedIn profile shows I worked at the Obama White House, Facebook, NBC, and Google. I've also received job offers at companies like Dropbox and Adobe. Here's what isn't shown on my LinkedIn profile. Dozens of interviews that didn't end in job offers, hundreds of unanswered networking messages, imposter syndrome and self-doubt, years of training and experience to get to this point. In my career, effortless success is a myth. First off, it's like, duh. You know what he's trying to do? He's trying to big league you like the Dr. Seuss story. Everyone always goes back to the Dr. Seuss thing.
Yeah, it can be like toast, dude. You can be born into an inheritance and be successful.
Is that what happened with Dr. Seuss?
You can have effortless success.
That's like the number one thing people say.
It depends like what numbers you roll when you're born.
If you're trying to feel good, they'll be like, yeah, well.
Roll a good number, you get a rich family, you're set. Roll a shitty number,
what is it?
you're like me.
Squid Games. And you know, 12
your parents
people,
abandoned you
12
and live in
networks
poverty your whole
rejected it.
life.
You know what's the biggest bag fumble of all time? Sony Animation making Demon Hunters, K-pop, whatever the that is, and then just being like, I don't give a like for over 100 million or something, right? And then being like, there's no way this is gonna be a success, whatever. And they sold it to Netflix for like 5 million.
Of course
and
it's gonna be successful. It's fucking anime, dude.
The biggest thing on earth.
Isn't Demon Hunter like the most like closest to child porn anime gets?
Everyone said this was gonna be
There's
bad.
so many fucking
pretty cool.
Sony sucks.
middle school Japanese girls over sexualized in Demon Hunter, I think.
So much many of the posts you see
I
on
think Demon
LinkedIn
Hunter's
are
worse
fueled
than a
by
lot of them.
modern day hustle culture and the idea that you're never working hard enough, which you're not. You're lazy. You know. Cut that. Todd Stay, for example, broke his neck during a skydiving accident that almost took his life. While he admits that he is incredibly limited physically, he uses this post to talk about how excited he is to go into work the next day regardless.
You're at the hospital and you don't clear him.
I always thought about
You
that.
gotta get cleared by the
I feel like I'd be
hospital
guy
before you fucking...
who would go in the next day with the broken neck.
I'm fine. That's what I do. I want to show up in like a hospital bed, rolled in, head all shaved, like totally bald.
Oh yeah, here you can't you can't check yourself out of the hospital. You have to let a doctor like check you. Like you can't be like, fuck this, I want to leave. Right? Like if you go into like a faint and you wake up in the hospital and you're like, okay, I'm good, I'm leaving. They don't let you because they consider it self-endangerment unless you're not cleared by a doctor. So technically, if you leave a hospital without doctor's permission or without being signed out, you can get arrested for self-endangerment. Yeah.
Don't get up, I'm fine. Which I promise you right now, if I'm dying, I will be making this kind of video for my hospital.
I mean, I usually wait till they leave the room and I just fucking run out. I don't tell them I'm leaving, I just run out. If I need to leave.
Hunter. Read the script.
Today we're talking about baby diaper.
Come on, we gotta record 2 more videos today. I need that paycheck.
Yeah. I know the checks are clearing, but I need to make sure that's there after you're gone.
Can't we do Stan Lee and record like 100 videos?
Yeah, that's gonna be the biggest bummer. Is everyone around me is just gonna prop me up in my older years. In the next coming years, when I'm like on my deathbed, people are gonna be like, "You have to do it." I want to go home.
Sign this paper.
Dearest readers, they're exploiting an elderly man. Why won't you let
I wish I could quit smoking and
Elder
drinking, man.
abuse
Fuck.
is not very cool.
I'd rather be able to quit smoking and drinking than
then people would have got the
fucking
message.
have a beautiful wife and a fucking
What is it, Stan?
smart child.
He's a black
Any fucking
guy
day,
that
dude.
helps stop people from elderly abuse. He's called Black Cheetah.
Well, think about it.
Get him out.
Oh. Well, stuff you got to cut in this video. We're 18
I'll
minutes.
quit
I think you got to
smoking
cut
and
about
drinking
9
more than I want a
minutes.
family.
So have fun with that. Studies
Fucking
show
don't
that
think I can,
Gen Z
man.
experience higher rates of anxiety because of this newfound work-life imbalance, making it difficult to rest or take breaks without feeling they're wasting their time or missing a potential career opportunity. And online, people admit that they had to delete their LinkedIn accounts because people's obsessive need to flaunt their exaggerated accomplishments had zapped their confidence. That's also a tax on me.
I don't think I'd be a
They
good
want you
parent
to
though.
feel bad.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I
Because
mean?
my kid wouldn't
Yours-
notice that I'm
and
like
it's this
mentally
easy.
challenged.
I just had to go through this many years of this many years of this, and it was all worth it. And that
So
you're
they want to look
just
at me
now
as like a
starting.
father. Right?
Climb that hill. Really make sure to let them know that like it has not even begun yet, and they still have that huge mountain to climb. At the end of the day, all of this shit is psychological warfare.
I'm gonna say that sounds like some dark triad shit. Where
Yeah.
it's like you're trying to put people down.
You are. And at the end of the day too, it's like you're like a janitor. You're like a.
And what do you
like a
do
head
if your kid
janitor
comes
who's,
out
like, just,
retarded
like,
or something?
Messaging this to people who are like.
Or
"Is
he
there any
comes out and he
job
needs a
openings?"
fucking wheelchair or
Maybe.
something.
Also,
like,
could be used in a way to like if you're a boss, like let
You
your
just feel bad for the
employees
kid
be
your
like,
whole
"Yeah, just
fucking
work
life."
hard. You'll get to the top.
Oh, yeah. You'll get there for sure. I'm sure you're gonna make it.
It's very common for the janitor to be the CEO.
but I kind of want a disabled child.
Yeah. If you were a giant, if you were a
Like
giant,
something that's like
boss
muscle
at a huge
fucking
company,
and
would you
trophy
do
or like
a
his arms are
undercover
like
boss
fucked
thing?
like this or something.
I do the undercover boss thing, and I wouldn't do shit for him. Yeah, my family, the house burnt down last year.
I would want a child like that actually.
Mm-hmm.
You should do an undercover boss with us.
Yeah. What are you doing?
There's only 4 people who work in the studio.
Hey, I know how I'm here to help you do anything. Hey, it's me, it's your boss. I'm gonna keep you where you're at.
Yes.
No raises.
Well, at least I still have a job.
Well, we can probably trim some fat around here. Another reason why LinkedIn feels so inauthentic is because employers will sometimes force their employees to post on LinkedIn as part of their job. In some cases, like if you work in marketing, that can be understandable, right? Others, however, claim that their employers have required them to connect their account to a service that makes automatic posts without their approval, which is awesome. That's so funny to be like, wait, what did I say? It's like, well, I love my boss, I love my life, I love working here. You like look over your boss's window and he's just like peeking through the blind. You all love me. You all love me. And you or do you think it's stuff where it's just like, I'm having such a great day?
Yeah, it's like AI photos of company picnics and stuff.
Because then if people look at the company, they're like, look how happy all these employees are. And they're so active on LinkedIn. Companies can take your activity on LinkedIn incredibly seriously. And some people have admitted to being fired based on solely liking a LinkedIn post they disapproved of. Look at they possibly liking. They're like, or do you think it's the competition? If you work for Dyson Vacuums and you're going to Hoover or something, cool, go work there. You like it so much, go work there. That's how I feel about our YouTube channel. You tell me about any other YouTube channel, I'll say.
I can't solve that.
That's why I hate every other YouTuber.
Well, that's what you have to say. I'm secure with where I'm at. And if my employees like other stuff, they can keep it to themselves. It's like, okay. On LinkedIn, you're allowed to add frames to your profile pictures that signal that you're looking for work. One employee used this to get hired at a marketing company, only to be fired later on because she had forgotten to remove it from her profile, which her boss felt was insulting. That's exactly like the guy who's just like, so I see that on Facebook you're still single, even though we're dating. Can you explain that? It's like, oh, I don't really go on I can try update. Yeah, you probably should. You should probably update it as soon as you can. I've heard the amount of fights I've heard from people that get in arguments because of that kind of shit is insane. I had a boss one time on my I won't say the company. They had like a dashboard in the system that you worked in at your office because you could request to be transferred out of places or something, like basically departments or whatever. And mine, for when I got hired, I never used a software, so I just always said looking to transfer or something. And my boss came up to me and he had like a 20-minute conversation with me about it. So like, what exactly is the problem? I was like, literally nothing. I'd never even I didn't even know that was a thing. He's like, okay, well, it's been like that for the past 4 weeks, which that was kind of weird too, because then I knew that the guy was looking at that
Kind of
shit.
fucked up because I've been feeling depression since like fucking I got 16 years old, but I know how to deal with it. Because like the human mind only sees like the negative things in life, but you gotta like think about like the positive things. Like I got a nice laptop, I got a second screen, I got a nice fucking RGB keyboard. Right? Like, fuck. Just thinking that because my depression's a bitch today.
Every day. Ungrateful hog.
Well, not really. It's just like stress
To the
kind
point
of.
where like one day he's like, and it's been 4 weeks, so I'm gonna talk to him. And I'm like wondering if he brought that home to his wife.
You should talk to him.
Yeah, no, don't overstep him. As a leader, you gotta like find that balance. I always thought that was weird. Why even have that?
What if you just said like, hey, I noticed that your
thing says you're looking to transfer in a new department and be like, is that something you're like? If you just asked,
if he said that, that's fine. Oh, because I'd be like, oh, I had no idea, because I had no idea on my idea. But it was a thing where he's like, when I said, oh, I didn't even know, I don't really use the thing. He was like, yeah, you can do whatever you want, man. Like, you know me, I'm like chill and I'm laid back. Like, you get that. You've seen me come in, you know. But there are other powers at play. It's like that kind of shit where you're like, what the f are you even talking about? Listen, you know I'm the one of the cool ones, right? I hate whenever I'm like, you definitely are not. I'd rather take the old curmudgeon guy who doesn't do this to me. You guys know that, like, listen, let you take off for Avengers Endgame when I was out in theaters. I'm like one of the good guys, okay? You literally
one of the good guys.
How many times have you called me in the middle of the night asking for something? Never. You could, though.
But it seems like I can't trust you.
But I don't, it's just like, it feels like a little bit like a one-way road. So let's get back out there and let's have a good day, huh? That kind of thing. What a hell. Corporate hell is the worst, dude. And as soon as you do that kind of thing, it immediately like that ends your day. Like you're like, I'm not doing anything else today. This stupid job. I'm not doing shit today. Hey, couldn't help us notice your numbers were low. Yeah, I don't know what happened. That's what it felt like, dude.
Did you have a daily quota?
Oh, yeah.
Calls or sales?
Calls. Like, it was like a number of technicians.
Also, sorry. Like, you're watching just a conversation. It was like a number. I'll just talk to you about it afterwards. Whatever. For people that give in to the LinkedIn culture and attempt to land a worthwhile job,
Dead Internet
they're
Theory.
still struggling to get
4,000 subscribers, 0 viewers.
responses for the jobs
Dead
they apply
Internet
for.
Theory is real.
Unfortunately, many of these job offers are completely fake. Companies will often advertise a position on LinkedIn that either isn't real or simply listed to collect resumes and data for the far future. It's f***ed up. The type of listings labeled as ghost jobs are also used by companies to bolster their image, right? That there's just so much
Like,
work.
you shouldn't have to show your resume until you're hired, because somebody can just, like, if you email your resume to somebody, they can save that. All right, and like they got a fucking like free resume basically. Like they can put their name on it or whatever. But like it's kind of your private information. You got your high school you go to, because you got to put that on your resume if you don't go to college. Like, it's probably a really good way for people to fraud people too. You can be like, hey, my name is blah blah blah. I worked here, here, and here, and these were the dates. You can probably call call the revenue agency and fucking be like, yeah, I worked here, here, and here, and yeah, I want to claim on insurance and get an unemployment check sent to you. All right, you can be like, hey, I worked here, 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 and here, and these were the years, and that's probably enough proof for them just to fucking verify you.
They have to bring in somebody new, even though
I never liked resumes because you can put whatever the fuck you want on them. It's not really proof that you've actually
The
done
problem
that.
with this is that people who are actually looking for work are forced to apply to hundreds of places just to get a real response, and ultimately wasting a ton of time making the job market even more of a mess than it already is.
I saw a video where some guy said, I'm sure it's fake, but he was just like, I set up a fake interview and then put a vending machine in the interview place so that people who were applying would use it, and he said he made like $500 from people just
Interviews. Put down a fucking a vending machine that costs $100
What's
per
even more
soda.
upsetting is that some of these job listings are straight up scams. Some accounts appear to belong to professional people or business, but will use their job offers to rope you in and trick you into downloading malware onto your computer. And some have even reported that these people will use AI filters to hide their identity during remote Zoom interviews. And from there, they use the same methods to steal data from your company or tamper with their systems through tricking employees into installing malware. Kind of reminds me, we almost got scammed by the Amy Poehler thing.
Oh, yeah.
Got an email from the Amy Poehler wanted me to be a guest on her podcast, which also I should have been like, that's really? And then
Good
on
Hang?
TikTok,
That's
I
her
saw a
fucking
guy,
podcast name?
Chan, I can't remember his name. We'll find the deal, but he basically broke down the scam of what it was, of like basically people trying to get into your Facebook or like basically into your social media accounts and then change your monetization settings and then lock you out from it.
Yeah, I just pulled up Zoom right now.
Oh, that's great. If you can join from the...
So do you see these guys fucking? Porn?
Yeah.
Really f***ed up. You gotta watch out for, there's scams everywhere. Everywhere. If all this didn't make the platform look fake enough, it appears that AI slop content is a regular occurrence as well. During a study from the company behind Originality AI, an AI detection tool, 8,795 posts were analyzed.
AI slop isn't that bad, dude. I made AI YouTube videos and they do way better than my actual YouTube videos. People like AI slop. People don't like actual human contact, like me making a vlog or me doing something like human-to-human connections. People don't like that. Fucking expensive Canada's. You gotta buy a new computer in a couple months.
Percent of them use AI-generated content. Not only are people using AI to quickly write out motivational posts, many even use it to improve their profile pictures by giving them attractive features like a defined jaw or cleaner skin. Which, listen, we're trying to do a beauty filter. I'm not gonna knock anybody for a nice beauty filter.
What if it like made you like lose 100 pounds?
Awesome. That's fine. That's my corporate body. That's really what my corporate self looks like.
What if it doesn't look anything like you? Like it's a complete.
Like I want total blackface.
Yeah.
If you changed corporate blackface, if you changed your race, that would be up. Can you imagine? Like, how would you ever even explain that? What if an American guy, what if you, Nick, realized that you were going to be working in Japan for like 4 months, and then you're like, well, I feel like in Japan they're not going to want to hire a white guy. So then you do the Japanese filter for your remote job. Is that right?
As long as they never see me.
Is it so? If you never go?
Well, no, that's to prevent discrimination.
If they only hire Japanese people, yeah, they're racist. They are racist.
That's fucking. You're not supposed to be able to fucking hire a certain race.
You think is that a moral gray
certain
area,
gender?
or do you think it's fine?
I think it's fine.
You gotta thrive a little.
That's a
bit,
labor
right?
board being incompetent.
What would your Japanese name be on LinkedIn?
Nico.
That's really good. Nico what?
Nico
That would be
Wasabi.
Jishu Sakasumi.
Nico Wasabi.
Oh, Wasabi.
That's
Wasabi's a
red
good one.
flag.
What would yours be?
I'd name myself like Farukimata Tasaka Panobe. Because I feel like I would blend in. I don't want a name that's too basic. I don't want something that's too, which that was probably too complicated. But I want something that people are like, oh yeah. You know, like if you scroll through a list, you don't even notice it, right? Almost like if your name was like.
It's a good Japanese last name, Fujimoto.
Good.
What does that sound for? AI and bot accounts make up a large portion of the comments on LinkedIn, feeding the algorithm with more and more inauthentic interactions. And LinkedIn has gained a reputation for being devoid of any real personality or substance, and not only that, but it's also becoming known for being inexcusably cringe. Horribly cringe. I mean, in 2022, a CEO named Braden Wallach made a bizarre LinkedIn post claiming that he just laid off 2 employees based on a bad business decision he had made months before. He blames himself.
Yeah.
Ended the post with a classic LinkedIn humble brag stating, "Days like today, I wish I was a business owner that was only money driven and he didn't care about who he hurt along the way. But I'm not." I hate posts like that because it's like always a guise to get people to be like, no, I mean, you had to do what you had to do. Attached is a now viral image of Braden sobbing over what he had done with his lip quivering in shame. Oh, what a pussy. It's like me making a video being like, yeah, I just didn't want to pay for Nick anymore. And I feel really bad about it because, like, I liked him. I don't really think that he added like, a lot of value. But, you know, it's like, how insulting is that? For it to be a post publicly where people would be like, oh, well, you know, sometimes that's just the way it is. Another CEO named Matthew Baltzel takes a charming photo of himself smiling in front of the cold brew coffee as he explains that he just fired his first employee. Oh, what a
cold brew in a
man.
can?
Of course, he ends on a lengthy explanation of how he nailed the conversation and was as cool and respectful as possible.
Severance package. Holy fuck. Gave 1 week's pay for each year of work. What? That's it? That's fucking it? That's all you get for a severance package? So if you worked there for 2 years, you only get 2 weeks pay. What? What if you fire someone? Don't they have to keep paying you?
He nailed the conversation and was as cool and respectful as possible. What an actual fucking, like...
Look how smug he looks.
It's extremely smug. And I'm just saying, this is the kind of thing to make the guy come back and be like, are you kidding me? Retaliate in some kind of way?
Yeah, shoot up.
I was going to say that, but I didn't know if it was appropriate. I was trying to just kind of, you know, let the viewer come to that conclusion. But a man named Brian Shankman went viral for all the wrong reasons after posting an image of him proposing to his girlfriend. In the post, he immediately follows the announcement by saying, here's what it taught me about B2B sales. From there, in perfect LinkedIn engagement maximizing fashion, he relates the journey of meeting the love of his life to the experience of selling a product to another business, from prospecting to pricing and negotiations.
It's gonna last.
Marriage is gonna be exactly just fine. Ethan Evans, a former VP at Amazon, came to LinkedIn to make the post revealing that a CEO he had worked with started seducing his wife in the retaliation for him giving pushback on the job. You think it was Bezos?
Oh yeah, he's
VP of some CEO, I'm not gonna name him. He claims that this man successfully won his wife over and pushed her to divorce Ethan, later resulting in him leaving the company in shame. And at the end of the post, he starts listing off advice on how to avoid trouble working in toxic business environments. Why the f would I listen to you, Ethan? Yeah, give us the list of the advice that Ethan has.
When you have a good manager, lean in and take advantage of it. 2, spot the snakes. 3, do excellent work, even for nasty leaders. 4, don't confront the snakes directly. 5, don't become a snake.
That is one of the cringiest pussyfoot. I like how don't confront the snakes. The f do you mean, dude? Here's actual leadership advice. If someone's wrong you at work, immediately tell somebody. Hello? Like, what a pushover thing. Yeah, no wonder the guy started finger his wife. You know what I mean? Good lord. He's like, all right, I spotted the snake, but I'm not going to confront him. He's like railing his wife in the office. Hiss. Here's the flute. Another man by the name of Ethan, this time a young Jim Bro college student, posts a lesson about eating too many hard-boiled eggs. This is the LinkedIn profile stuff I like. If I was a general manager at Red Robin, I'd be on LinkedIn. You know, I'd make these kind of posts. Burgers, smiles, and cheap cocktails. That's my Friday. 10:30 in the morning. I mean, just plastered. Here comes a recent experience where he was stopped by the staff member of the dining hall with 9 hard-boiled eggs. Staff member explains that there is a hard-boiled egg limit of 3 per student now, because someone has been eating 15 eggs a day. And he dramatically writes, I just nodded, because that someone was me. Awesome. Every morning,
fucking hate this shitty fucking life, man.
Downing sometimes as many as
Every
20
fucking day is a
eggs in
punishment.
one sitting. Which also, God, the breath on that guy. Fuck. 20 hard-boiled eggs, you kidding me?
I have to fucking wake up today, but I can't just wake up fucking dead one day.
Oh.
Fucking hate my life so fucking much. 33 years of pain and fucking suffering.
What if I did it 20? Should I just do it 20 times? He then spins this into an explanation about how this taught him about consistency. And ends the post saying, you don't need to broadcast your effort. You just need to show up enough times and that the system
Fucking hate
around
my
you
life
starts
so
to adjust. Sometimes it's a new policy. Sometimes it's a new opportunity. But people notice. And that can be a good thing or a bad thing, depending on what you're building. I was just building muscle, but they were building a rule book.
What's wrong?
Our goals. I want you to say that's a horrible human being.
I was gonna say, do you think he felt embarrassed and he had to justify?
No, I think he felt proud. Like, I think that unironically he lives by that like motto. It's main character syndrome. It doesn't matter where you go online. Inevitably, you're gonna find that corner of any social media platform that engages in some horny behavior. It's easy to imagine this happening on LinkedIn, especially when you consider the ego most of these grind-set business people have. Many people will post about how excited they are to tackle the week, but attach bathroom selfie pictures that make them out to be nothing more than thirst traps. Ready to fucking take some asses and get some names. One man named Eric that decided to pose for a shirtless pic that just barely crops out his balls. Strangely enough, the post this image is attached to is a chaotic essay where Eric explains that there are false rumors in the Bay Area about how he is stalking women. He also explains how it would be impossible for him to resort to stalking because he's accustomed to women being obsessed with him instead. He goes on to boost his own ego by stating he's brilliant, handsome, has a large penis, and is a 40-year-old that looks 20. That's definitely some fucking boomer shit there. I got a huge fucking... I basically look like I'm 20 and I'm rich as fuck. It's a LinkedIn post. Where do you think Eric works?
Oh, I was thinking Best Buy.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, he's like a manager.
A day manager.
Best Buy corporate.
One man went viral after discovering that his wife was having an affair with a work acquaintance for almost a year. When he realized what she had done, he accessed her LinkedIn account and shared with a work.
What kind of woman's jilted husband? What the fuck kind of word is that? Jilted? I guess that means jealous husband or something. I guess it means are jealous. They just put a stupid fucking random word in there just to try to seem
For
smart.
almost a year. When he realized what she had done, he accessed her LinkedIn account and changed her job title to cocksucker before writing a post admitting to the act and graphic details.
Senior leader cocksucker sustainability content strategy.
Title to cocksucker before writing a post admitting to the act and graphic detail. The post read, "Had a wonderful night at the Women's Power Awards in Manchester last night, but unfortunately, my husband found this picture of me with 2 fingers in my vagina, which I had sent to Gareth Megson of Softcat, who I've been having an affair with for the past 9 months. So, as you can imagine, it's been a hectic day moving out the family home and trying to talk to our children about why I'd thrown the family away for some extramarital penis in a few hotels around Leeds, the back of a car, and even in an alleyway." I think maybe the post is too far. I do think it's funny changing her job title to cocksucker. If I saw that, I'd be like, LinkedIn is a truly strange place. On one hand, it's necessary for a lot of people to stay connected in the industry of choice. And on the other, it's one of the most vapid, competitive, dick-measuring contests on the internet. You have to use it. Don't let the things you see have an impact on how you feel about your own career. More often than not, things you see on your timeline are just adult fantasies made to boost engagement or
it's
sell
a sick
you
little
for a
commercial,
stupid
dude.
course of some kind. Basically, just trying to trick you into thinking that your life sucks.
There's all the little jobs you can be and shit.
You know what? LinkedIn, haven't been there, and maybe you shouldn't either. Unless your job makes you. And the only thing is to reevaluate that job.
I just have an AI bot just do posts.
Jarvis, make a post. That's what I would do.
That's
All
got
right, guys,
Pete
we'll see
Tar
you
to
in the
use
next
his
one. Bye-bye.
bots to make me buy. Pete Tar, make me a post, man. The scariest toy ever made.
Cool, you tired of getting bullied at work and school? You suck! Get an awesome shirt, I'm telling you. You'll get tons of pussy, lots of money, and you'll get a lot of friends. Use the link here.
Don't end up like this. Doing how you doing. Come on in and sit on down. Today we're talking about Furbies. We were in a thrift store recently, saw a Furby, scared the shit out of me, forgot that was even a thing. And it got me thinking, everybody back in the day had Furbies, right?
Yeah, you
throughout
touch
the
the tongue and
90s,
it
there were
fucking...
many massively popular toys that would come out and cause absolute pandemonium across the country. You had Beanie Babies, Furbies, Barbies,
Oh, yeah, Beanie
G.I.
Babies.
Joe. Even I had some G.I. Joe.
Oh yeah,
I had a whole shitload of
You ever go through a
Can't
kid
stand
phase?
this guy, lol.
I just remember taking off his pants one time being like,
Why not, dude? He's 3.2 million subscribers.
Up in the air, see if they break when they landed.
my favorite
Fine.
toy was you get a bunch of blocks, you just get Hot Wheels, like a track.
Watch something else then, dog.
He's not funny, lol.
He's hilarious, dude. Streaming when driving keeps causing accidents. Oh, it's fucking Karen. YouTube's Karen. Oh, what the fuck, my hackers? Get off my shit, dude. I didn't watch this shit yet, hackers. Come on. Dude, hackers, let me watch this video part.
Where the world's worst drivers are addicted to streaming themselves driving. And it feels less like it's even a driving stream. It's more like a Russian roulette stream because it's just a matter of time before someone dies from it. I have seen so many clips over the last couple months of people streaming while in the car and then getting into an accident, and the entire time they're just glued to their chat without even paying attention to the road. They basically treat their car like it's a fucking meteor and they're crashing it into the dinosaurs out there. Like, there is just no even attempt to brake in certain cases. It's a blatant disregard not only for their own lives, but the safety.
I mean, not
of all
everybody
the
can sit on their
innocent
computer and
people
get
around
fucking
them.
50,000 viewers
It's
like you,
unfortunately become
bud.
pretty popular to
Some people have to go
stream
outside.
racing out there on the public roads and cutting up and shit. And the
Especially,
people that are doing
of course there is, dude. YouTube fucking promotes all these fucking channels that are fucking illegal street racing in New York. YouTube fucking doesn't demonetize these channels or take down these channels like they should. They take down all the fucking channels that fucking climb cranes and trespass, but they won't take down videos that are fucking reckless driving and endangering fucking everyone around their lives.
this
They'll take them
are
down eventually.
Probably not even able
Someone
to
just has to die
rub
first.
their tummy and their head at the same time, yet they're out there doing these maneuvers and inevitably crashing because they're fucking horrible at it and shouldn't be doing it on public roads in the first place. So I keep seeing all of these car crash clips from streamers that are streaming this entire thing. I muted the audio in the clip because it's just music playing, there's no talking, but you can see the stream chat popping off with 3 people. Someone said, SMH Melt can't drive, and that comment's going to age like wine. That was Nostradamus right there with the prediction, because Melt's about to get into an accident. Melt is basically like fucking SpongeBob with the boatmobiles, just always crashing, it seems, because he is a truly terrible, terrible driver.
Oh, this guy's near me, dude. Let me see those signs. This guy's, that's what our highways look like.
Truly terrible, terrible driver.
Pine Street. Wait, hold on a second.
Seems because he is a truly terrible, terrible driver.
Fuck, I just missed it.
Seems because he is a truly terrible, terrible driver.
Pine Street, Peachtree. Let's see the highway number on this fucking site right here. Civic Center. I think this is in Mississauga. This might be in Mississauga. Damn. Well, he turns in his lane and hits. Oh, he turns into a lane and fuck. He doesn't even check his mirrors. He just hits the fucking car. I'm jerking on big cock. Somebody writes.
Shout out to one of the 3 viewers in this guy's stream that decided to type in chat, "I'm jerking on big cocks during the car crash." This one's for you, buddy. Nice. Let's go ahead and show you the other angle of the crash.
Yeah, he's not checking his fucking mirrors. What a fucking idiot.
LOL.
Fucking idiot, dude. He ain't checking his fucking mirrors. And wait, how does he have stars on the fucking roof? Is that a Rolls Royce? There's no way he's in a fucking Rolls Royce. Because the Rolls Royce is that fucking ceiling. It's like fucking stars on the ceiling. I mean, it could be custom, but that's what Rolls Royce are known for. They have fucking like dope ass fucking ceilings in them.
A lot of cars get that now.
Oh, they copy the Rolls Royce. Okay.
You get a couple different angles here from this disaster. You get the fucking GTA cinematic cam coming in for a moment. Apparently both of these vehicles were racing. So that first clip you saw, like the dash cam, that car was racing with the streamer whose cabin you can see in. And that car tries to cut across multiple lanes, it seems, and hits right into the other vehicle, causing that big crash, which apparently led to multiple injuries, none life-threatening.
Yeah, YouTube fucking promoting the shit out of fucking reckless driving. Why is Squeeze Ben's not fucking banned from YouTube? Why is fucking, what's his name? License not banned from fucking YouTube? All they're doing is endangering fucking people's lives and fucking reckless driving. How are their channels allowed to be fucking monetized? Not to mention banned. Not to mention if it can be allowed on the platform.
I understand it, at least based on current information, but you can see the panic inside the cabin when they realize what's happened, and they're going so fast that this could just be immediately life-ending. And luckily it wasn't. Also, luckily there were no other innocent vehicles involved in this crash.
This guy's really good at padding.
Just a catastrophe from start to finish.
This guy's really good at padding. He turned like a 30-second video into a 30-second clip into like a 20-minute video. It's crazy.
9 lanes there before blasting the other streamer's car. I don't even know what the plan was. It's not like he's actually like driving or racing. At that point, he's just kind of like drifting.
Oh, dude, the streamer turned into his lane. And there's not, what highway has 9 lanes on it? Look, what the fuck?
Drifting through lanes, and it looks like he's treating his car like a fucking torpedo solely to hit the other streamer's car. And the other streamer also seems to have been cutting across lanes all willy-nilly and didn't see that his friend was doing the same, and then they collided. And then when you see the footage inside the cabin, nobody is really ready for what's just happened. Like the passenger there, she doesn't have her seatbelt on properly. She's got it tucked behind her back, it seems, so it's not across her chest, and she has her legs on the dashboard. So in an accident like this, that's probably some broken legs. And
Yeah, it's
based
okay.
on
She's
what-
over 16 years old. She can choose if she wants to wear a seatbelt or not. That's the law in Canada. If you're over 16 years old, you can choose if you want to wear a seatbelt or not. I mean, the driver has to wear one, no matter what. But passengers, as long as you're over 16, you can choose.
one of the reports I've seen,
Yeah.
there are people saying
Yep.
that one of the passengers.
If you're over 16 years old, the driver is not responsible for your seatbelt. You're responsible for your own, so yeah.
Fucked their legs up. I imagine if that's true, it's probably her. Since
Driver
her
gets
legs were on the
fined for
dash and the
everyone here.
seatbelt wasn't on properly, she probably did get like really.
Oh,
fucked
yeah,
up
it's
from
not
it.
like that
I
here,
imagine
Stan.
quite a few of them did. This is a very high speed collision. All entirely
Yeah, this
avoidable.
guy's just gonna be
if
rambling
they
for
weren't
fucking
fucking
what,
streaming.
10 more minutes. 5 more minutes. Nakey Jakey is here. Did Nakey Jakey fucking made a video? Nakey Jakey. Nakey Jakey's back.
I love Bro
Dude, stop.
and his videos.
Fuck off,
Do not
hackers. Get off my computer.
On Monday, November.
You fucking hackers. Get the fuck out of my computer, you dirty fucking hackers. I don't got shit in here.
10 years ago, on Monday, November 30th, 2015, I uploaded a YouTube video called Games That Should Bang, Grand Theft Auto 5 and Metal Gear Solid 5. I always did have a knack for short clickbaity titles. For 7 of those 10 years, Team
There's a
Cherry,
bench in
very
his house?
small game developer from Australia, was working on one thing. The highly
There you go,
anticipated
Team
sequel
Cherry.
to their hit game Hollow Knight, Silk Song. Silk Song finally came out in September to everyone's surprise and proceeded to crash every gaming storefront known to man. And I proceeded to play the absolute devil out of it. So naturally, being a YouTube video essayist critic who gives a shit, I thought to myself, oh, I just gotta make a video about this. But then I had even more thoughts. Thoughts about myself and my experience as a game critic. Thoughts about what value game critics even hold. Thoughts like, why do I,
This
of
guy
all
uploads,
people,
like, once a
a
year,
dumbass
but,
from
like, he's
South
really good at
Dakota
his
with a
videos.
high school level education, possess any right or platform to cast my banal thoughts into an oversaturated sea of men standing in front of green screens going, are you a 22 to 34-year-old male that remembers nostalgia? Remember Xbox? In your innocence? remember the Titans? Wait, but isn't that like your
Remember the
whole
Titans?
thing? Yeah, and your thing is constantly saying stupid shit like this is too linear and this is too outdated, and if every game isn't either Fallout New Vegas or Dark Souls, me and my ball are gonna growl at you. But you are not the one at least trying to make Starfield. You are not the one at least trying to make The Last of Us Part 2. Bro, you are not the thinker. You are the one barely managing to write a script right now in between your prolonged bathroom sessions of scrolling YouTube shorts for 30 minutes, and you are the one who just used the wrong "your" back there. Okay, what is happening right now? I mean, what even qualifies as a good sequel in the eyes of the self-appointed online critic YouTube fucker anyway? Is it getting more of the same but bigger, better, and more badass? Is it the overt, haha, remember that one? Fan service? Is it defying expectations and just pissing everyone off and saying, all right, fuck it, here's Raiden, have fun, he's gonna get his gummy worm out later, and he does gummy worm cartwheels too. Yeah, it's probably a lot of those things on like a case-by-case basis.
His gummy
What's the
worm.
genius title gonna be this time, you 10-year yoga yapping yokel bitch? Team Cherry's game design is outdated? It's different this time, damn it. How about Team Cherry's game design is frustrating, Team Cherry's game design is brilliant, Team Cherry's game design is punishing, satisfying, obtuse, enthralling, clever, good, bad, complicated, simple, but it's not just one fucking word. Won't you finally realize, after doing this trivial slot for a decade, that nothing and no one can ever be summed up
Mad good
by
at
just
editing, man.
one
Does he have his own fucking studio now? I think he has his own fucking studio now. Nice.
Okay, so I'm definitely going through some sort of midlife crisis as far as the trajectory of my career goes, but all of that aside, I really do want to make a good, interesting review on Silksong. But what even is a good review when everything is so incredibly subjective? I mean, I guess my hope is that when you're watching my videos, you're always seeing it through the lens that this is one man's deranged thoughts and not a objective opinion that everyone should have. But what if my videos had a numbered score at the end of them, and that score was aggregated on Metacritic, and that score brought down the overall Metacritic rating, and now the developers fail to meet the publisher's expectations and people lose their jobs? I mean, fuck it, Microsoft kills companies that get good Metacritic scores. Suddenly, a subjective opinion carries a lot more responsibility with it. I'm not saying mine necessarily does, thank God, but still, if your opinion is potentially going to be seen by millions of people and it's the thing that pays your bills and you throw a sponsor in the middle of it, it all just starts to get a little weird if you think about it too much, which I definitely am not. I would never. But at the same time, obviously, we need criticism. No one has all the time in the day to shovel through mountains of music, movies, TV shows,
Flockavelli. Scarface, the world is yours for PS2.
To figure out what's good and what's dog shit. Games are even weirder though because they demand something of you, an active participation where what could be extremely hard and inaccessible for one is binky dinky bullshit baby tummy time for others. Not to mention some are asking you for $70 or $80 now, and even the good ones can still release as a stuttering, shader compiling, unreal amount of issues Engine 5 RTX on DLSS HD.
People are quitting because they started on fucking Iron Man. That's the only reason why the WoW players are quitting, because they thought they were fucking badass and they started on fucking Iron Man.
Really
which is
fucking
stupid.
hard. That much has certainly been established. But is it too hard? And is it so hard that the Metacritic score should be lowered because of its too hardness? And what does too hard necessarily even mean? What does too hard even look like? What does too hard feel like? What does too hard sound like? God damn. Okay, you're cut off. So let's try to break down hardness into two things: difficulty and punishment. I came across this really great comment by user Jade Mallow on Reddit during the Silksong difficulty discourse that broke down the fundamental difference between D and P really well. Difficulty is the mechanical demand on the player during gameplay. How fun. Whether it's precise physical inputs during a platformer or action game, or mental acuity or problem solving ability during a puzzle or strategy game. And punishment is what happens when the player fails to meet those demands. You fall into a hole, you gotta restart the level. You die from a boss, you gotta go back to the bonfire. You accidentally skip a cutscene when you didn't mean to in a Kojima game, and now you are just so fucking confused. Who is Mr. Corndog Man, and how am I ever supposed to figure out what his favorite microwavable frozen snack is? Celeste, really high difficulty, extremely low punishment. Difficulty on my made up graph here is like an 8. Punishment is like a 1. If we split the difference, we can calculate an overall bullshit factor. Balatro over here is like the polar opposite. Pretty low second to second difficulty demand on the player, let's say like a 2. However, very high punishment because when you fail, you have to start your entire run over, but each run is pretty short, so I don't know, let's say like a 7, giving an overall bullshit factor of 4.5. But what about something like this? Mechanically, it's pretty difficult, mostly just because the fucking tank controls. But it's really the punishment that is
tank controls.
Save rooms are the only checkpoints in the game, so if you die, you will always go back to the last time you saved. But in order to save, you have to use these ink ribbon items, and there's a finite amount of them in the game. Goddamn. So a difficulty demand of like, I don't know, 5, but a punishment of like 9, and if we have our hamster crunch our numbers, we can get a bullshit factor of 7. Ooh. Definitely not a game.
That's a high bullshit factor.
About Resident Evil 4? That's why he's the GOAT. Mechanically, it's a lot more demanding now because it's full-on action, but the punishment is way more chill. You get an automatic checkpoint at the beginning of every new room you waltz into, so if you die, it's okay, Leon, just try again. So although the difficulty demand is a bit higher,
it's an Iron Man music.
5, I don't know, none of these numbers are real, but the punishment is more chill. Let's say like a 3, given a bullshit factor of 4.75, making it way more accessible to way more gamers, leading to way more people actually reaching the end of the game, which you should. There's a jet ski. Oh my god, I just spoiled the fucking jet ski. I'm so fucking sorry. Also, Mark Brown of Game Maker's Toolkit dropped a video about Silksong and difficulty and basically just explained everything I just did, but way better and more effectively. And he also used a graph, and I watched that and I was like, man, I did not go to college. Okay, that's enough for that. I think it's time for me to talk, okay? You know what? No, actually, you shut the fuck up and wait a second, because I actually made merch.
Oh, I need to get some food. Beside me. Sweater around? Oh yeah, it's a sweater there. That. Grab some food from the store underneath me. It's my wallet. Hmm. Smell fucking dead mouse in my room. I think one of the fucking mouse died in my room. It smells like asshole. It smells like fucking death in here, dude. Holy shit. If one of the mice fucking died or something in my room. Or my cell. Smells like fucking death in here. Holy shit. Ooh. Holy fuck.
for once to commemorate this whole 10 years of dog shit thing on ballcreative.store. So you know what? I'm gonna take the talking stick for a second, okay? We got some serious pieces, okay? You guys remember the thank you for watching Arial font? Also, sometimes I've written it down. Do you remember the Tom Hanks shirt? We got a Jacob Hanks shirt now. There was that one time I sat on a ball. Ball Creative LLC. We got the big graphic on the back. Ballcreative.store. Okay. All right, lawyer. It's your turn. Go keep our lights on. Okay. Thank you. I guess now it's my turn with the talking stick. Hi, I'm Jakey, and Jakey. Attorneys.
I love his fucking ads on, dude. They're fucking hilarious, dude.
Crappy homemade spreadsheets that I make, but I get confused as all get out. What even is going on here? Is that Wingdings? But today's sponsor, Rocket Money, is here to help. Rocket Money is an easy-to-use app that helps you save more and manage your money better. Using Rocket Money, I created a customized budget in seconds, and I never had that down as well. You got it, teach all of your subscriptions in one place with just a few taps. Take control of your finances today. Click the link in the description or scan the QR code on screen right now. Let's get back to the Naked Jacob Power Hour. What's he doing this time? Check this out. He's probably so outdated. He's just like a mangled mangled bag of bones and sawdust. But he's still wearing a really cool tap out shirt that says something like, "Pain is just freakness and leaving the body," and a snapback that says, whatever.
Tap out. Just tap out too.
Okay, I'll miss you. But within D and P, there's more specific types of F, or friction. Some being nice heavenly friction, and some being evil little frickers. More like split friction. Go ahead and write that down. I'm gonna need a freaking frictionary to keep up with this guy. And yeah, I am the teacher's pet, in case you were wondering. Going back to Resident Evil, you could argue the high punishment is necessary though, because it provides stakes. It gives you something to lose, makes you think more carefully about your decisions the next time. But most importantly, that friction is a fundamental tool to immerse you into a world that is supposed to make you feel poor, lost, and scared. Or PLS. Please write that down as well. You got it, teach. I'm still the teacher's pet. Example of a bad friction, a little fricker. Grand Theft Auto Trilogy on the Sony PS2. You drive across the big-ass map to start a mission. During the mission, you drive back to the other side of the big-ass map. Somewhere along the way, you die to some random bullshit. You awaken at a hospital with less money, none of your weapons, and on top of that, now you get to drive all the way back across the map just to start the mission over again. GTA 4 added the immediate retry text message, which was huge, and then Red Dead Redemption and onward just had full-on automatic checkpoints during the missions. Where for better or worse, now there's like 0 stakes, vastly decreasing the punishment to like a 1, while also making the difficulty like a 2 or 3, calculating a bullshit factor of 2, making them extremely accessible to gamers of all skill levels, and sold like 1 trillion copies. I don't really know, man. I never really played them. I got Gamecast. But it has been
Oh, my friend sent me some music. Oh, sorry for streaming.
Proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that in the year 2025 AD, gamers love getting they ass beat. Dark Souls, especially at the time of its release, was like 999 difficulty punishment bullshit factor. It is straight up obnoxious to a new player. But
Dark Souls is just the same as every other RPG game. The only thing it is, you're only given 1% health of what you normally get. And monsters get 100% fucking increased damage. That's all it is.
Wouldn't be nearly as memorable or meaningful an experience if it didn't beat your ass in the manner it does, while also having such a rich world full of unexplained secrets making you say please. But Dark Souls is far from perfect and also has some really bad frictional aspects as well, aka how nothing is balanced at all and you can get cursed by frogs, and some runbacks are just obnoxious to be obnoxious, and some areas run like shit and some areas just aren't finished. But Dark Souls inspired a billion games after it, including Hollow Knight. While playing Silk Song, I thought about a lot of different Souls games.
Oh yeah, it even
more
inspired the new
specifically,
RuneScape.
Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree, because I feel they have a lot in common. Erdtree, more so than any Souls game prior, cranked that difficulty knob so goddamn high it nearly broke off the Miyazaki flux capacitor. But it also had relatively low punishment a lot of the time, at least when it comes to many of the boss fights. FromSoft gradually realized that, hey, do you guys think that maybe forcing the player to do a run back every single time they want to attempt a really hard boss might be a pointless waste of time that offers no stimulating challenge beyond proving you can do the same thing over and over again? Perchance, yes. But we can still do the fucked up swamp level, right? Well, yeah. I mean, come on. God, I love working here. We're all so fucked up. That's why most bosses have a checkpoint right outside the door. Now they can have a boss that two-shots you with a never-ending 20-hit combo without
Holy
fully
fuck.
maximizing that bullshit.
You see that shit,
with a
dude?
never-ending 20-hit combo
Just jumps at you
without
that
fully
fast?
maximizing that bullshit meter to where I stop playing. Although, sometimes I got pretty fucking close. Some of those fuckers were just way too fast. It's like they went back to making Sekiro bosses, but with Dark Souls 3 combat. And you just get to die a billion times until you can finally differentiate which combos actually end and which ones just extend into an infinity. Goddamn girl, how much stamina you fucking got? And I soloed the last boss at launch before they nerfed him, and I have footage of it to prove it. So don't you dare reduce any possible criticism to get good, pussy. I had a whole video about Erdtree that I actually canceled because it just wasn't very good, and a lot of my complaints at the time did sort of just boil down to skill issue, but I had a pre-release review copy and everything courtesy of Bandai Namco.
No, I don't understand why.
I probably should put the video out. Actually, that's my bad.
Hey, Dark Souls, why are you the weakest person in the game? Everything can kill you in 1 or 2 hits.
Is too hard. Is
Like
because
literally
when they
everything.
upped that difficulty knob, they did not also adjust that punishment knob accordingly. Combat, platforming, and bosses are all typically much more demanding than a lot of Hollow Knight 1. Certain enemies hit you for 2 masks. Most bosses hit you for 2 masks. Hell, even environmental hazards sometimes hit you for 2 masks. And you only start with 5, so if my calculus is correct, that's a 3 mistake wiggle room you're rocking with. And even when you finally get a 6th mask after hunting down 4 different mask shards, you still die in 3 hits because 6 divided by 2 is still 3, so why didn't I just start with 6 masks to make that first new mask actually hit once I got it? You got me over here doing fucking bug math! But like Hollow Knight 1, the punishment for failure is having to repeat sometimes long, sometimes short, but oftentimes tedious run-back sections just to get another crack at a boss you have 0 knowledge on. And 3 mistakes to quickly try and learn that boss before once again walking your white bug ass back to 8 Mile. Which this is really the core nugget and central thing I was trying to get to this whole time. When is it fun to repeat stuff? Because okay, in an effort to be a fair critic, perchance we look at it a different way. One could argue Silky is actually predominantly a platformer that just heavily features combat. And in many platformers, the punishment for failure is having to complete many sections that you have already completed because that's where the sense of accomplishment often stems from. It's like fighting Bowser at the end of a Mario level, but this Bowser boofs creatine. And finally beating Boof Bowser might not be as satisfying if the stakes of really not wanting to do that fucking run back again weren't there. Remember stakes and punishment and friction and all that stuff with Resident Evil? We talked about it, remember? But also, I felt that proving I can get to the last judge boss fight over and over didn't really add anything to my eventual sense of accomplishment when I beat it. It's just a bunch of time spent I know I will never get back. But hold on there, Yogi Bear. To counter my counter, I then read the article Hollow Knight Silksong's Hardest Checkpoint and Why I Like It by Lee Brady on my favorite gaming publication I've definitely heard of before, TrueAchievements.com. And Lee made a pretty damn compelling argument in favor of this now notorious runback's inclusion, essentially saying that this sharp jump in difficulty right at the end of Act 1 is a final test to the player to make sure that they can hang once it gets really fucked up in Act 2. The player, fueled by their impatience and frustration, will likely get much better at platforming simply because they want to get through this ass play as fast as possible. Maybe even discovering shortcuts along the way via nail bouncing, which is certainly a skill Act 2 wants you to be pretty fucking good at. And with this particular, now infamous runback to the last judge, I surprisingly might actually side with Lee Brady on this one. You know what? Fuck it. Shout out trueachievements.com. They should pay me for all these shout outs they're getting. But also, in perchance, let me just say this. When I finally did beat the last judge, I fucking died from the explosion because my dumbass put the controller down. Bro, most bosses do like an explosion effect thing when they die, but this one actually fucking exploded. And now I get to do all of that over again because apparently I sinned a lot in a past life. But even if you're in the camp that thinks runbacks are a key component of this game, what about all the runbacks that don't really have anything going on? If every death requires me to mindlessly run back to a bathroom, I gotta run to a bathroom and shit my pants. If every death requires me to mindlessly run back to a boss room without any actual challenge thrown my way, then what is the point of the run back?
Yeah, it kind of gets boring. You're like, fuck it, I have to run back.
Overall playtime. I'm legit asking you, yes, you, whoever is watching this right
It's
now,
attention.
am I being a crazy, impatient iPad baby? I'm legit asking you right
Oh, they
now.
want
Be
you to keep
honest
running
with me.
back
Go
and
down
forth.
in the comments. Let me know. Do I need a Binky and a Binky and a Baby Bjorn to cruise around in?
mean
Let's
a
start
soother?
let's start a poll.
A
Let's hear from
Binky?
the people. Let's get it started. Shout out Black Eyed Peas. Let's get it started.
Pacifier or
Look
soother?
up the original lyrics to that song though. And do not even get it Black Eyed Peas started on the dirty dog shit piece of hogwash hog calling contest that is Coral Tower. Having to wait for Hornet to wake up, play the song again, wake up again, launch up into the room, get into the room, and then finally attempt the marathon of 3 separate Hell in a Cells full of freaky flyer miles that take 1 billion fucking hits to kill. Every single time you die is so wildly unnecessary and fucking infuriating. I'm spitting right now. Honestly, that run back of just having to wait for Coral Tower pissed me off more than any of the actual fights in this game because it turned out the hardest boss was the fucking clock in my house, but you would not believe the backstory. It's demented as shit. The nicest thing I can say about Coral Tower is that at least your fucking weapon tools don't run out because you're going into a dream. I use the hunter's crest. You're a hunter, you're going into a dream. You get fucked up by crows, and this is just Bloodborne. Do you know how many people I have recommended Bloodborne to who quickly bounced off it just because the beginning is so goddamn impossible to a new player? I have been racking my brain for years trying to understand why Bloodborne chose to have finite healing vials and bullets. I really want to understand the seemingly obtuse design choice of letting the player easily fall into the negative loop of, I'm dying because I used up all my blood vials, but
No, those Dark Souls games, they're all just the same. All you do is attack, then fucking roll, then attack, then roll, then attack, then roll. Like,
it's kind of the same shit. If you want to use the very cool tool weapons during very difficult boss fights, you're first gonna have to stock up on shards by grinding enemies or by purchasing shard bundles. I actually gamified the crap out of this once I was in Act 2 by getting really good at fighting these big guys in this long ass hallway. And I just do it until I had like 1,000 rosaries to spend on shard bundles and everything else that's expensive as fuck because the rosary economy is in the gutter. Bro, bosses can't even afford to have any. You are so
oh, remember Manhunt? Disturbing video games. Fucking video adventure.
Some video games are terrifying not because they're just horror games, but because they're based on real incidents. The characters, the locations, the situations all come from true stories. Today, we're diving into the darkest ones. These are disturbing video games inspired by true events. We'll begin with the bad cases and save the worst for last. So it's almost the end of the year, guys, and my goal is still the same, to increase the number of videos I put out without sacrificing
Wasn't Manhunt
quality. To do
banned?
that, we gotta keep growing, so it would mean the world if you subscribed, and I promise to do my
There's a
very
game
best
called
to make
Manhunt.
the
I
best
forgot
videos I
banned.
possibly can. I'm Visual Venture and you are awesome. The devil in me Most video games have a monster or a bad guy you must defeat. In most cases, that villain is pure fiction. But in 2022, a team of game developers wanted a villain who felt real. So they based him on one of the most evil people in American history, Henry Howard Holmes. Holmes lived in Chicago in the late 1800s. He owned a hotel in a busy part of the city, but he wasn't trying to run a normal business. Holmes ended the lives of the guests who stayed at his hotel. Simply put, people checked in, but many never checked out. Holmes designed the entire building to isolate victims, prevent escape, and end them with minimal witnesses. From the outside, the hotel looked ordinary.
The first floor was mostly storefront. Third story contained apartments that he rented out. But the second floor and basement is where Holmes put his chambers of terror.
This is a model of the second floor. Some rooms locked only from the outside. Others had moving walls and secret passageways.
There were rooms with no doors, rooms with many doors, blind passageways, and hinged walls.
Holmes even installed soundproofing so no one outside could hear the screams. If someone managed to escape a room, the hallways were designed to confuse them. In short, the hotel was one giant maze. Holmes carried out his crimes for years, but eventually he was caught. Holmes was arrested and put on trial. He confessed to ending 133 guests. The court sentenced him to be hanged. The story shocked the entire country. Newspapers nicknamed his hotel the Murder Castle, but as decades passed, the story faded. 100 years went by and people stopped talking about Holmes and his evil hotel. Then a video game brought him back into the spotlight. In 2022, a game called The Devil in Me was released. It was based on Holmes and his crimes. The game begins with a short film sequence. There's even a scene of Holmes on trial.
Oh, I've barely begun, Your Honor. You don't seem to understand. I was born with the devil in me.
But the story takes place long after Holmes is gone. A new criminal becomes obsessed with Holmes. He decides to copy his methods one victim at a time. So he builds a replica of Holmes' hotel and rigs it with traps. There are floors that drop people into spike rooms, hallways that shift like a maze. Some rooms are even designed to burn anyone who enters. When the hotel is finished, he wants to test it. So he invites a crew of filmmakers to spend time at his hotel. They think they're there to shoot a documentary, but once they step inside, the gate slams shut behind them. They're trapped in the hotel of horrors. This is where you take control. You play as the filmmakers. Your mission is simple: avoid the traps and get out alive. Survival comes down to choices. Choose well and the characters escape. Choose wrong and they don't. The developers later explained why they used Holmes as their inspiration. They believed that basing the villain on a real person made the horror more psychological, more intimate, and ultimately scarier. They were right, because The Devil in Me is one of the most disturbing games around. This next game takes you into the world of mad scientists. The Town of Light. The Town of Light takes place in an abandoned psychiatric hospital. You play as Renee, a woman trying to remember her childhood. Decades earlier, Renee was a patient in the same hospital. She had mental issues and was admitted for treatment, but something happened inside the hospital that erased her memories. Now, as an adult, she wants to know what the hospital did to her. The game leads you through dark hallways. You find Renee's old belongings. You enter the rooms she once lived in. You read medical files that describe the treatments she received. Every item triggers a flashback that reveals something Renee experienced, but her memories are disturbing. She remembers strange tests and feeling scared. Then she remembers the lobotomy. A lobotomy was a surgery meant to treat mental illness by removing parts of the brain. It was really popular in the 1930s and 40s, but it was later banned because it caused serious side effects. The game suggests Renee went through this procedure, and that's probably why her memories vanished. It was a tragic story, but the idea didn't come from thin air. The game developers were inspired by a real-life place called Volterra. It was one of the worst psychiatric hospitals in Europe. In the 1960s, Volterra was a huge mental asylum in Italy. More than 6,000 patients lived there, but it didn't feel like a hospital. It operated more like a prison. Patients were treated like inmates. Nurses described themselves as guards or supervisors. Most patients were kept heavily sedated or isolated. If anyone resisted, the staff used harsh punishments, like electroshock treatments and ice tank submersions. Anything that forced patients to obey. If none of that worked, doctors performed lobotomies. After the procedure, many patients ended up with permanent damage, just like Renee in the game. Over time, Volterra gained a dark reputation. People called it the place of no return. Many patients never made it out. Eventually, the Italian government investigated the hospital, and in 1978, they shut it down because patients were treated so badly. After the closure, the building was abandoned, and people still explore the ruins mountains today. Inside, you can still see graffiti left behind by patients. And thanks to the Town of Light game, more people understand what life was like inside those walls. Up next is a story that takes us all the way to Russia. Kholat. Kholat was released in 2015. It's based on a real tragedy involving 9 Russian hikers. They went into the mountains, and what happened next made no sense at all. The mystery sparked countless conspiracy theories. Some even believed aliens attacked the hikers, but the hikers never confirmed what truly happened. They couldn't because none of them made it back alive. This is the real story. In 1959, 9 college students left for a winter hike in the Ural Mountains. They prepared for harsh weather. They were all experienced hikers. They were expected home in 3 weeks, but they didn't return. Their families finally sent out a search team. The only way to find the missing hikers was to follow the same path they took, so that's what rescuers did. Soon, they found a tent buried under the snow. Once they inspected it, the details didn't add up. The hikers' belongings were still inside. Their winter clothes were folded. Their boots and gear were all in there. That meant they walked out into freezing temperatures with almost no clothing. Something must have forced them out before they could suit up. Then rescuers noticed something even stranger. Inside the tent was a plate of sliced food. It looked like the group was getting ready to have supper. Then something made them run. Rescuers also found that the tent was slashed open from the inside. All the clues pointed to one conclusion.
The group had cut their way out and fled their shelter in a panicked rush.
The question was why? The search continued. Not far from the camp, rescuers found the remains of 5 hikers. 2 were wearing only underwear. 4 hikers were still missing. Days passed with no sign of them. The search team eventually gave up. Months later, a local hunter found the last 4 hikers in a ravine. None survived, and they had unusual injuries.
The injuries had been sustained while they were all alive and could not have been inflicted by another person.
The story captured the world's attention. Newspapers summed it up like this: 9 hikers set up camp. Something terrified them. They cut open their tent and ran into the night. Then one by one, they lost their lives. Conspiracy theories exploded. Some said the hikers were victims of a secret government experiment. Others blamed aliens. Some suspected local tribes attacked them. More than 50 years later, this mystery inspired the creation of Kholat, and the developers used one conspiracy theory as the base of the game. In Kholat, you play as an explorer searching the Russian mountains. He's trying to solve a mystery. Months earlier, a group of hikers lost their lives in the area. Their story is identical to the real Russian hikers.
An abandoned encampment was found. The tent was torn down and covered with snow, with all the group's belongings left inside.
To win the game, you must find out what happened to them.
The truth behind this tragic course of events remains unexplained to this day. What really happened? Maybe the answer still waits to be discovered, deep under the snow.
Most of the game is exploration. You move through forests, snowfields, and empty camps. Along the way, you find diaries and carvings on rocks. Each clue adds more information.
I tripped on
At the
fucking
end, you
acid.
uncover the truth. Those mountains were the site
That
of a
acid
secret
tripping right
government
outside and
experiment.
frozen
The
it.
experiment created dangerous monsters, and those monsters ended the hikers. The game was fascinating, especially because it was based on a real event. But many players didn't like the pacing. They complained that it was boring and called it a walking simulator. Even with the criticism, Kholat did something impactful.
Fortnite's a
It brought
walking
attention back
simulator
to
and
the
fucking
real
people love
missing
it.
hikers. Sadly, we still don't know what truly happened.
Especially
to them.
OG
This next
Fortnite.
game is based on a
It's
story
fucking
you
trash.
probably covered in history class. A Plague Tale: Innocence. This game was inspired by one of the deadliest events in human
did not
history,
cover
the
any
Black
games.
Death. The Black Death was a pandemic that wiped out
The Black
millions, and the way it began was shocking. It started in October 1347. 12 trading
Yeah, we
ships
didn't
arrived in
talk about
Sicily.
video games in
Inspectors
history
boarded
class.
the vessels to check the cargo, but they walked straight into a nightmare. Almost everyone on those ships had passed away. The few still alive were barely conscious. They were all infected with a disease no one had ever seen before. They probably caught it while traveling, and now those ships carried that same infection into Italy. Everyone in the port panicked. They ordered the ships to leave at once, but it was already too late. The inspectors who boarded the ships were infected. They carried the disease home and passed it to their families. Within weeks, it spread across the country.
The plague exploded all across Italy and quickly spread along trade routes across the entire Mediterranean and Europe.
And this wasn't just a regular infection. The mortality rate was about 60%. That meant for every 10 people who got sick, only 4 survived. More than 8,000 villages were wiped out because everyone there passed away. But how did the plague spread so far so fast? The answer was rats. In the 1300s, rats were everywhere, especially in crowded cities. The rats carried the infection from street to street and country to country. In just 5 years, the Black Death ended more than 25 million lives.
How the rats carrying a fucking disease that can kill humans, but they're still alive?
History inspired a team
The rats are still fucking. How the rats alive?
Set in a world consumed by plague. That game was called A Plague Tale: Innocence. It follows two siblings, Amicia and Hugo. You play as Amicia. Your mission is to protect your brother Hugo and complete your objectives. As you progress, you discover that a deadly plague is spreading across the land. It sweeps through villages and ends lives.
The village is contaminated. That's why everyone's hiding.
The plague in the game is the Black Death.
The story focuses on a pair of young siblings who must escape the encroaching Inquisition and swarms of ravenous rodents in the course of one of the worst historical pandemics.
Just like the real pandemic, the infection is carried by rats. Thousands of them. The rats in the game are like a force of destruction. If they swarm you, it's game over. The only way to stop the rats is with light.
They run away from light and fire, so you need to use torches and fire and stuff in the environment to your advantage to clear paths of them when the ground is completely covered.
The game was a success. It was released in May 2019. By July 2020, it sold over 1 million copies. Gamers loved the adventure. Up next is a game of a tale we all remember learning about. Little Hope. Almost everyone has heard of the Salem witch trials. It was a time when being called a witch could get you jailed or worse. Many innocent lives were ended during that period. Later, someone decided to turn that tragic story into a video game. The Salem witch trials took place in Massachusetts in 1692. That's more than 300 years ago. Back then, people were extremely superstitious. They believed everyday problems were caused by curses. They suspected their neighbors were working with the devil. But the real trouble started when 2 girls accused 3 women of practicing witchcraft. The girls were lying, but the community was so superstitious that they believed them instantly. People thought they finally caught a real witch. The 3 women were arrested and put on trial. The judges gave them 2 choices: confess and call yourself a witch, or deny it and face execution. The women confessed to stay alive, but the confession came with a requirement. The judges ordered them to name other witches, so the women pointed to others. Those people were arrested too, and the cycle continued.
And at the same time the trials were taking place, you still had more people accused of witchcraft. It had become really a wildfire.
Soon the witch panic spread to 39 nearby towns. More arrests led to more accusations. People were charged with making a covenant with the devil. More than 250 people were arrested. Some were thrown in jail. Others were given the ultimate punishment. None of it was based on real proof. It was all fear, rumors, and superstition. The Salem witch trials became one of the most infamous events in history. Movies, books, and songs had been made about it. And eventually, a game studio turned it into a game.
Songs have been made about it?
Little Hope begins in modern times. 5 characters are riding a bus at night. The driver loses control and crashes the bus. The group wakes up inside the town of Little Hope. They realize the town is deserted, and the bus driver is gone. Their first goal is simple: stay alive long enough to escape the town. They try to walk out, but no matter which direction they take, they end up back in the same spot.
I walked away from you! We're trapped here! There's no way out!
Since they can't leave, they explore the town. They find old records about Little Hope's history. The documents describe witch trials that took place in Little Hope. Suspected witches were arrested and punished. The events are almost the same as the Salem witch trials. After the group finds this information, everything gets worse. Strange creatures start hunting them. These are the ghosts of those wrongfully accused as witches. Their spirits never found peace. Now they haunt the town. To win the game, you must protect the characters. Smart choices keep them alive. Bad ones can wipe out the whole group.
Give me a hand here! Hold on, hold on. I'm coming back for you, John. Hold on.
Little Hope was released in 2020 and received positive reviews. It blended fear, mystery, and history into one unsettling story. This next game is based on a real family tragedy. Cursed Mountain. Cursed Mountain is
one of these books we had when I was a kid that is like a game too. It's like you'd read, and at the end of the page you can choose a decision. And whatever decision you picked, you'd change like the page. Like if it said, pick yes, you go to page 10. Pick no, you go to page 7. There's like a story. There's like a game book, kind of. I forgot what they're called, but yeah, I remember those things. Those are gangsta.
2009. In the game, you play as Eric Simmons. Eric has one goal: find his missing brother Frank and bring him home. Frank disappeared while climbing the Himalayan mountains.
Days ago, Frank set out to climb Chum Alonso with a climbing partner, Paul Ward. He's still up there.
Eric climbs the same mountain to find out what happened.
So, once again, it's Eric Simmons off to rescue his kid brother.
He expects rough weather and steep slopes, but what he faces is far worse. Eric's first problem is the ghosts. Over the years, many climbers lost their lives on that mountain. Their ghosts now haunt the path. Throughout the climb, their spirits attack Eric. They rush toward him and try to grab him. They do anything to make him fall, but the ghosts are only the beginning. The winds are freezing. If Eric doesn't reach shelter fast enough, the cold could end him. Higher up the mountain, the air becomes thin. Eric starts running out of oxygen and begins to hallucinate. To survive, you must help him find oxygen tanks buried in the snow. If you survive everything, you eventually reach the top. However, the ending is tragic. Eric finds his brother Frank, but it's too late to save him. Frank is frozen in the snow. Even with such a sad ending, many players enjoyed the game, but most had no idea it was inspired by a real-life tragedy from the 1970s. It involved a man named Reinhold and his younger brother Gunther. Reinhold was an expert mountain climber. In 1970, he decided to climb a mountain called Nanga Parbat. It was one of the most treacherous climbs on Earth. Many people were too scared to even attempt it.
As the 9th highest mountain on Earth, this means it is also one of the fabled 8,000 meter peaks, and also one of the only mountains on Earth that possesses a so-called death zone.
At the time, the mountain had a fatality rate of 77%. That meant 2 out of 3 climbers never made it back alive. Reinhold understood the danger, but he wasn't going alone. He asked his brother Gunther to join him. Gunther was also a climber, but he was far less experienced. Still, he agreed. The brothers began their climb on June 26, 1970. Against all odds, they reached the summit the next day. But the real danger was on the way down. Gunther started showing signs of altitude sickness. The lack of oxygen affected his brain. At one point, Gunther became delirious. The brothers kept descending. They ran out of drinking water. They were exhausted. Gunther kept getting worse.
You got fucking a whole bunch of snow there. How do you run out of drinking water?
An avalanche hit the slope. Gunther lost his footing. Reinhold watched his brother get swept away in an avalanche. He searched for hours but never found him. Eventually, Reinhold had no choice but to continue down alone, and he made it. But he never gave up on his brother. For decades, Reinhold returned to the same mountain to search for Gunther. Every trip ended the same way: empty-handed, until one day Gunther's boot was finally found in 2005 by locals. That was 35 years after the accident. Reinhold and Gunther's story is one of the most tragic in mountaineering. 2 brothers went up a mountain, only one returned. This next game was inspired by one of the internet's biggest mysteries: The Bridge Curse 2: The Extrication. This game is set in a university, but it has nothing to do with education. It's about students who believe their campus is haunted, and they have a good reason to think so. Since the 1960s, people there have vanished without explanation. Others lost their lives in strange ways. Decades passed, but the rumors never stopped. And that brings us to the game's main timeline in 2016. In the game, you explore the university through 4 characters. One is a reporter investigating a missing person case. The other 3 are students filming a movie for a class project. Within minutes, one thing becomes clear: the university is truly haunted. You encounter evil spirits that can end you with a single touch. The worst part is that you can't fight back. There are no weapons. Your only options are running and hiding. When you're not hiding, you explore the campus and search for clues. Each clue reveals a part of the school's dark history. During your exploration, you find a VHS tape. The tape shows a girl acting strangely inside an elevator. It looks like normal.
Oh, the elevator
but
fucking
it's
murder.
much more than that. That clip is almost
Yeah,
identical
it's from the
to
fucking
CCTV footage from the real world. In 2013, a real girl
and then she was found inside the fucking big tank.
in a real elevator, but her story didn't end well. The footage was based on the case of Elisa Lam. In 2013, Elisa was 21. She traveled to Los Angeles for a trip. Then she suddenly disappeared. She stopped replying to messages. Her parents couldn't reach her. Finally, they reported her missing. Before she vanished, Elisa was staying at a hotel in LA. Police searched her hotel room for clues, but it was a dead end. There was no sign of kidnapping or foul play, so they widened the search.
They searched all the hotel rooms that they legally could, as well as the surrounding area of the hotel.
They found her in a fucking tank.
They found nothing.
Police questioned staff and reviewed security footage. That footage showed Elisa inside the hotel on the day she went missing. She walked into an elevator, then her behavior suddenly changed. She moved around like she was hiding from someone, but no one else was there. Then she began making strange gestures. It looked like she was interacting with someone, but again, no one else was there. Finally, Elisa stepped out of the elevator and disappeared from view. No one saw her again. Out of Leeds, police turned to the public for help. They released the elevator footage.
So right now we're asking your help
to see if anyone recognizes 21-year-old Elisa Lam. Her worried parents flew in from Vancouver, British Columbia.
The elevator video went viral. People on Reddit tried to explain Elisa's weird behavior. Some believed she was possessed. Others thought she was running from a stalker. But none of the theories explained where she went. The mystery was finally solved on February 19th, 2013, about 1 week after the elevator video was posted. Guests at the hotel complained that their tap
she's
water
found in a
turned
water
black.
tank.
Maintenance staff checked the water tanks on the roof. They found the source of the problem. Elisa was inside one of those tanks.
Nearly 3 weeks after Elisa Lam went missing, a body has been found in a water tank on the roof of her hotel.
There were countless questions. How did she get onto the roof? Why was she acting that way in the elevator? Police had no answers. The report said the exact circumstances that led to this remain unclear. With no evidence, the case went cold. To this day, no one knows what truly happened to Elisa. But that elevator video inspired documentaries, movies, and video games. One of those games was The Bridge Curse 2. The creators of this next game went to extreme lengths to make it as realistic as possible. Chernobylite. In 2021, a game studio called The Farm 51 released its most ambitious project yet. They called it Chernobylite. In the game, you play as a scientist named Igor. Igor's fiancée went missing during a nuclear disaster. Now he has to find her. To do that, Igor must enter the site of the nuclear disaster. That area is called the Zone, and it's a toxic wasteland filled with danger. Your goal is to survive as
So what, you think she's
going
gonna be fucking alive?
Radiation while fighting monsters and soldiers. The game also involves parallel dimensions, time travel, and secret government experiments, but it's obvious where the developers got their inspiration. The nuclear disaster and the Zone are identical to a real city. That city is called Pripyat, and it was one of the deadliest locations on Earth. In the early 1980s, Pripyat was a vibrant city in the Soviet Union. It had schools, shops, and thousands of families. The city was perfect, except for one thing. Pripyat was right next to a nuclear plant called Chernobyl. Then in April 1986, everything went wrong. Scientists at the plant were running a routine safety test. A computer glitch occurred. The team tried to fix it, but the problem escalated fast.
Temperatures soared.
If COVID-19 taught us anything, scientists are fucking idiots.
At 1:23 a.m., Reactor 4 exploded.
Scientist is the easiest job than a weatherman, than a paperboy,
drifted straight toward Pripyat. At the time, 50,000
and then a dog
people
walker.
lived in the city. They were all forced
the
to
easiest,
evacuate
four
overnight.
easiest jobs
Pripyat
in the world.
became a ghost town. The air was too dangerous to breathe. Officials sealed off
Anyone
the
can become a
entire
scientist.
area.
You just have to
Experts
know somebody.
estimate the city won't be habitable for up to 20,000 years. That whole region became known as the Chernobyl Exclusion Zone. About 30 years later, the game developers revisited the story. They wanted to build a game that takes place inside the Chernobyl Exclusion Zone, and they wanted it to feel as realistic as possible. So instead of downloading photos from the internet, they traveled to the zone themselves. Luckily, parts of the Exclusion Zone were open to tourists in 2011. Using 3D scanning technology, the team captured the entire area and built a digital version of it. They filmed everything they could: deserted buildings, collapsed homes, rusted cars, even piles of scrap metal. Then they recreated everything inside the game. Thanks to their work, Chernobylite isn't just the game. It's one of the most accurate digital recreations of the Exclusion Zone ever made. The most disturbing thing about these games isn't the horror. It's knowing that everything you're experiencing was inspired by something that actually happened.
What do you mean? You didn't even put Manhunt in. Manhunt wasn't even in there. Disturbing thing found on live streams. Oh.
Imagine spending months or even years searching for a missing person, only to find them in a random video on the internet. In this video, we'll explore stories where missing people were found on camera, both on live stream and on videos that were posted after. We'll start with the lighter ones and end with the ones that are the most shocking. So my goal this year, guys, is to increase the number of videos we put out for you guys without sacrificing quality. So it would mean the world to me if you subscribe to help us grow, and I promise to do my very best to make the best videos I can for you guys. I'm Visual Venture, and you are awesome.
Right,
The
baby. I
mystery
am
box.
awesome. Thank you.
Phil the Thrill was one of the biggest motovloggers on YouTube. Motovlogging is when riders film their motorcycle trips and post them online. They mount cameras on their helmets and record every turn, every stop, every surprise. Viewers love it because of the unpredictability. You never know what that helmet camera might capture next. That's what made Phil so popular. His channel showed him riding through forests, busy streets, and even abandoned buildings. In late 2020, Phil and his friends set out to film a ride through a local forest. As always, they had their cameras ready. What they didn't realize was that it would end with a 911 call. The ride started normally. Everything seemed peaceful until they noticed something strange by the riverbank.
You see that? What? What is that?
From a distance, it looked like trash, but as they got closer, they realized it wasn't. It was a plastic storage container sealed tight with thick ropes wrapped around it. Whoever closed it really wanted it to stay shut. And sitting right on top was a folded note.
Let me see.
It's like a note or something.
They picked it up and read it out loud.
With sadness, I'm writing this letter because I can no longer take care of her. I thought this could be the best way to give her a new life and home. Please take care of her.
The message was heartbreaking. Phil tried to lift the container. It was heavy. What abandoned thing could be so heavy? They decided not to open it there. Instead, they carried it back to Phil's house. There, they would have better lighting, more space, and a chance to call for help if something went wrong. They had no idea what they were about to uncover. Back home, Phil set the container on the floor. Every second was being recorded. He grabbed a knife and cut through the ropes.
Yeah. They really tied this up nice.
Finally, it was time to open the container.
Pull it off. Let's see what's in here.
Inside was a baby. For a few seconds, they froze, but the next move was obvious. They needed to contact the authorities.
After that, I immediately called the police, and they were able to get the baby reunited with her parents.
This video went viral. Millions watched. Comments poured in. Phil was called a hero, but as the video continued to circulate, the mood shifted. Viewers began rewatching the footage. They analyzed every frame. And suddenly, the story didn't add up. The first red flag appeared when Phil opened the box. One comment said there was a cut when you first lifted the lid. And they were right. There was a clear jump cut in the video right as the box was being opened. Why edit that exact part unless something was being staged? The viewers noticed another issue, the baby's condition. One person wrote, the baby didn't even cry. She looked like she was just relaxing in the box. And the clothing was fresh and neat. We are not easily fooled. For a baby supposedly abandoned in the woods, she looked well taken care of. It was as if someone carefully placed her there moments before filming. Viewers also questioned Phil's reaction. One said he's too calm for this to be real. And they had a point. Neither
people on YouTube believe everything's fucking real.
They felt rehearsed, like they already knew what
Same
was
people that
inside.
believe everything on
Then
TV
came
is
the
real
biggest
too.
red flag. No police report confirmed the discovery. No local news mentioned it. There was no recording of any baby being found. Then viewers checked Phil's older videos, and that's when everything started to make sense. It turned out this wasn't Phil's first miracle discovery. Every few months, his channel would post another unbelievable video. He would find a lost child, a missing person, or a crime scene. Somehow, Phil was always in the right place at the right time. To viewers, it looked less like a coincidence and more like a formula. Creating shocking content, go viral, repeat.
Giving his other videos with all of these outrageous situations, this is most likely a staged video.
The internet turned on him overnight. Fans who once praised him now accused him of faking
It's stupid how people
everything.
believe
Phil
everything
recorded
fucking online.
everything. His rides, his
They
discoveries,
think everything on
his
TV, everything in the
reactions.
movie
That
theater is
footage
fucking
helped him
real.
build an audience. But it's also what exposed him. His own content became proof of a pattern. And as a creator myself, this is the reality of it. My face, my voice, it's all tied to my name online. And a few years ago, someone used that against me. They found my personal information and threatened me in weeks with EN. We're dead serious, guys, when I say that Aura could protect you more than you know. This next live stream was so shocking, it made national headlines. The Bear Cam Rescue. Every year, 10 million people tune in to an event called Fat Bear Week. But this isn't the kind of stream people are used to seeing online. There are no gamers, no influencers, just grizzly bears.
Fat Bear Week, the annual bracket-style tournament which ranks Katmai bears in their pre-hibernation bulk up in Katmai National Park, Alaska.
Viewers watch as the bears fish, eat, and gain weight for hibernation. 12 cameras placed around the area film and stream the bears live. But in September of 2023, one of those cameras caught something that no one expected. It wasn't
Some
a
guy
bear.
went in
It was
there?
a man lost, cold, and desperate for help. The man stepped directly in front of the camera. He was wearing a green rain jacket. His clothes were soaked from the rain, and he looked exhausted.
I've been keeping a close eye on that camera that day and saw no bears,
but I did see a distressed man.
The man's lips were moving, but the live stream had no sound. Viewers leaned closer trying to make sense of it. Then they realized what he was saying. He was mouthing the words, "Help me." He also gave a thumbs down sign. It was clear that he was in trouble. The camera he appeared on was placed high on Dumpling Mountain. The man was probably a hiker who went up the mountain and got lost in the fog. There was no cell service that high up, so he couldn't call for help, and he couldn't get back down on his own. When all hope seemed lost, the hiker found the bear camera. Viewers reacted in the live stream chat. "There's someone distressed on the camera," one person wrote. Moderators checked the footage and confirmed it was real. Within minutes, park rangers mobilized a search and rescue team. But getting that hiker off Dumpling Mountain wasn't going to be easy. Dumpling Mountain rises 2,200 feet above sea level. The trail is steep and slippery, especially when wet. That day, thick fog covered the mountain. Visibility was nearly zero, and the temperature was near freezing. Rescuers began their climb through the fog. Time was running out. After hours of searching, the team finally reached the summit. They found the hiker, cold, wet, and shivering, but he was alive.
A search and rescue team was able to locate the hiker a few hours later and brought him to safety.
It took about 3.5 hours from when he showed up on camera to when rescuers found him. When the news broke, viewers flooded the chat with relief. One person wrote, "I'm crying because I'm so relieved." Those rangers made it up there fast. Major news outlets picked up the story. Even the organizers of Fat Bear Week responded.
What the fuck?
With relief. One person wrote, "I'm crying because organizers of Fat Bear Week responded up there fast." Major news outlets.
Maybe the big black cock. That's not a news. That's not a news fucking. That's a big black cock, dude.
Even the organizers of Fat Bear Week responded.
Organizers for Fat Bear Week thanking those viewers for acting fast and helping save that hiker's life.
This next case might be the creepiest on this list. The woman beside the river. It was about 2:30 a.m. in Belmont, Michigan, May 8th, 2021. A group of friends were driving home after a night out. The road was dark, quiet, and surrounded by trees on both sides. Then their headlights caught something up ahead, something that didn't belong there. A figure stood at the edge of the road. As the car moved closer, they realized it was a woman. She was kneeling by the side of the road. The driver slowed down. One of them started recording.
What the?
Stop. No, Stop. I'm not. No. Hell no.
That's when they noticed something else. The woman was drenched. Water dripped from her hair and clothes. They drove past her but couldn't shake what they saw. At that point, they needed to make a decision. Keep driving and forget it. Turn back and find out why a soaked woman was on a deserted road at 2 a.m. They decided to turn back.
There she is. There she is. There she is.
Bro, what the? See? That was it. That was it. She's crying.
The woman was sobbing uncontrollably. Something was clearly wrong, so they called 911. Emergency crews.
I called 911 over a woman crying.
Realized the woman was suffering from cold exposure. As they treated her, police tried to piece together what happened. The first clue was nearby, the Rogue River. There were marks on the riverbank like someone crawled out of the water.
Yep, she had to have come up out of the water. Yep, there's a dig spot there, so she came up from down there. That's had to have been why she was so wet.
But that only raised a bigger question. How did she end up in the river to begin with? The officers thought they would get the answers from the woman herself. They were wrong. When officers questioned the woman, she couldn't remember anything. She didn't recall leaving home. She didn't remember falling into the river. She didn't even know where she was. She was taken to the hospital and recovered physically, but her memory of that night never returned. Police later identified her as a woman from Kalamazoo. It was miles away, but she had no memory of leaving Kalamazoo. The case was eventually closed without answers, but one thing was certain. The friends who stopped and made that video saved her life. If they hadn't checked on her, she might have never been found. This next live stream
saved her or drove away.
Were separated for decades. The 30-year-old photograph. In early 2025, a woman named Yan opened the Chinese version of TikTok. It was an app called Douyin. Yan worked long hours at a shoe factory, so that night she was watching
Isn't TikTok the Chinese version of TikTok?
As she scrolled through the feed, she
it's
found
made by a Chinese company.
Very unusual. A middle-aged woman was holding up an old photograph. It was a picture of a baby. The woman was emotional, asking viewers if anyone recognized the child. It seemed like another sad story on the internet. Yan almost scrolled past, but something about the woman's face made her pause. She looked strangely familiar. Then it hit her. The woman on the screen looked exactly like Yan herself. It was like staring at another version of herself. The woman on the screen was named Shu. She was 52 and her story was tragic. 30 years earlier, Shu gave her baby up for adoption. At the time, she was poor and struggling to survive. Taking care of a child just wasn't possible then. But as time passed, she was haunted by regret. Eventually, she decided to find her daughter again. There was just one problem. She had nothing to go off of. She didn't know who adopted her baby. All she had was one old faded photograph. So in 2022, she turned to social media. Every week, she went live on Douyin. She would hold up that photograph and ask, do you recognize this child? Could she be someone you know? And Yan stumbled upon one of those live streams. Yan always knew she was adopted, but she didn't know anything about
it was her.
parents. Now she couldn't shake the feeling that this woman might be her mother. There was only one way to find out. Yan left a comment in the live stream chat. I might be your daughter. Shu saw the message and responded. She told Yan to contact the police so they could verify it. She didn't want either of them to get excited too soon. Yan agreed. Since they lived in different cities, police arranged DNA tests in both locations. Each woman provided a sample and scientists compared them to see if they were related. They still hadn't met in person. A few days later, the results came back.
Is this how they made COVID?
It was a match. Shu finally found her daughter. It became a huge story in China. They agreed to meet at a local police station. Reporters showed up to cover the reunion. When mother and daughter saw each other for the first time, they cried. It was a reunion 30 years in the making, all because of a single live stream. Sometimes timing is everything, and this next live stream was at the right place at the right time.
Maybe I need to start using
The
TikTok.
boy who never came back. In July 2024, FaZe Lacey
the
was
live
streaming
stream.
outside a cafe. He's one of Twitch's biggest streamers. That day, he was cracking jokes, talking to strangers, just doing his usual thing. Then a boy in green shorts walked into frame.
You started, bro. Are you started? Yo, you good, bro? Good what? Nah, you good? Oh, nah, you off the saw, huh? You off the saw.
It seemed like an encounter with a random stranger, but it wasn't. The boy Lacey spoke to was someone people thought
missing.
was deceased. The boy's name was Troy Coleman. He was 17 and from Michigan. Troy lived with schizophrenia. It's a condition that makes it hard to separate reality from imagination. His family did their best to watch over him, but one day things went wrong. In May 2024, Troy told his family he was going to the store. He left and never came back. His parents searched everywhere, fearing the worst. When they couldn't find him, they called the police. Troy's family had no idea where he was, but they remembered one thing. Before Troy vanished, he said he wanted to go to Florida to meet his favorite online celebrities. That gave the police a lead. Further investigations revealed that Troy was last seen getting on a bus. Days turned into weeks, then months. There was no trace of him.
to meet some
Hope began to
YouTubers?
fade. Eventually,
Twitch
his
streamers?
family assumed the worst, that Troy was gone for good. Months later, Troy's brother was casually scrolling through Twitch. He stumbled upon FaZe Lacey's live stream, and something caught his eye. The boy in the green shorts looked exactly like Troy. Troy's brother messaged FaZe Lacey immediately. He explained that the boy in the clip was his missing brother, but by the time Lacey saw the message, Troy was gone. Now they had to find him. Lacey posted a message on social media. 3 months ago, a 17-year-old kid went missing. Yesterday on stream, he came up to me and clicks, and now his family knows he is alive and in Miami. I wasn't sure if I should make this public, but I'm hoping somehow this helps him be found for his family. The post went viral within hours. Fans shared it across every platform, and it worked. Authorities located Troy in Miami soon after.
An update from Flint Township Police today says Coleman was found safe in Miami, Florida. The good news may be in part to the power of social media.
After months of uncertainty, Troy was finally reunited with his family. What the police couldn't solve in months, one live stream did in no time. This next live streamer was searching for something shocking, but what he found was something far worse. The Ghost Hunter. In Taiwan, there's a streamer known as Goodnight Chicken. His real name is Chen. He dreamed of becoming Taiwan's biggest live streamer. To stand out, he chose a bizarre niche. Chen filmed himself exploring creepy, abandoned places.
And his whole thing is he likes to go to abandoned, haunted places and hunt ghosts.
A
and he'll
lawnmower
live
inside.
stream the whole thing.
He was basically a ghost hunter with a camera. By 2020, Chen had a small but loyal audience. Viewers loved watching him wander through dark buildings with only a flashlight. It was spooky but exciting. In November 2020, he picked his next location, an abandoned hospital. The hospital was shut down after failing an earthquake safety test. It sat empty for years. The walls were cracked. The rooms were filled with broken furniture. There was no electricity in the building. It was a perfect spot for a ghost hunt. Chen went in expecting another fun night of ghost hunting, but what he found inside was far more disturbing. Chen moved through the dark halls, live streaming everything as he went. The air was thick with the smell of mold and rust. Then the smell changed. It turned foul and rotten.
That is when Chicken starts to smell something pretty awful. And he just keeps going. And eventually, boom, he sees it.
Something was hanging in the middle of a room. It was dried and shriveled, like a mummy. Chen was clearly disturbed. His voice trembled. He called the police. When officers arrived, they began to search the scene. They found a bag near the body. Inside were a cell phone and an ID card. The name matched a man who was reported missing more than a year earlier. The next day, police confirmed the man's identity. His family was given the news. It was heartbreaking, but it gave them closure.
And so Goodnight Chicken's attempt to make a video in this location actually ends up bringing much needed closure to the guy's family.
Out of respect for the family, Chen deleted the live stream, but the memory haunted him. For weeks, Chen struggled to sleep. He kept dreaming about the hospital, the smell, and what he saw that night. This next case is about a live stream that confirmed what no one wanted to be true. The after-party tragedy. In August 2022, missing person flyers appeared on Facebook. They showed a girl with blonde hair and a bright smile. Her name was Kylie Rodney. She was 16, and just hours earlier, she disappeared without a trace. The last time anyone saw Kylie was at a party near a campground. About 300 teenagers were there, most of them students from nearby schools. Kylie reportedly had a good time. Later that night, she texted her mom saying she planned to leave the party in 45 minutes and would come straight home. Her mom told her to be safe and went to bed, but Kylie never made it home. Her mom called her phone again and again. No answer. There was no sign of Kylie's car. Police were called, and a massive search began. Officers combed through every inch of the surrounding area, but after a week, they found nothing. No car, no phone signal, no trace of Kylie. It was as if she vanished into thin air. Kylie's family was desperate, so they reached out to a group known for finding missing people when everyone else failed. It was called Adventures with Purpose.
Tomorrow marks 2 weeks since the Truckee teenager disappeared after attending a party at a campground. We are learning tonight that a new group of volunteers are coming from out of state to help find her.
Adventures with Purpose is a volunteer group of professional scuba divers. They search lakes and rivers for missing people and vehicles, and they live stream the entire process on YouTube. Their YouTube channel has over 3 million subscribers. On August 14th, 2022, the team arrived at Prosser Creek Reservoir. They were there to search for Kylie's car. As usual, they filmed the search.
So we're looking for a silver vehicle. Her Honda CR-V is silver in color.
35 minutes into the search, the sonar picked up something large beneath the surface. One of the divers dove into the cold, dark water. Before long, they found it. It was Kylie's car.
The vehicle is upside down. I repeat, it is upside down. I'm at the rear of the vehicle now.
The team contacted police immediately. Within hours, the car was pulled from the lake.
The Nevada County Sheriff Coroner has confirmed the body found in the car that was pulled from Prosser Lake over the weekend is that of missing Truckee teen Kylie Rodney.
Authorities ruled it as an accident. The autopsy showed Kylie had substances in her system. Investigators believed she lost control of her car and accidentally drove into the lake. But for many, that explanation didn't sit right. When the official report was released, the internet exploded with questions. Many Reddit users suspected foul play. Even the divers from Adventures with Purpose weren't convinced it was just an accident. First, they didn't believe Kylie could have accidentally taken the road that led to the lake.
In the area where her vehicle was found is not a wrong turn road. We're talking about a very beautifully paved road that leads in and out of this campground.
They explained that even a tired or distracted driver would have realized they were off course.
There's no mistaking it. Once you are put onto this road, you know exactly where you're at. You're on the wrong path.
Then there was the text she sent her mother right before disappearing. It was written clearly without errors, not what you would expect from someone heavily intoxicated.
If you want to take into consideration that she did text her mom that, she didn't misspell anything. She texted very legibly.
But the strangest detail was where she was found in the car. Kylie wasn't in the driver's seat. She wasn't even in the back seat. She was in the cargo area of the car. The diver questioned why anyone would move to the back instead of escaping through an open window.
Are you gonna crawl back there and, not choose the window that's open or the window that's halfway open already?
Yeah.
That doesn't seem, logical to happen in that scenario.
His stance was clear.
I personally do not believe that this was just an accident.
Despite the speculation, no new evidence was found. Was it an accident or was it something more sinister? No one knows for sure. What is certain is that Kylie Rodney lost her life far too soon. May she rest in peace. For every 100 creators faking content for views, there's someone using their platform to actually help. The question is, which side of the internet are you on? Because attention fades, but the impact you leave behind doesn't. Visual Venture. If you guys thought missing people being found on live stream is crazy, we've compiled the most disturbing moments ever captured.
Boss man Jack Rage. He loses 40 grand in one night, bans viewers, and rage quits.
Okay. Oh, it's gold multiplier. Okay, here we go. We need blue symbols. Blue symbols. Come on, blues. There it is. There it is. Times 2. Let's go. Keep them coming. Yes, keep them coming. Keep them coming. Yes, keep them coming. Keep them coming, baby. Keep them coming, baby. Put all this money. 120 bucks. Put all that money. There's another one. Oh, they disappear. There you go. Come on, keep them coming. There you go. Damn. Come on, bitch. Do away all that money. Blues, keep them coming. Come on. Oh, 75X. Don't disappear. Don't disappear. No. Oh, my God. 75X. That could have been a max win.
Max win.
But a nice ass. Last spin, damn. Not good at all. Very bad. That's a $1,000 buy. What the fuck? They have a $3,000. Let's try 1,000 here. $900 extremely volatile multi. Or extremely volatile. I don't know what this does, but we're just gonna risk it, dude. $900 buy. Here we go, guys. Is that good? Is that good? Is that good? Is that lava thing good? Okay, they're stacking up next to each other. Is that good? Oh, that's money. Come on. Oh, we got green orb and a red one. Red and green. Red and green. Oh, 2 greens. What's the greens do? Whoa. Oh, cool. Come on, baby. 15X. Yeah, collect them. Okay, 81X. Come on.
31X times 3?
Come on, green. Oh. Green on the top right. No. Yes. Yes, guys. Not over yet. Yo, 96X. Dude, come on. Oh, my God. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Let's go. Come on, boys. We got this. Let's go. Come on, baby. Come on, dude. Oh, no. No, 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 no. No.
573 bucks on a $3 bet.
God damn it. I thought I hit fat, dude. Fuck. God damn it. Oh, fuck, dude. My finger slipped. Oh, shit. I bought another one. Oh, fuck. Yep. Next one hits. Come on. That's what I'm thinking too, boss. Great minds think alike. My finger slipped, dude. I'm sorry. It just happens like that sometimes. Come on, baby. Come on. Please, Ymir. Please, Ymir. It's fucking gone, dude. It took it all. Look at that. Times 3 loss. Oh, my God. I mean, dude, I cannot catch a break no matter where I go. It won't let me win, dude. It just doesn't fucking let me win. Oh. What the fuck? I just lost fucking 3 bands. Oh, well. You're better than that. If you know that you're a better person than laughing at someone when they lose. And bullshit. I cannot believe that Saw just did me like that. And then Dice did. Oh, here we go. Oh, good, man. Whatever. Everything back. Everything back. Everything is gone. I cannot believe that, dude. Oh, well. Yeah, I lost everything, bro. Everything I lost. Way to ask at the worst timing ever. Way to go. Congratulations on being the biggest douchebag in the chat, dude. You're a fucking champion, dude. Fuck you, bro. Alright, guys, I guess I'm gonna get off now. It's all good, man. Whatever. It's a shitty day, man. I'm glad I'm out of jail, though. At least I'm home eating food. Dude, I believe I lost $40,000 tonight, dude.
$40,000 Holy shit. It's like 10 times more than I ever had. French Canadian. Yeah, I don't know how this guy didn't get fucking in trouble, dude. He's actually going to stores scamming with fucking this guy. I mean, I'm pretty sure this guy's a fucking cop anyways, but... I'm pretty sure this guy's a fucking... Pretty sure my dad is a cop. He's been openly scamming for fucking years. In fact, that YouTubers can go with him and scam and they don't get in any trouble for YouTube or anything. Basically promoting fraud, endorsing fraud. I started doing drugs.
What is up, everybody? My name is Anthony, and for today's video, we are back on the Rose Talks channel. Now, as you can see by the title, we are going to be talking about why I started doing drugs, and then maybe in another video, I'll talk about what made me want to stop doing substances and all that type of stuff. So without further ado, this entire drug story starts off, I think, when I was like 12 or 13.
Why is the microphone so close to his fucking mouth?
I feel like I picked up on a lot of stuff.
Yeah, you can turn
like,
up
I
the
could
gain
tell
on your
my
mic.
parents were on drugs and doing stuff that
Put
I,
your lips right up
didn't
to it.
totally
It's a big black
understand.
cock.
But like, I could tell that they weren't acting right a lot of the time, and it was weird. And I would always smell something from the garage. Like, I didn't know what it was, but like I could smell it. Like, I knew when my parents drank because I could smell it on their breath and they'd act different. There would be this weird smell from the garage, and I knew that they were doing something weird, but I couldn't put like my finger on what it was. Like, I couldn't conceptualize it because I had never seen it. I didn't know what it was.
It's a fake story, dude. Oh, it's the fucking guy who pretends he's a fucking girl. He's a girl's name and a girl character, but it's a fucking guy.
I was overfishing a little bit.
What the fuck, dude? This guy has so many fucking viewers, too. I should make a fucking girl account. With a girl character.
Okay, listen. We're gonna go back. I got level. Basically, what I
Oh,
know
fuck,
now
this guy lives
is
in
that
his
I gotta
garage?
just level up my sailing a little more before I can really do anything else. That's what I understand from this experience. Yeah, in fact, my my boat is not a hardcore anymore.
Fuck, he lives in his parents' garage? Oh my god, I'd hate that. Be so fucking cold. What the fuck, dude? Wait, is this the guy from fucking, Is this the guy from fucking, the documentary team? Vice?
Underneath Las Vegas, there's approximately 2 desert paradise. The endless darkness has slowly altered the way people think and behave.
I got shot in the head with a gun.
Somebody died right where we were standing last night.
Some of them were even born into this dark world. These people have no IDs, and they hide in these tunnels to stay away from the law.
No, they don't. They hide in this tunnel to fucking get somewhere to sleep.
The police radios and stuff would not work down here.
So what you're looking at is a map of the tunnels in Las Vegas. There's about 1,500 people that live in that system.
The tunnels have their own names, like neighborhoods, right?
Yeah.
The botched surgeries iceberg?
Hello everyone, my name is Tuv, and today's video is the botched surgeries iceberg.
Fuck.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Tuv channel. Today's
Glasses
upload
now?
is the last week of the November events.
Every time I watch this guy, it's like I have a whole different appearance. Last time he had like fucking blue hair, or pink hair, or something like that, or pink something weird in color hair.
This event goes well. I hope you guys have been enjoying the videos. I hope a lot of old viewers that haven't watched me in a long time have returned. I hope the videos have done extremely well. I don't know, but here's to high hopes, right? But something I do want to add to the end of this video is going to be the November version of me, the most recent version of me talking about how the event has gone. So if that sounds interesting to you, then stay until the end. But as I was saying in the intro, today we're going to be talking about the botched surgeries iceberg. So this video is mainly focusing on cosmetic surgeries that went wrong. So no, we're not going to be talking about potentially life-saving surgeries such as like heart or brain surgeries. We're not talking about that. We're talking strictly cosmetic surgeries where the person in question was horribly disfigured. Now, since this is an iceberg video, we are going from most tame to most gruesome. So the longer you keep watching the video, the more and more horrifying these cases will get. If that sounds good with you, don't subscribe yet. I will earn your subscription by the end of this video, and let's get right into the topic. The tip of the iceberg. Cardi B leaked for 5 days. Now, I told you we're going to start off on a somewhat tame level, but even this one is kind of gross. And we're starting it off with none other than Cardi B's BBL. See, her story is rather interesting.
But Cardi B was a guy.
Cardi was 21, working as a stripper, and she had this boyfriend who cheated on her with someone who, in her words, had a fat, big ass. At the time, from her experience, she also began noticing that her coworkers with bigger butts were making more money. And this was disregarding whether or not they could actually dance. Also, I know this is a little bit random, but I don't really wear these glasses on the main channel over here, so if you see the light reflection,
you shouldn't, because they reflect you bad.
I'm aware of it. I'm aware of it. Maybe you won't see my pupils sometimes, but I'm not going to be talking like this, so there's no reflection. Not the point. Let's keep going with the story. But Cardi didn't have enough body fat for traditional liposuction, so she went with another less ideal option, illegal filler injections. This was someone with no medical license or any of the fancy operations like a sterile environment. This was just some random lady with a needle and whatever synthetic material she was using, probably silicone or hydrogel, neither of which are FDA approved for this. Under those conditions,
if you're going to be
it won't surprise you to hear that they didn't use any kind of sedative. She told GQ that it was the craziest pain ever, saying she felt like she was going to pass out, felt dizzy. It sounds awful, but we haven't even gotten to the worst part yet. After the procedure, her butt started leaking. For 5 days straight, the injection just kept leaking fluid because the needles used were so large that they left massive holes in her skin. Imagine walking around for almost a week with your butt injections literally dripping out. So why did it happen? Well, according to real doctors, and like I said, these illegal injections use huge needles that cause the material to seep out for days from the puncture wounds. And the craziest part is, even after all that, she was actually planning to go back for a touch-up because she wanted her butt even bigger. But by the time she scheduled her second appointment, which I don't know why you would go back, but by the time she did that, the woman who did her injections actually was already locked up because allegedly someone had died on her table. The FDA even issued warnings about this stuff. Injecting liquid silicone into your body can cause scarring, infections,
she needs
and
fucking an ass, dude. She is
you could have the
ugly.
material accidentally injected into a blood vessel, which could kill you instantly. But Cardi got
looks like a guy with tits.
She survived. The results apparently turned out okay, and she went on to become a global superstar. No lawsuit here as well because you can't exactly sue someone for an illegal procedure you willingly got in a basement.
Yeah, you can.
Patient CH couldn't shut mouth after surgery. It's not uncommon for parents to want to remove birthmarks from their kids, and that statement gets especially true when they're told that that birthmark has a small risk of cancer. So back in January of 2008, William and Brandy Hoffman brought their 4-year-old child, known in court records only as CH, to see Dr. John T. Lindsay, a plastic surgeon in
So you're born with cancer then?
The kid had a nevus sebaceous, basically a yellowish birthmark made of overgrown oil glands, and it was sitting on the chin and neck. These birthmarks
if you got something like that, dude,
and
not just a fucking
in the medical community
little
about
brown
when
one.
it's the
Okay, it's a
correct
fucking
time to remove them. And the Hoffmans decided to removed at the age of 4. Dr. Lindsay performed the surgical excision on January 30th, 2008 at the Huma Outpatient Surgery Center. Should have been straightforward, but what happened after? Well, that's where everything went wrong. The surgery site didn't heal normally. Instead, CH developed hypertrophic scarring and keloid formation. It means that the body went into overdrive producing thick, raised scar tissue. Now, when you're dealing with scars on the
elephant man,
especially on a 4-year-old, this can cause serious problems. The skin contracted, pulling down CH's lower lip so severely that it couldn't close properly. Couldn't even be in contact with the upper lip anymore. The medical term for this is incomplete lip competence, which is a fancy way of saying that the kid literally couldn't shut their mouth all the way. And it wasn't just the lip, the scarring also caused something called skin tethering on the midline of the neck, which limited how much the child could extend their neck. So basically, all that to say that an innocent kid who went in for a birthmark removal came out unable to close their mouth properly, unable to eat normally or speak clearly, and had to deal with constant drooling. And that neck movement restriction proved to be very uncomfortable. You know, average everyday things like turning your head. He couldn't do that without being in chronic pain. The Hoffmans weren't having it. In 2011, they filed a federal lawsuit seeking over $750,000 in damages against both Dr. Lindsay and the surgery center.
What do you mean, you
claiming
idiots
medical
want to fucking...
malpractice, negligence, failing to provide appropriate care,
You guys want a birthmark removed from his fucking scalp.
to adequately explain the potential risk before the surgery. Dr. Lindsay's defense was that this was just bad luck. Through his attorney, he argued that CH developed, quote, unpredictable abnormal pattern of healing that wasn't caused by negligent surgery. He even had 3 board-certified plastic surgeons review the case, and they all said there was nothing he could have done to prevent the scarring. This was apparently just healing gone very, very wrong. And all that for a birthmark that statistically has a less than 1% chance of ever becoming cancerous in the first place.
That's probably bullshit, dude. There's no way in hell you're born with cancer.
Permanent facial palsy and twitching. See this woman smiling in this photo, or at least trying to. You might see her and think she's making a face, or maybe got caught by the camera at an awkward angle, but no, that expression is in fact permanent, and it twitches constantly. Her name is Penny Johnson, a 49-year-old British businesswoman who walked into a cosmetic surgeon's office in 2003 wanting to fix some dark circles under her eyes and maybe reshape her nose. But Dr. Le Roux Ferry, I probably butchered that name, but here's the text version of it. A cosmetic surgeon in Leeds had other ideas. He talked her into going bigger, a full facelift plus replacing her breast implants while they were at it. That decision would completely destroy her life. After the surgery in August of 2003, Penny developed palsy on the right side of her face. It was nerve damage. Dr. Furi attempted surgical revisions to fix it, but instead of getting better, they got progressively worse. The right side of her face started twitching uncontrollably. She had developed a permanent grimace that she couldn't stop, in addition to not being able to fully close her right eye anymore. As she told the court, her face was constantly contracting. She said she wasn't able to sleep, and that there was this permanent buzzing around her eye, sometimes so intense it stopped her from even thinking about anything else. And with all that going on, her whole life fell apart. She no longer felt like the confident, successful businesswoman who had co-run.
You aren't confident if you're getting a fucking nose job.
In 2007, Penny
you clearly weren't
sued
confident
Furi,
enough
and
already.
he admitted negligence. His defense team just argued she was asking for too much money. Penny initially sought 54 million euros, claiming that was her potential loss as a 50% shareholder when the company failed. In 2011, justice awarded Penny 6.1 million euros, that's over 10 million USD, and much more in today's money.
Fuck.
The bulk went to lost earnings, both past and future. The judge also awarded 80,000 euros, specifically for the facial disfigurement, breast surgery complications, and psychological damage, because he noted that Penny had developed, quote, a prolonged adjustment disorder with features of anxiety and depression from the botched procedures.
Damn.
Amy could not open her eye for 16 weeks. We're still at the tip of the iceberg here, and already
Some
things
girls
are
do
getting
get
unsettling,
nose
and I
jobs.
promise that by the end of this video, you're going to have a lot of whys. Anyway, next is the story of Amy, a 36-year-old woman from Northumberland, UK. She saw an ad on social media back in December of 2022, and what happened very much leans on the unsettling side of things. The ad was from what claimed to be a, quote, clinic offering Botox injections. I mean, professional sounding and all, right? The post even specifically used the words nurse and clinic, so Amy figured she was dealing with a qualified professional. Wrong assumption, because when she arrived, it wasn't a clinic. It was actually just someone's house. Just a residential property with a poorly lit living room where this woman was apparently running her, quote, business. Now, at this point, most people probably
It's my
would
office.
just walked right out, and Amy actually admits that she regrets that she didn't do that. But she had already made the trip, and the price was already discounted, so she went through with it. Big mistake. The procedure itself felt wrong from the start. How so? Well, Amy had been told by someone else that Botox injections should feel, quote, like a little bee sting. But this was actually very painful. She could feel the needle twisting under her skin, and when it was being pulled out, it pinged and scratched against the surface. Not exactly the professional experience you would expect from a licensed practitioner. Within a couple of days, Amy noticed her eye starting to droop. 5 days after the injection, she couldn't move her eyelid at all. Her eye was completely stuck closed.
That's what
for
you get,
16
dude.
weeks. I mean, that's not exactly what you would call a common reaction to any medical procedure. Actually, while researching this story, we found out that what happened here is actually named eyelidptosis. And it occurs when Botox migrates from the injection site to the levator palpebrae superioris muscle, the muscle responsible for lifting your upper eyelid. When that muscle gets paralyzed, your eyelid just drops and doesn't get back up. Well, that is until the Botox wears off, which could be anywhere from 3 to 6 weeks. But in Amy's case, it took more than that. More than double the typical duration, which suggests either a massive overdose or the Botox being injected in the completely wrong location. Desperate to fix it, Amy sought help from a different cosmetic practitioner who described eye
change your
drops designed to
appearance. It's
tighten
you
the
get,
muscles
dog.
around the eye and help open it. But even with treatment, she had to wait the full 16 weeks for the initial dose to wear off naturally. While waiting for the horror to end and her eye to finally return to normal, Amy tried to get some basic info from the woman who did this to her, like the Botox batch number, who prescribed it, and where she had trained. But as you probably guess, she couldn't get any of it. That's when it also finally came to her that this wasn't a nurse at all. She was just a random person with a needle working out of their living room. Pretty unsettling when you think about it. The surface. Andrea's filler. Kicking us off on the surface level is the case of Andrea. Just take a look at this. On the left, that's Andrea before, and on the right, that's Andrea 2 years after getting fillers. She's 60 years old, by the way, and now she covers her face with a mask whenever she leaves the house because she worries people will laugh at her.
Good.
Just minutes ago, we talked about one woman trusting
Let's
a
make the world a more
social
beautiful
media ad
place.
and ending up with a
We're all
closed
gonna
eye for
keep on
4
your
months.
masks.
Well, Andrea did the complete opposite. She
make
did
the world a
quote
more
all the
beautiful
right
place.
things to check the clinic's reputation before booking her appointment, and she still ended up disfigured. So even doing your homework sometimes doesn't guarantee you'll be safe. Well, at least not in the seemingly unregulated kind of wild west of UK cosmetic procedures. Here's basically what happened. In December of 2021, Andrea visited the Reshape You Cosmetics clinic in Hull for breast fillers. The clinic's website claimed it had, quote, won Best Aesthetics Clinic in Yorkshire in 2022 at the England Business Awards. Their social media pages showed a man named Sean Scott with Doctor.
I see what it does. This interlacing does. That's how you beat copyright. See all these little lines? That's how you beat the YouTube's copyright system.
Scott, Clinical Director. There was even a plaque on his office door that said Dr. Sean Scott, PhD, Clinical Director. So it looked like everything checked out. That was until a BBC investigation discovered that Sean Scott wasn't in fact medically
A big
trained
black
at all.
cock
He was a
investigation?
tattoo artist for 33 years before
The
that
fuck?
Sean Scott wasn't in fact being checked out. That was until a BBC investigation discovered that Sean Scott wasn't in fact medically
He's
trained
saying
at all.
NBC, he's
He
not
was a
saying
tattoo
BBC.
artist for 33 years before opening Reshape You in 2019.
A big black
That
cock
PhD title was,
investigation?
and I quote, naively and regretfully bought as an honorary doctorate in business consultancy online and displayed the certificate in his clinic. It's basically like ordering a poster off eBay. After Andrea's first breast filler procedure, Scott gave her antibiotics. 2 months later, Scott told Andrea he thought her cheeks were, quote, uneven and he could help harmonize her face. Sounds pretty good to me,
Harmonize.
but whatever, let's just keep going with the story. So she agreed to facial fillers in her cheeks, chin, and jaw. That's when everything went catastrophically wrong. Her face started swelling and dark marks appeared. But instead of stopping the procedures, Scott allegedly told her the swellings were caused by an insect bite and encouraged her to come back for more treatments.
An
Yes,
insect
Doctor of
bite.
the Year, everyone. Definitely not saying and doing things for the money and putting people's lives in danger. Seems like a great guy. Over 10 months, can you guess how many times Andrea went to that doctor? Maybe 1 time? Well, no, you're
10.
watching a tub video. Maybe 5 times? That's already a lot. To get fillers and Botox? No.
10.
Maybe 10 times? No. Maybe
20.
20 times? No. It was
50.
30 times in 10 months that she was getting procedures. She even sold jewelry and borrowed money for it all. And her face just kept getting worse and worse. By October of 2022, she went to the hospital barely able to open her eyes. Plastic surgeons later confirmed her reactions were caused by the cosmetic procedures. A cosmetics expert added that her scarring was likely from an infection, rare if proper techniques in a clean environment are used. And because of a fake doctor, she now has to live like this. Quote, I see a gargoyle, she told the BBC. Erin Schaefer. Fluid began to pour out of her stomach and hit the
You're
floor.
tripping out on fucking drugs.
Next
I see a
case,
gargoyle.
Erin Schaefer, a 37-year-old training manager for UPS, had successfully lost 100 pounds and wanted to get rid of the excess skin. So in January of 2024, she went to Sono Bello, a national cosmetic surgery chain that advertises itself as America's top cosmetic surgery specialist. She had liposuction and was satisfied with the results. 2 months later, she decided to go back for more. On the morning of March 29th, Erin showed up for more liposuction, plus a mini tummy tuck that Sono Bello brands as AbX. They handed her some Xanax and oxycodone pills. Then during the actual procedure,
Xanax and
pumped Lidocaine into her to
Oxycontin?
numb things while keeping her conscious the entire time. Sono Bello sells this local anesthesia method as the safer option, promising quick recovery with barely any discomfort. Supposedly, you can be back at work within a week. But since she made it
Xanax
onto the
and
list,
Percocet?
that's obviously not what
That's a
happened.
nasty
Erin says
fucking
the pain got
mix.
so intense during the operation that she started crying and desperately asked the doctor to stop before it was even completed. She describes it as feeling like her skin was being stripped off her body alive. 48 hours later, her temperature spiked. The next day, her pubic region puffed up with serious swelling. She reached out to Sono Bello staff and they brushed it off, assuring her everything was fine and totally normal. 2 days after that, she woke up and stood from her bed, and blood and fluid started pouring out of her abdomen. When she went back to the office, the surgeon who had operated on her, Dr. Manuel Herrera, who's board certified in obstetrics and gynecology, told Erin she needed immediate hospital surgery to fix her wounds, though he wouldn't be able to do it himself. Why? Well, because his specialty was in delivering babies, not plastic surgery. Yes, biggest plot twist you'll ever see. I don't know why he did that procedure on her if that wasn't what he studied for. Money is the answer. It's probably gonna be money. His credentials only worked at hospitals in Orlando, roughly 140 miles southwest. That came as a shocker, and understandably, Erin was completely stunned. She ended up being hospitalized for a week in Florida, fighting off a dangerous infection. More than a year down the line, she's still living with scars across her lower body. Now, she and her husband are taking legal action against both Sonobello and Herrera. And surprisingly, their story doesn't end there. A major investigation by KFF Health News, working with NBC News, uncovered that Sonobello and similar cosmetic surgery chains have faced dozens and dozens of medical malpractice and negligence lawsuits over alleged disfiguring injuries, including a dozen wrongful death cases just in the last 7 years. Sonobello by itself has fought off over 60 malpractice lawsuits since April of 2013, with 4 of those involving patients who died. And despite all this mess, Dr. Herrera is viewed as a star on the rise. In 2023, his performance earned him Sonobello's annual New Talent Award, recognizing outstanding technical ability, high productivity, and extreme brand loyalty. He's still on staff.
Yep.
Carol Bryan, quote, looked like an alien.
What the fuck they're doing?
So we're still at the surface of the iceberg, and these images are not only getting harder to comprehend, but also, with all due respect, the images are getting harder and harder to look at. So picture yourself doing everything right. You weren't chasing discount procedures or trusting fake doctors. What if you actually worked in the beauty industry and knew the ins and outs and still ended up, quote, looking like an alien? Well, that's Carol Bryan's story for you. Carol was a fashion model. One that you would generally consider beautiful, successful, and confident. She had been getting Botox since her late 30s, just for the lines between her eyes, and was thrilled with how subtle and effective it had been. Then in 2009, when she was 47, doctors told her at her age she should try something new. Fillers that would replace volume loss in her forehead and cheekbones. She trusted them. After all, she knew this industry. But luck wasn't on her side though. During the procedure, 2 different fillers, one of which was permanent silicone, mixed together with the same syringe and injected into areas of her face where they should have never been used. At first, she had the typical side effects. You know, bruising and some swelling. But 3 months later, Carol looked in the mirror and she didn't recognize herself anymore. This is what she saw. Her face had started expanding and contracting. The stuff in her face had hardened and was basically pulling her skin, leaving her features all messed up. Her forehead became so swollen and heavy that it almost collapsed over her eyes. She couldn't see unless she physically taped her eyelids open or held her forehead up with her hands. So, panicked, Carol went back for corrective procedures and they made everything worse. She became, in her words, grossly disfigured. So disfigured that she couldn't leave her house, and worse still, she stopped looking in mirrors and hid not just from the brutal online world, but from her own family and friends. Finally, in 2013, her daughter had enough. She and Carol's sister begged hospitals across the US for help. Every single one said no. Her case was too crazy, too risky.
Every single hospital in the States said no.
At UCLA. What followed were 7 surgeries, including a 16-hour operation where they sort of, not literally, stripped her face and transplanted skin and tissue from her back. And they had never done anything like it before because of the filler still in her face, and they weren't sure if the blood vessels would even survive. She made it through, but at a cost. Carol was left permanently blind in her right eye. The original injections had already damaged her optic nerve, and the new surgeries just couldn't fix that. The body. Gao Liu. Nose turned black and, quote, died. Starting us off at this level is the case of Liu, which is not as horrific as it is strange, and I mean that. What you're about to see is a weird kind of disfigurement. Gao Liu was a rising star in China, a singer and actress who'd been dreaming of fame since she was 5 years old, growing up with the belief that an actor had to look flawless from every camera angle. She had appeared in multiple films and TV shows, building a name for herself, gaining traction. She had 5 million followers on Sina Weibo, China's version of Twitter. In October of 2020, a friend told her that her face was perfect except for her nose. Now, if I had to throw my 2 cents in there, sounds like a shitty friend. I don't know what type of people you guys surround yourself with, but please don't hang around someone that tells you, hey, you're beautiful except for you're blank. Like, I don't know, man. Just doesn't seem like a good friend to me. Anyway, let's keep going with the story. That friend had recently gotten rhinoplasty done and looked, quote, amazing, so she recommended Gao visit the same clinic, Guangzhou, a popular spot with influencers. Gao figured, why not? Just a slight trim. something to help boost her career. The procedure lasted 4
Why
hours.
should you trim her
And
nose?
because
Is like a
beauty was the
fucking
end goal
fraction
here,
of a
Gal
fucking
thought those 4
normal
hours would
nose.
make her more beautiful. It turned out to be the beginning of a nightmare. According to Dr. Jonathan Zelkin's analysis, the surgeons took cartilage from her ear and transplanted it to her nose tip to make it bigger and more defined. That's standard practice for Asian rhinoplasty. But something went wrong during the operation. Her nose appeared irritated while she was still on the table. When Gal woke up, her nose felt, quote, irritated and tingly. Then it got worse. Within days, it became infected. She had to undergo a second emergency procedure to remove something from inside her nose, either the implant or ear cartilage graft. Reports are not clear which, but that second surgery failed to stop what was happening. The tip of her nose started changing color. First it turned purple, then it turned darker and darker, until finally the tip of her nose just turned black. The tissue had died. The cells at the tip of her nose had literally stopped receiving blood flow and died when attached to her face. And what happened to the clinic and the surgeon? Well, an investigation by the Guangzhou Health Commission revealed that the surgeon did not have proper qualifications as a licensed plastic surgeon to perform unsupervised surgery. The doctor was banned from practicing for 6 months. Yes, you heard me right, 6 months. That's it. The clinic was fined $6,700. Yes, answer a 6-7 joke right there. And given a warning. Meanwhile, this girl with a necrotic nose will have to wait at least a year before she can even think about reconstructive surgery thanks to how bad the damage got. Christy Alice lost both breasts. Elective cosmetic surgery is always tricky. You're making a conscious decision to go under the knife, trusting that the outcome will be better than what you started with. But what happens when you walk in with breasts and then walk out without them? So this is the case of Christy. In 2003, Christy Alice was 28 years old when she decided to have an elective cosmetic procedure done. She wanted a breast lift and augmentation. Two distinct but related procedures that Dr.
She wasn't getting enough attention.
A Naples plastic surgeon, suggested performing together
She wanted an easier life and more attention.
She signed consent forms for both procedures and showed up on April 16th at the Bonita Bay Surgical Center in Bonita Springs, Florida. But what was supposed to be a routine cosmetic surgery, something that had been done countless times on thousands of women before, ended up turning into a complete disaster for everyone in that room. During the surgery, the blood supply to Christy's breast was cut off. And remember, without blood flow, the tissue dies. So that's exactly what started happening. Her breasts turned black and formed hard, dry tissue, the same kind of necrosis we saw with Gao Liu's nose, except this was both breasts. Christy remained under Dr. Bomi's postoperative care for approximately 6 weeks, but the damage was catastrophic. On June 2nd, 2003, she consulted another plastic surgeon, Dr. Robert Bruick of Fort Myers, desperately trying to salvage what was left. He performed multiple procedures, attempting to close the wounds and reshape some of the remaining tissue, but it just
savage what's
Over
left.
the course of all of this, she went through 13 more surgeries trying to fix the damage. And in the end, despite everything, despite all those surgeries, all that pain, all that hope, she lost both breasts entirely. The case went to trial and Christy was awarded
that's
$8.2
actually
million.
accurate because the left tit looks way better than the right tit. Like the right tit's usually just like hanging out. The left tit's just like fucking like out there, like fucking eyes forward, fucking smiling at the camera. Well, the right tit's just fucking usually just chilling, you know, just hanging out. It's not even trying to look pretty at all for the camera. Yeah.
In August of 2006. A tidy sum, but probably not enough if you remember she sadly no longer has breasts. Crystal touch. Permanent blindness on one eye. This next case shows you just how quickly things can go wrong. We're talking literally minutes. The short time it takes to inject filler into your nose and your life changes forever.
Oh, look,
Crystal
it's
Touch walked into a VIP...
Look, it's a YouTuber cell phone. This is the YouTuber cell phones right here. It's a YouTuber cell phone. It's the iPhone. The iPhone.
Time it takes to inject filler into your nose and your life changes forever. Crystal Touch walked into a VIP plastic surgery in Henderson, Nevada on December 2nd of 2021 wanting something simple, a non-surgical rhinoplasty using Restylane, a hyaluronic acid filler. The goal was to build up her bridge and lift her tip, what the industry calls a Tinkerbell lift. Quick procedure, minimal downtime, and walk out looking better. Well, that's what she was promised. She had a 10 a.m. appointment, but the person who performed the procedure was a registered nurse named Diane Hamu, who advertised herself on Instagram as a, quote, master aesthetic injector. However, as soon as she injected the tip of Crystal's nose, she felt the pain shoot up to her left eye. She started tearing up and squinting, telling Hamu she couldn't see and that it hurt. But Hamu kept going, ignoring and continuing the injections as the pain got worse. Crystal began crying and telling her to stop. Finally, Hamu left, what was going on exactly? Well, here's the medical explanation. See, veins running through your nose supply blood and oxygen to the eyes as well. When you inject filler into that area, if you hit one of those veins and block it, it's essentially like having a stroke in your eye. The filler that shot up to Chris's left eye had cut off the blood supply. She could feel it dying in real time. Yes, it sounds terrible even explaining it. And that's how she was left permanently blind on that side. Of course, she sued. The nurse no longer works at VIP Plastic Surgery, but is still licensed and practicing at another cosmetic clinic in the Las Vegas Valley. Hey guys, sorry to interrupt the video. Actually, I'm not that sorry. It is Black Friday. The day that I release this, it is, well,
brothers.
It is about to be Black Friday.
Black power.
But Black Friday sale starts now. When you're watching this video,
you're right,
on
dude.
Wednesday,
How you celebrating Black Friday? You're not even black,
let me show you what we're selling. So if you head over here to our website, earldoesn'texist.com, you'll see some beautiful shirts. Actually, this one's already sold out. Yeah, you missed out. And this one's already sold out. So we do have this one and this one. That is my logo, and that is an old dentist picture. So these are, they say $35. For you guys, it'll be less than half. It'll be only
$35 for a t-shirt?
That is
holy
crazy.
Crap.
$15 for Exist. If you head over to the website, these should be $15. And we also have
$15 for a t-shirt.
Again, these
that's
are the
nice.
unupdated prices.
That's a reasonable price, man.
Bruh. We want to get these out. We want to get these out. I want to start my new era with music. Let's get these out. The Exist Devil hats will also be $15. The Stop Loving Me signed cassettes will be $10. The SLM signed CDs will be $10. And
the
also,
devil
if you're
hat?
a fan of mine, $. The S will also be $15.
That's a sick hat, man.
Music. Let's get these out. The Exist.
Fuck, that's a sick hat, dude. Dude, that's a sick fucking hat, dude.
Devil hats will also be $15. The Stop Loving Me signed cassettes
Oh,
will be
my
$10.
fuck.
The SLM signed CDs will be $10.
Fuck.
And also, if you're a fan of
I'm
my
gonna wear a
music,
fucking
you
hat
can
on
actually
my
go over
head,
to my
dude.
Spotify account on
There's
either
my
mobile
fucking
or
eyes,
PC. Scroll down, and then you see where it says merch. You can click any of them, and then you back out, and then it'll give you access to some shirts that aren't on the website, like some Stop Loving Me shirts that in fact did not sell out, and the Paul plushie keychain. These will also be at an extremely discounted price. So if you're interested in everything,
Oh yeah, he made a TV show called Two Gay
Go on my
Cats.
Spotify, it's named Tuv, and click the link there. With that being said, thank you guys so much for supporting me. I appreciate it. Let's get back to the video. The Abyss.
He looks like a Spanish guy now. Named what's his name? What's his name? Fuck. I forget his name, but he's mentally challenged. I can't remember his fucking name though. Timmy. Looks like a guy I know named Timmy.
Fire sealant. The first one on this level is just insane. I mean, think of this. You
Fucking
pay a
hat won't
back
stay on my
alley
head.
quote professional, you expect to make you look beautiful, but instead they inject you with the same stuff that's used to fix flat tires? Where do you even start with this one? Well, anyway, that's exactly what happened to
Fix
Leslie
roads.
Singh back in 2005. The 48-year-old transgender woman from Miami went to a pumping party, basically underground cosmetic injection sessions where people in the trans community could get affordable procedures. She paid around $100 per session to someone who went by the Duchess, real name O'Neill Ron Morris, who claimed to be a plastic surgeon. She wasn't. Raji thought she could get medical grade silicone injections in her face, breasts, and hips, but what Morris actually pumped into her body was a horrifying cocktail of cement, tire sealant, mineral oil, and superglue. Yes, superglue traces. You can't make this up. For months, Raji had no idea what was really in her body. She got about 10 injections in total from 2007 and 2010, but then her body started reacting. The substances hardened under her skin, forming golf ball-sized lumps on her cheeks, chin, and lips. The nodules were so massive and disfiguring that people started calling her Cement Face. She was terrified to leave her house. Meanwhile, Morris was still operating on multiple women across Florida, injecting them with the same toxic mixture. And in 2017, she was sentenced to 10 years in prison for manslaughter after 31-year-old Shatarka Nubi died from complications. Nubi had paid Morris $2,000 for treatments and suffered for 18 months while doctors tried to figure out what was injected into her body. The toxic material traveled through her bloodstream. Her end was death, and looking at it from the case of Nubi, Raji got really lucky. But this whole nightmare went on for more than a decade. She was too embarrassed to go to the authorities. Although eventually in 2015, she appeared on that reality show Botched. First, surgeons Dr. Terry Dubrow and Dr. Paul Nassif turned her away. It was too risky. but they couldn't stop thinking about her case. So they brought her back in 2016 and performed 4 surgeries over 7 weeks to remove the toxic fillers from her face. And it worked. Although she still has nodules in her breasts and buttocks that are too dangerous to remove, most of the cement was taken out of her face. She looks a lot more normal now. Allison Hugh. Her private parts pulled open and flattened. Allison's case is really cruel. Allison Hugh. Her private parts pulled open and flattened.
Oh
Allison's
my God.
case is really cruel because she did all the right things and she still lived in a nightmare. Full name Allison Hugh, her case goes back to 2002. At 38 years old and weighing 380 pounds, she underwent gastric bypass surgery. That's basically a procedure to help with weight loss. It worked beautifully and she lost 200 pounds, dropping her down to 185 pounds.
They're so fucking lazy they can't walk.
The massive weight loss
20
left her
minutes a
with
day,
enormous amounts of
fucking
excess
surgery
skin
to
on her
lose weight.
arms, abdomen, and thighs. The skin chafed constantly, making it difficult to walk. And honestly, after all that work, she deserved to feel more comfortable in her body again. So she started consulting plastic surgeons while removing the excess skin from her thighs.
You pay the doctor to
But
suck the
Allison was
fat out of
actually
you. You did
being
no
very
work at
careful
all to
with this.
remove the
One
fucking
surgeon
fat yourself.
recommended a full body lift, but she didn't go for it because it was too invasive for her. 2 other surgeons recommended something called a medical thigh lift, but they specifically warned her about the risks: vaginal widening and labial stretching. She rejected the procedure due to that. Then in 2005, she met Dr. Ferdinand Offadile, a New York plastic surgeon. According to Allison, Dr. Offadile told her he would perform a lateral thigh lift, making incisions on the outside of her thighs, which would not cause the vaginal problems she was warned about. So that sounded about right. She thought she found the right surgeon. Well, things went wrong. On March 2nd of 2005, Allison went in for surgery. When she woke up, she discovered incisions along her groin and on the inside of her thighs, not on the outside where Dr. Offadile had marked before surgery. He had actually performed a medial thigh lift, the exact procedure Allison had specifically rejected because of risks, and then things got worse. Just over a week after surgery, Allison was hospitalized for 11 days. The surgical wounds had broken down completely. They opened up, started bleeding profusely, and developed a severe infection. As the wounds broke down, the skin around her vagina was pulled toward the wounds. Her external labia became tethered and flattened, appearing flush with her thighs. The court documents describe her vagina was now permanently deformed and disfigured, complete distortion of both her labia majora and labia minora. Her gynecologist testified that this was not a normal vagina anymore. And the worst part, there was no corrective surgery for this. One doctor just told her to move on and there's nothing she could do in her life. Another mentioned an experimental procedure, but admitted it would probably not work.
It's a monster.
At 40 years old, Allison had to accept that she would live with this deformity for the rest of her life. April Brown. No hands, no feet, and no butt cheeks.
Oh my
Wanting
God.
to fix something that's bothered you since you were a kid is totally normal. But imagine that decision costing you your hands, your feet, and your quality of life. That's the strange case of April Brown, and it's about as horrific as it gets. Back in 2004, she was a successful hairstylist in Los Angeles, owned a salon, and was raising 2 daughters. Life was good. But she had been teased about having a flat butt since childhood, and it got her into a certain mindset to get herself a butt lift injection whenever the money sat right. Then one day while working on a client's hair, that client casually mentioned she did silicone injections on one side, cheap, quick, and she could give April the shape she'd always wanted. It was the case of a right offer that found her money ready. A week later, April found herself lying in a bedroom at this woman's house getting her first injection into her butt cheeks. She was to get 4 injections in total. After the second treatment though, something told her to stop, call it common sense or whatever, so she never went back for more injections. But the damage was already done. By early 2006, April noticed her buttocks were getting hard. Then came the itching, feverish, constant scratching that provided no relief. She googled silicone butt injections and found horror stories from other women whose bodies were deformed by lumps of silicone. Her buttocks started to discolor and harden. The pain became excruciating. At one point, she woke up scratching and pulling her own skin off. For years, she went from doctor to doctor trying to get help. In February of 2011, a surgeon operated to try to remove the material. The surgery was unsuccessful and left April with a hole in her buttocks. Then in June of 2010,
a hole in her buttocks, isn't that an asshole?
April developed a staph infection that doctor said was connected to the silicone injections. Her body started shutting down. Her limbs began curling and turning black. She lay in the hospital bed looking down at her hands and feet, realizing she was going to lose them. But doctors weren't giving up just yet. They put her in an induced coma for 2 months. You know, they did this to save her life. They performed 27 surgeries. The medication used to stabilize her blood pressure and keep her organs alive
2 months of coma?
extremities of blood. There was no choice. In August of 2011, doctors amputated her hands, her feet, and the flesh around her buttocks and hips. Only a 1-inch thick layer of skin and tissue remained where her butt used to be. When doctors tested what had actually been injected into her body, they discovered it wasn't medical grade silicone at all. It was bathroom caulk. You know, the industrial grade silicone you normally buy at a home improvement store.
Yeah, just caulk your fucking back
Dark abyss. Maria Peñalosa Cabrera left brain dead. In Latin
fuck.
America, plastic surgery is practically woven into the culture, and for some Latin American women, enhancing your appearance is seen as a rather easy investment in yourself. But part of this cultural acceptance has a darker side. When procedures are expensive and you're living abroad, the temptation to cut corners can be fatal. Maria Peñalosa Cabrera knew this risk. The 31-year-old Colombian mother of two was living in Queens, New York, selling tamales and empanadas in her neighborhood during summer months while dreaming of becoming a beautician. She had silicone butt implants that were causing her pain and she wanted them removed.
Just
The problem
dreaming of
was
becoming
that a
an
legitimate
amputician?
removal procedure is
Oh, a
expensive.
beautician,
So when a
okay.
friend recommended someone who could do it cheaper, Maria listened. On March 28th of 2025, Maria arrived at an Astoria apartment at 1 p.m., accompanied by a friend who waited in the living room. She went into an adjacent room where Felipe Hoyos Foronda, a 38-year-old man with no medical license in the United States, had set up a makeshift medical office. There was an exam table, cosmetic injectable syringes, exam lights, a metal IV stand, and shelves lined with injectables. He had been running this operation from his home, advertising himself on TikTok, showing before and after pictures of his patients. The procedure costed $1,900. Foronda
shit.
later told police he had performed this procedure, quote, hundreds of times from his apartment. This time would be different. He injected Maria with lidocaine and saline. Lidocaine is a local anesthetic. When
Yeah, it
used
just numbs you.
properly by medical professionals, it's safe. But in excessive amounts, it causes lidocaine toxicity, which then manifests as seizures, irregular heart rhythm, respiratory failure, and even cardiac arrest. Maria became lightheaded. Then her speech started slurring. And then she stopped talking altogether. Hoyos Foronda administered an IV, tried CPR, and called for emergency services, but by the time the paramedics arrived, Maria was unconscious in the medical chair. He panicked, and while the woman was being rushed to the hospital, he got in his car and drove straight to the JFK airport. Port Authority police found him at Terminal 5 standing at the Starbucks line moments before his flight was set to depart. When they
Fucking
searched
idiots.
his car at the airport, they found syringes, empty bottles of lidocaine, and empty bottles of human growth hormone. Meanwhile, Maria was at Mount Sinai, Queens. Doctors spent over 2 hours trying to revive her after she was intubated. She showed no signs of brain activity. She died, leaving behind two sons, ages 3 and 1. Hoyos Foronda is now being held without bail and faces up to 15 years in prison. Liu died from 6 procedures in 1 day. We've seen how greed and negligence can destroy lives, but sometimes
6
that happens
procedures
even
in
when
1
the clinic
day?
is fully licensed and the
Holy
doctors are
shit.
legally certified. People can still just make mistakes. On December 9th of 2020, a woman from rural Guizhang in southern China's Guangxi province walked into a cosmetic surgery in Nanning. She wanted a complete transformation. The clinic was happy to oblige, for a price of course. Liu took out a loan of more than 40,000 won, that's about $5,600, to finance not 1, not 2, but 6 procedures. Yes, all in the span
Look,
of
completely
24
different.
hours. And you're probably asking yourself, why would they even let that happen, right? Well, you already know the answer. Money. The answer to almost every question. Money.
Yep.
That afternoon, Liu underwent
Shit
her first
costs
surgery,
money.
double eyelid surgery, and a nose job. That alone
need
took
money,
5
Chad.
hours. Most people would rest after that kind of ordeal, but not Liu. Next came liposuction on her thighs. Then the following morning, while her body was still recovering from everything she had been through, the fat removed from her thighs was injected into her face and breasts. Another 5 hours of surgery. On December 11th, Liu was discharged. She was walking towards the elevator but never made it there. She suddenly collapsed on the floor, and after initial emergency efforts by clinic staff, she was transferred to the Second Nanny People's Hospital. She was declared dead later that afternoon. The autopsy report shows that she died from acute respiratory failure due to pulmonary embolism after liposuction. Basically, a blood clot that had formed during the liposuction traveled to her lungs and killed her. She left behind a husband, an 8-year-old daughter, and a 4-year-old son. Liu wanted a dramatic transformation that never was, and after 6 surgeries that should not have happened under doctors' recommendations under 24 hours, she sadly passed away.
What you get, man?
Demi
Accept what
Agaglia,
you got.
fat mistakenly injected into bloodstream.
You guys want to be
The
better
day
than
after
you are,
surgery,
and not
this
putting any
woman
work
sent
in,
her
just
mom a
spending
text
fucking.
saying she had gotten the body
This
she
girl
always
looks like
wanted.
plastic fucking
24
surgery,
hours
dude.
later, her partner sent a different message. Just 2 words. She's gone. Demi Agaglia, a 26-year-old mother of 3 from Salford, England, traveled to Turkey in January of 2024 for a Brazilian butt lift, also known as a BBL. She had seen celebrity endorsements on social media for a company
Fake
called
tits,
Comfort
fake
Zone
face,
Surgery
fake
based in
ass, yeah.
Istanbul. The procedure promised to give her the body
She's
she had
a
always
fake
wanted by
bitch.
taking fat from somewhere
She's a
else on her
fake
body
bitch.
and injecting it into her hips and buttocks.
Fake lips.
Her mother tried to stop her. She told
Fake
Demi she was
cheeks.
a good-looking girl and didn't need the operation. Her partner didn't want her to have the surgery either, but there was no changing her mind. She had already booked the trips months earlier.
Yeah, she's
On
obsessive,
January
dude.
4th of 2024, Demi traveled to Turkey with her
Yeah,
boyfriend.
leave that girl and
They
run
stayed in
away.
a shared villa in Istanbul before being taken by taxi to the hospital for the procedure. The surgery happened, and when Demi woke up, something was immediately wrong. Her boyfriend noticed she was shaking and appeared very cold.
Ew,
the next day,
that's
Demi
fucking
complained of a
epic
tight
shit.
chest. Staff from Comfort Zone were called to the villa. They checked her blood pressure but did not inspect the surgical area and failed to also check her heart rate as
Looks
well
like
as
a
her
man
pulse.
trying to become
Then
a girl
they
or
did something that
something.
a Harley Street plastic surgeon would later describe at the inquest as completely bizarre. They tried to feed her pieces of cucumber. It later emerged that these staff members weren't even qualified nurses. And of course, the cucumber didn't work. I don't know why they were trying to feed her cucumber. Like it's this life-saving vegetable. I mean, it's healthy for you. It's 96% water. Yeah, it's healthy for you. But like, what does that have to do with anything? But yeah, like I
There's
said, the
doctors,
cucumber
but
didn't work,
anybody
so
can become a
Demi ended up
doctor, dude. You just have to
collapsing.
know
She was
people.
rushed back to Evrasia Hospital where the
Anyone
surgeon
can
told
become a
Bradley
doctor.
they had done everything they could. 3 days after the operation, she died. The cause was microscopic fat embolism. Turns out that during the procedure, fat had been injected directly into her bloodstream. It traveled through her body, reached her lungs, got stuck, and killed her. Megan
Holy
Espinoza. Doctor left mid-procedure to negotiate more
all
sales.
girls, not even one
At the
guy.
very bottom of this iceberg sits something so bizarre, so incomprehensibly cruel, it barely feels real that a so-called doctor could do this. The woman in the story is Megan Espinoza. She was a 36-year-old kindergarten teacher, a mother of two, living in San Diego. On December 19th
she's
of 2018,
aging horribly,
she went to the Divino Plastic Surgery
she's
of
in her
Bonita,
40s,
California, for
her
what should have been
50s.
a common breast augmentation. The surgeon was Dr. Carlos Chacon, who had been practicing for over a decade. Right from the start, Chacon was cutting corners. He had an untrained nurse administering anesthesia, someone who had no business doing that job. Megan was under conscious sedation, and about 2 hours into the surgery, her heart rate spiked. Then it stopped. She went into cardiac arrest. At 2:22 p.m., Chacon started CPR. He managed to get her pulse back, but Megan did not regain consciousness and wasn't able to breathe on her own. A nurse continued squeezing a bag valve mask to get air into her lungs. This is when any reasonable person would call 911, right? Well, Chacon didn't do that. Instead, he called other doctors for advice. One of them told him to call the paramedics because Megan needed to be intubated. Chacon refused to make that call. Instead, while Megan lay in the operating room, unable to breathe on her own, making gurgling noises and exhibiting seizure-like activity, Chacon left the room multiple times to see 4 other patients. He was conducting consultations, selling more procedures. When Megan's husband called to check on her, Chacon told the staff to lie about her condition. He prevented anyone from calling 911. At 5:24 p.m., that's 3 hours after Megan went into cardiac arrest, Chacon finally called, but he actually lied again about her condition. Paramedics arrived and were horrified about what they found. Megan was transferred to a hospital, intubated, and placed in the ICU. Unfortunately, she never woke up. She
Yeah,
simply
of
never
course
regained
not.
the ability to breathe on her own. 6 weeks later, she died. Chacon was arrested with second-degree murder, sentenced with only 3 years in prison, and his medical license was suspended for life. Before being taken into custody,
3 years
he
in
turned to
prison for
Megan's
killing
father and said
somebody?
if he could trade places with her, he would. But the fact was, he couldn't. Because for 3 hours while Megan suffocated, he had bizarrely been too busy making sales. Alright guys, that's going to be it for this video. If you enjoyed the final installment of the November Iceberg series, please leave a like and leave a comment, engage with the video. Subscribe if you haven't already. Before Present Me is going to make a speech, I do want to just acknowledge the fact that almost I think every single story we went through in today's video was about a woman getting cosmetic surgery. We don't really hear about men getting cosmetic surgeries. It's just the beauty standards, and I just want to make it clear that if you're a woman watching this that's considering getting cosmetic,
fucking do it too. You see some girl on TikTok with fucking big titties, and I think Nina does too. See another girl on TikTok with big asshole, and I think Nina does too. How an FBI agent infiltrated the KKK. What the fuck is this resolution, dude? What the fuck is this resolution, dude? It's like half the size of a fucking regular video, dude. I'm watching this shit, dude. You fucking have to make it fucking full ass video, dude. You know, there's a ban on Twitch again, a third ban on the platform 6 week. Hearing to steal from toilet. She'll get banned. She's a girl on Twitch, dude. What the fuck? What do you expect, dude? Twitch is made for fucking girls, dude. Wait, that's skill specs? It looks like Bodhi. Oh, it is Bodhi. Oh, I'm not watching that. I hate how they Their voices sound fucking annoying, so. What the fuck? Show me the fucking video. Show me a clip of it, dude. Like, fuck. Fucking broken ass fucking YouTube. It's crazy I can break fucking websites, dude.
Slushy jar. And that's when it came to me. Pause, wait. In the article, they say he always targeted single male joggers. The pattern of male joggers could easily just be like him.
I blame that meatloaf guy.
You mean Papa Meat? How the fuck do you get meatloaf from Papa Meat? The Slenderman child stabber has escaped.
Yep,
Wavy.
the girl who stabbed her friend for Slenderman recently went on the run. 2025, the insanity
Why
never
you look
stops.
so different today?
I covered the Slenderman
What did we
stabbing
do?
case on
There's
this
another
channel a
dark
couple of
idiot.
years ago, and I never expected to discuss it again, but some truly questionable decisions by a judge and some medical professionals has resulted in a manhunt for an attempted
I'm fucking
killer.
33 now, dude. I'm not 32 anymore. I'm 33.
Last seen at her group home on Cronky Drive in Madison.
Did you do something to her hair?
No, it's still me, dude. It's still me. My camera's just probably fucking up orientation, I think. I think it's just straight up. I think it's just straight up like this. See? Like this?
Oh shit, you back.
Yeah, I think I
Sup,
can.
homie?
Oh,
Wondered
turn
who
up the-
TF you were.
Yeah, I don't turn out the lights, dude. I was just showing in the darkness, dude. Darkness, trying to smoke the light. Showing in the darkness, trying to get away. Showing in the darkness with me and my only knife. Showing in the darkness, to my wife. That's it. I'm chilling in the darkness with me and my knife. I'm chilling in the darkness, trying to find me a wife. I'm chilling in the darkness, playing with my knife.
Police say her whereabouts are still unknown at this hour, and tonight we're learning more about the timeline between when she cut off that GPS monitor and when authorities were alerted.
In order to understand how we got here,
This
though,
is a
you
knife.
need a recap of what happened in this case, and you need to
No,
learn
this
about
one has the
some
American Eagle on it, dude. This one has an eagle on it.
LOL, have you ever seen that movie?
What, the American Eagle? I didn't even know there's a movie called American Eagle.
Crocodile Dundee.
Oh, no. I didn't see the crocodile guy.
controversial
That's
details
not a
about
knife.
the Slenderman
This
stabber's
is a knife.
punishment. The
No.
Slenderman stabbing
This
case
is-
involved three 12-year-old girls,
Closed
Morgan
on his
Geyser,
pants. This is
Anissa
a
Wire,
knife.
and their victim, Peyton Leitner. All three from Waukesha, Wisconsin. They were friends,
Sheesh.
and the air quotes are
LOL.
needed here, which you'll find out why shortly. Morgan and Anissa had a disturbing fixation with online creepypasta stories, specifically the legend of Slenderman. And when Slenderman wanted them to
Brothers
execute
on
a
the Long
proxy
Busters.
killing,
They
they were
killed their
happy to
fucking
oblige
friend.
if it would appease him.
Those are the Long Busters.
In May of 2014,
Yeah,
in
they fucking
Waukesha,
killed their
Wisconsin,
friend.
Morgan and
These two little
Anissa held a
girls.
sleepover and invited their friend Peyton. They had all hung out many times before, but you could say that Peyton wasn't as tight with them as the other two were with each other. Little did Peyton know their reasoning behind her being invited was so that they could kill her and use her as a sacrifice to Slender Man to make him happy. Morgan and Anissa have gone on record claiming that they believed if they didn't commit violence for Slender Man, he was going to kill them and their families. So the demented duo lures Peyton away to a nearby park the morning after their slumber party, and that's where Morgan produces a knife and stabs Peyton 19 times. They leave her for dead and flee into the woods. Badly wounded and bleeding out, Peyton crawls up to a nearby roadside and is miraculously noticed by a passing cyclist who promptly calls 911, and because of this, she actually manages to get help and survive the attack. Several hours later, Morgan and Anissa would be found miles away walking down Interstate 94, and they were taken into custody for attempted homicide-related charges. Something that would become clear when it came to prosecuting these two 12-year-olds is that Morgan seemingly had no remorse for what she did, at least initially. During her interrogation, she remained cold, detached, and calmly explained that the only reason she did what she did was to appease Slender Man. It had to be done. You could say that her attitude was that of a hitman.
I might as well just say it. We were trying to kill her.
What did you do next?
I already told you.
What was that?
Stab, 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 stab.
On the other hand, Anissa was very much immediately remorseful, with detectives noting her being visibly upset, crying, and asking if Peyton had survived the attack. She even reportedly let out a sigh of relief when they told her that the girl was still alive. It became clear early on that Morgan was the crazier of this bunch and Anissa was more of a naive accomplice. The courts would certainly see it this way too. Now, considering the whole Slender Man told me to kill people element of the story and the fact that they were both 12 years old at the time, it might not be all too surprising for you to learn that both of them were found not guilty by reason of insanity. But they wouldn't be turned loose after that.
They're not insane,
Wisconsin law requires those given a not guilty by insanity ruling to be institutionalized by the state. Anissa was initially committed to serve 25 years under the custody of the Wisconsin Department of Health Services, whereas the knife-wielding Morgan was committed to serve 40 years in a state psychiatric hospital, specifically the Winnebago Mental Health Institute in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, which is where both of the girls were actually sent when it came time to, be monitored. Now, this is where things get a bit interesting and moves into the territory of Morgan escaping and going missing for a time. In July of 2021, Anissa Weier was actually granted a conditional release from the state hospital after responding well to treatment. She's no longer believing in Slender Man, she's not psychotic or psychopathic, and has consistently expressed profound remorse for her part in the attack on Peyton. As a result of this, she was given a conditional release which allowed her to live with her father, though she was still under DHS supervision for a bit and had to wear a GPS monitor. As far as I'm aware, she hasn't caused any trouble since this. Morgan, seeing this, would also make efforts to get a conditional release of her own, but to put it lightly, it's been quite difficult for her to get one because, well, it seems that she still might be dangerous. Morgan's case is just far more complicated. While in custody, she was diagnosed with childhood onset schizophrenia and has reportedly suffered repeated flare-ups of psychosis since being committed. While she has expressed more consistent remorse about the attack on Peyton, that has only come in recent years when she's been trying to get a conditional release. We gotta note how violent her attack was, 19 stab wounds. That's going to be taken into account when we're talking about letting somebody off easier and putting them into a DHS supervision that's a step belower than a hospital. Other troubling developments include reports that allege Morgan has used the internet while in the psychiatric hospital and sent violent communications to an individual on the outside. Another report that I've seen from ABC News claims that Morgan was allegedly caught reading a book pertaining to sexual sadism while she was in the hospital.
Why the fuck is there books like that in the fucking
issues were discussed during Morgan's appeal for conditional release earlier this year. But despite the concerns levied, in July of 2025, Waukesha County Circuit Judge Scott Wagner approved a conditional release plan that would allow Morgan to serve her committance under more lenient terms. Though given Morgan's past, her plan was a bit more stringent, at least compared to Anissa. In recent months, Morgan has been turned loose from the psych hospital and was allowed to live in a group home in Madison, Wisconsin. She was still under strict supervision though and had to wear a GPS ankle monitor. She lived here with other people in this halfway house setting. I've seen reports claim that she got there around October, but it could have been a bit sooner than that. Just know that she hasn't been there long. Now keep in mind, Morgan had to work extremely hard for years to get this conditional release. Surely she won't screw this up or do anything insane, right?
Police in Wisconsin say a young woman at the center of the Slender Man stabbing case is now on the run.
On the evening of Saturday, November 22nd, Morgan went missing from her group home. Her ankle monitor was reportedly cut and she was seemingly on the run. The local police were notified early Sunday morning. Not long after, a surveillance photo reportedly showing Morgan was published by law enforcement, and curiously, she was with somebody. Now this is quite the disturbing scenario, as it seems as though Morgan, with this action, is literally proving that she's not reformed. The moment they gave her just a little bit of slack, she ran off with some mysterious stranger, allegedly. And you know, you gotta wonder, like, is she going to commit violence? I hate to even say it, but your mind can't help but go there. I mean, dude, is she gonna go after Peyton again? Like, can you imagine how unsettling it was for Peyton and her family to hear the news of Morgan escaping like this? I mean, Jesus Christ. Now, I would be telling you all to keep an eye out and call 911 if you see Morgan, but thankfully, the manhunt issued for her has been proven successful. On the evening of November 23rd, Morgan was found by police in Posen, Illinois. She was found with a 42-year-old individual at a truck stop in the area. It appears the 42-year-old traveled with Morgan across state lines by bus. According to reports, police responded to a complaint regarding two people loitering behind the building. When cops arrived, they found Morgan and the 42-year-old sleeping on the sidewalk back there. Police allege that Morgan initially gave them a fake name, but when pressed, she admitted that she didn't want to tell them who she was because she had previously, quote, done something bad, unquote, and even suggested that they should, quote, just Google her. When found, both individuals were detained, and according to AP News, the 42-year-old has been charged with trespassing and obstructing identification. The two apparently described themselves as being friends, but I really don't have enough information to elaborate any further on that piece. We don't know anything about why she did this or what her motives were, but something is very blatantly clear to me. Morgan is not reformed, she wasn't ready to be released from the psychiatric hospital, and the people who pushed for her conditional release might need to spend a day or two in the psych ward themselves. Yeah. I mean, okay, like the last part's obviously a joke, but this is an embarrassing fuck up by the state. The judge is probably regretting his approval big time right now. You know, just in time to ruin Thanksgiving, I guess. I was just wrapping up here. I gotta say, I'm so relieved they found Morgan as quickly as they did. It would have truly been terrifying having this girl on the run given her past. The fact that she skedaddled so quickly after just getting a small chance of freedom too is what proves to me that she's still very much unhinged. Anyways, guys, just wanted to weigh in on this in a one-off update style video. Hope you enjoyed it. Might do more in the future, might not. Have a good one. Wavy Web Surf out. Peace.
So wavy.
What I just learned about here has to be one of the most insane, vile plans I've ever heard of, and it was actually attempted. Two men were training for what has to be one of the most unhinged ideas ever thought of. Like, the Lord, when he gave humans brains, didn't think they'd be capable of concocting something so fucking absurd. I'm actually struggling to find the words to even set the stage here for what I'm about to show you, so I'll just instead use a hand gesture. It's a big thumbs down moment. This shit is foul.
A federal grand jury indicted two North Texas men accused of plotting to invade a foreign island, kill the men, and take the women as sex slaves.
Prosecutors say one of the men enlisted in the Air Force to get military training he thought he needed. Fox 4's Blake Hansen.
I know that intro hits you like a fucking knuckle sandwich because it's so preposterous, but it's actually just the tip of the iceberg here.
Yeah, right.
And they left out a very big key detail. According to the official press release, these two lunatics were also planning to take the children as sex slaves as well. So these two Jeffrey Epstein commandos here were planning to invade an island nation, murder all of the men, and take the women and children as their sex slaves. And one of them literally joined the Air Force in order to receive training to better help them carry out this plan. This shit sounds like something P. Diddy would have cooked up while playing with G.I. Joe action figures or something. Like, these guys were very serious about this. They were actually doing everything they could to carry out this island invasion and murder and kidnapping.
In our newsroom tonight with these stunning allegations, Blake.
Yeah, Stephen Heather, federal prosecutors say the suspects didn't plan to go it alone. In fact, the feds say they plan to recruit people who are homeless in Washington, D.C. to serve on their, quote, expeditionary force and take over a small Haitian island. The grand jury indictment handed up today charges 21-year-old Gavin Weisenberg from Allen and 20-year-old Tanner Thomas from Argyle.
Now, there's no picture of Tanner that's available at the moment, but the mugshot
You should
there that
invest in
exists
a
of
little
Gavin,
screen light
he
thing
looks
so
like
you
a
don't need the
psychopath.
big
That
light
guy
on.
looks like he has a screws.
Like a lamp.
It looks like he is like
I got one, but it's just so
biologically
hurts the
evolved to
fucking
be the
eyes, dude. I got one, dude.
caricature of a freak that has
Right,
these,
I don't like lights
crazy
shining at my
famous
fucking
ideas.
eyes.
And like I said, this is something they took so
I got one,
seriously
that's
that they
pretty
were even
fucking good.
planning out how to
True.
recruit homeless people to join their ranks to storm the beaches of the island that they were going to invade so they could start slaughtering the men there.
With conspiracy to murder, maim, or kidnap in a foreign country, as well as a charge of production of child pornography.
I told you, that intro was just a crumb. That doesn't even scratch the surface to the depths of depravity that these two men
I
have
got
sunk
one.
to. Like, these
But I don't like the
are
light
evil,
shining in my
rotten to
fucking
the
eyes
core
all the
fucking
time.
monsters. So there is also a charge of child pornography production.
I need to put like the
here,
roof on the light,
which
or the,
I imagine none of you
not
are
the roof
surprised
on the
to
light.
hear,
I gotta put
given
the light
that
on the
these two
roof. I
men
think.
planned on
That's
kidnapping the
not in my
women
eyes.
and children as sex slaves for themselves.
Record Joe Weisenberg was booked
Oh,
into the
fucking
Cullen County
replaced?
jail and plotting to invade is called Gonab Island. It is part of the Republic of Haiti.
That's
It's not
nice, though.
small. In fact, that island has about 87,000 residents.
But
Prosecutors say
noise or
Weisenberg
us.
and Thomas
You ain't gonna
planned to
kill
lead that
47,000
expeditionary
people.
force by sailboat to the island, murder the
Sailboat.
men, take
These guys play
control of the
RuneScape,
island,
dude, I
and then
could
turn the
tell.
women into sex slaves.
If you did whippets every second of every day for the entirety of your life, I don't think you could kill enough of your brain cells to hatch a plan this
87,000
They plan
population of
to lead an
87,000 people.
expeditionary force via sailboat to this island composed of these two, Gavin and Tanner, plus whatever homeless men they were
Plus a
able
bunch
to
of
rope
hobos,
into the
yeah.
scheme, and take on 87,000 people. These delusional piss stains thought they were built like Goku or something. That is crazy. Like, fucking Thanos would struggle to beat 87,000 people on his own. Like, it is so unbelievably outrageous that it's hard to even come to terms that this was something they were really trying to do. Like, I can't stress that enough, that this wasn't just some, like, crackpot crazy
My
idea.
beam tolerance is
They
crazy,
were
dude.
taking steps to
gonna be
actually
my
carry it
sixth
out.
shotgun.
Like, one of them joined the Air Force. And you know how they just mentioned that their plan was to go
are they?
via sailboat? Well, get a load of this. They had planned all of that too. They were legitimately dedicating their lives to this invasion.
According to prosecutors, the feds say the plan dates back to August of last year. They say Weisenberg enrolled in a Rockwall Fire Academy to learn command and control protocols, but flunked out in February. They say he then traveled to Thailand to learn how to sail, but didn't enroll in the school due to the cost.
Dipshit Gavin may have been unsuccessful in all of his endeavors, but he did try to learn
afford
things
school
to
in
contribute
Thailand,
to the
you ain't gonna
invasion
afford it in the
effort that
fucking
they were
States.
scheming. So he enrolled in a fire academy to try and learn command and control prompts. He flunked out. He then also was going to learn how to sail via courses in Thailand, but then didn't enroll because he couldn't afford to, I suppose, or was probably too busy spending his money on blow and chicken tendies. But he did, like, dedicate time to trying to learn these things for
Blow
this
chicken
invasion
tendies.
plan. His whole life was revolving around trying to be better equipped for this invasion effort that they were plotting.
The feds say Thomas,
They
meanwhile,
got fucking
enlisted
destroyed,
in the Air
dude.
Force in January, and in March changed his station assignment from Germany to Maryland to better coordinate the invasion and recruit the homeless population in D.C.
While
What the
Gavin
fuck
was
was that?
sucking the mean dick of failure, Tanner, on the other hand, was
that's his
successful
computer.
in enlisting in the Air Force and getting this military training to contribute to their efforts here. He changed his station so he could be better equipped to find homeless people to recruit for this too. Both of these men were legitimately dedicating their entire lives to this. This was something they were going to actually follow through on. Tanner
They were out
moved to an
crazy
area to
and
better
homeless people.
coordinate, plan, and recruit these homeless people for that plan. This is something they were going to do. Now, obviously, I'm sure you don't have to be a mathematician, you don't have to be, you know, fucking Poindexter, a wizard with numbers, to know that if they did truly arrive at Gonav with the intent to murder all of the men there, they themselves would have been killed pretty quickly, I imagine, as they would anywhere
I find
in the
it
world.
funny
If they
that,
just come, like Yosemite Sam firing from the hip, just killing a bunch of people, they themselves would have been killed very quickly. But the fact is, they would have taken innocent
I can't go
people
outside without wearing
with them.
sunglasses,
And
even if it's
that
not
is
sunny
completely
outside.
unacceptable. So even
It's
though
just too
under no
fucking bright.
circumstances would this invasion have ever...
They just gone ramble for another 3 minutes at least. Oh. Yeah, I can't go outside without not wearing sunglasses, or else I can't even open my eyes. Such sensitive eyes to light. I guess I could wear my sunglasses. Oh. Should I stream on a Twitch and Kick and watch Austin Powers Goldmember? I kind of want to go back to sleep. Do a sleep stream. I mean, I don't find any fucking child porn on fucking Discord, dude. I think you're just going in really fucking weird fucking servers, dude. If you're finding Discord's most disgusting problems getting worse. I mean, you're just looking in fucking really fucked up places, dude. Like, I haven't found any fucking thing to do with children on fucking Discord. These guys just looking in really
Nina
weird fucking
Lynn has
places,
quickly
man.
become one of my least favorite streamers, which is an impressive accolade considering how few streams I watch these days. She really speedran this. Her and Jack Doherty occupy a very special place online of just being highly unlikable, annoying, insufferable assholes. And in Nina Lynn's case, it's exceptionally frustrating considering she has broadcast herself sexually assaulting a man before, and then even treating it as a joke later on, even after like some fucking crocodile tears about how she understands that it was wrong or whatever, or why people might think it was bad. She herself has kind of made light of it since then. So, sexual assault superstar Nina Lynn has continued to stream even after broadcasting that crime.
Yeah,
and her
Twitch doesn't
content's
care.
only really elevated
It's a girl,
since
Twitch
then.
won't ban her.
She's broadcast more crimes.
Oh,
and
yeah.
today she's been banned for her 3rd time in 6 weeks. You couldn't hit me in the head
Oh,
with a
she'll be
sledgehammer
unbanned in a
enough
day.
times to make me delusional enough to believe that Twitch is permanently banning her. My hunch is that this will be
I'll get banned
3
for
days.
2 weeks to say that I don't like fucking rapists. I get banned for 2 weeks for saying I don't like rapists. But this girl can fucking steal from Target and get banned for a day. Well, come on, dude.
Or potentially up to a week. Tops. Absolute maximum I see this being is a week. And that's if all the stars
I'd say
align
3
and
days.
Dan Clancy stops gooning for a minute to maybe try and like keep her stream down for a little bit to try and maybe put on a strong face of teaching her a lesson. But it won't be permanent. I think Twitch has made it very clear they don't actually take sexual assault that seriously.
Yeah, they
That's
don't
a
care
woman doing
if
it
a
to
girl
a man.
does something, yeah.
That is kind of the impression that a
Yep.
lot of people walk away from now.
If a girl does
considering
something,
what
it's
Nina
completely
Lynn
fine,
has
but if
done.
a guy
She is
does
the
it, he's
sexual assault
fucking
superstar and
destroyed.
has now quickly become the face of degeneracy on
Twitch is a
Twitch,
fucking
and they don't seem to
poor
mind.
porn site, man.
So I want to show
Ain't
you a few
streaming, it's
clips
softcore
since
porn,
the
dude.
sexual assault, which I already made a video going
You're not a
over,
girl, you're
that
fucked.
are showcasing some of the lowlights that she proudly broadcasts on
Mhm.
Twitch. We'll go ahead and start with the obvious. This is what people think is the reason behind her ban, where she stole items from Target on
True
stream.
LOL.
And then when people in chat were speculating whether or not she actually stole them, she made sure to confirm that she indeed did steal those Target items, and in fact has stolen many more that you guys don't know about, which she openly just admits to and says, get fucked.
Oh no, he's wild. I'm telling you, bro. Even if
Ew.
it was the stakes, bro. Yo, bro. Ain't nobody missing no fucking money, bitch. Calm the fuck down. No.
It's an Asian chick that thinks she's a black chick. Man. Hold on a sec, let me adapt. Oh man. Oh man. It's like the Asian version of Woe Becky. Or Woe Vicky.
Target is not losing no type of fucking money from certain states, bitch. Ass fucking bum ass steaks. I don't give a shit. Man, if I put this on Twitter too. Your mom's a bitch, you was a bitch, and happy holidays, all you hoes is bitches.
A Shakespearean way with words. It is miserable listening to her struggle to throw together sentences because she is constantly in this persona where she's trying to portray a character that's like so tough and no nonsense.
Yeah.
Bitch that, fuck that. And that's all she ever says. So everything that leaves her mouth has to have that same like bravado to it. Oh my god, it's so cringe. She's so desperate to appear tough and uncaring, unfiltered. Yeah, she'll get a little crude, but that's Nina Lynn's brand, baby. She tells it like it is. That's sexual assault superstar Nina Lynn right there in all her glory.
Go ahead, put that on Twitter. I bet you won't. I bet you won't. Just put that on Twitter. I bet you won't. Yeah.
An Asian girl that thinks she's black. This shit's hilarious, dude. That's probably why people watch her stream, because they're fucking laughing.
I don't give a fuck, bitch. I don't give a fuck. Happy holidays, whores. Yo, like, I don't give a shit. Oh, hold on. Oh, matter of fact, you want to make a news? I got these from Target too, guys. Look, I got these from Target too. Guess how much I paid? $3.99. Get mad, bitch.
Good one, Nina. A real slam dunk. Also, nothing says not.
Wow,
giving
you
a
have so
fuck
many
quite
viewers.
Like feeling the need to remind
Why do
people
you
of
need to
it
fucking steal
constantly.
shit?
The amount of time she has to
steal shit 'cause
reiterate
you're
she
poor.
doesn't give a fuck kind of makes me think she does actually care. That just doesn't really seem like the behavior of someone that really doesn't, if she is just constantly having to say that.
So we called on Monday.
Oh, ma'am. Damn.
Oh. And the language that you're using in front of a 13-year-old, I don't appreciate either.
This is a public space. I'm gonna let you know that right now. This is a public space, you know, so.
Well, and we wait our turn like grown-ups.
No,
In a public
100%.
space.
And I'm just letting you know that, sometimes you can also ask, hey, would you like to please use normal language in front of my daughter? That would have been great, too.
I think in a public space, we kind of have an understanding.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that won't bother me, like,
Well, I appreciate you cleaning it up now.
Oh, of course. It's like the most barren argument. I cannot.
I don't know, I just don't really think it's a big Karen moment here, to be honest with you, Nina. She was pretty polite in asking you to just maybe pump the brakes on those sentence enhancers you like to toss around loosey-goosey, considering her daughter is right there and is a child. Also, you're in a fucking nail salon where people are supposed to be going
the
to
daughter's
relax,
going to learn
and
swear
instead now
words.
you're in there filming
But the
and
daughter
being
doesn't
just
fucking
like
know
a
them.
giant, annoying pest. I think it's pretty reasonable to just ask you to maybe have a little bit of class there. But I don't know, maybe I want to crack
the daughter
pipe.
probably knows
This
all
is
the
Nina's
swear words.
world, and we're all just props in it, obviously. You know what? I already see the error of my ways here. Who are we to question sexual assault superstar Nina Lynn on how she conducts herself and her behavior?
Oh, I got scanned by this guy's fucking... See that thing behind him? I got scanned by that thing, dude. This fucking stupid thing, dude. Hold on a sec. This stupid fucking box thing. I got scanned by that fucking thing, dude. So you join his Discord, and it can call, like every hour, like every like so often, it calls somebody, it pings somebody, and it's your chance. But when it called me, it was fucking dead. Like it was fucking, the room was pitch black. You couldn't see fucking shit. Like, why is this bot still summoning people when he's asleep and the machine's off? I was so excited, dude. He's like fucking phones in there and fucking crazy ass shit in there, man.
Nina Lynn
Probably
on how
not
she
anymore,
conducts
but
herself and her behavior.
I appreciate the apology.
Oh, shit. 1, 2.
Do not be recording.
It's just me. We got no one else on that. We can't do that either.
Yeah.
1, 2. We had to. Yeah. Right. We had to do that. Yeah. Right. Fuck. Bitch. Shit.
I don't know what's more pathetic in this clip, her or the guy she points to pretending to laugh really hard at this so that way he can get a crumb of attention from Nina Lynn. Both are really bad, but I think Nina Lynn's probably still more of a sad specimen. Very good one again, Nina. Her comedy stylings are top tier. Did you see the way she said...
Oh shit, dude, here's the fucking Nintendo 64 and the Nintendo GameCube and the Super Nintendo or whatever the fuck that is. Nice, dude.
Fuck, bitch, and shit there. Because, and the joke, just to explain the joke, it's a bit of a thinking man's joke.
I think he's in a rich kid's
that
fucking
mother
room.
asked her to not do that around children. And even the employee here of the business asked her not to film them. And Nina Lynn pretends they weren't filming them. Even though I saw the employees, I saw everyone that wasn't Nina Lynn too. She was filming everybody else as well. Despite what she lied to them saying that it's just her. It's not. It wasn't. But don't worry, according to Nina Lynn, this business is actually her playground. It's a public space, according to Nina Lynn. She can do whatever the fuck she wants in here, baby.
Work around here, and like y'all are affecting my livelihood.
No, Dad,
You're
what's your
affecting? What is my issue?
Yeah, what's the problem?
That y'all are coming
Dad,
in
what's the
here
problem?
and you're causing
And who are
so
you?
many.
And who are you? Do you own this one? Do you own this one?
Do I now? No.
Oh man, you actually got to see it in real time there. The moths to the flame. These vermin. These fucking parasites. They smelt conflict and they came over with their fucking lights and selfie sticks because that's content, baby. So Nina Lynn, her heart is beating. She knows she's got a clip on her hands because now she's going to argue with this woman who is expressing her concern over them being disruptive. Apparently, background is she viewed their behavior like this big group of people as like a nuisance and being disruptive. So she confronted them directly.
Oh, let's hope she can fight a whole group of people then.
I don't think she knows the pickle she's about to find herself in.
Yep.
She has now just started an unskippable cutscene with the sexual assault superstar.
Yep, don't walk up to a group and tell them to do shit different. If you can't handle it.
You pressing me for no reason. What's wrong? Are you good, bro? Are you dead ass good?
Yeah. Hey, on fucking camera.
What's up?
I'm surrounded
You're
by 20
weird as fuck.
of you
You're
wearing
weird as fuck.
Watching Nina and her posse handle anything is just, it's worse than nails on a chalkboard. It is hard to sit still because it is just so unbelievably annoying. So now they're like surrounding this woman here and all talking at once, and Nina's like threatening, "Do you want the smoke?" Like, oh my God.
No, you're not. I'll tell you one thing. I smack the shit out of you, bitch.
What happened?
For real. Weird ass bitch. She's a weird ass. Hold on, bro.
This guy had the fucking tripod.
And I used to work too, bitch. So what's up? So what's up?
And if there's any justice in the world, Nina, those days will be upon us again with you getting another job that's not streaming. Maybe I'm wrong and this is a permanent ban. That would be a joyous celebration.
Yeah.
But anyway, you can see in the comfort of her huge group here, she feels very confident to threaten to smack the shit out of this woman, all because she dared say like she didn't appreciate this huge group filming and what they were doing there. And to Nina, those are fighting words. So she even breaks free like a dog off its leash in order to get right back up in her face angry. And then it continues for like another minute or so with just Nina steaming, angry, upset because this woman dared say like, "Hey, you being this loud and obnoxious is affecting me and like the business here," which I think is a pretty reasonable take based on everything I've seen here, especially with the way the group handles it, where they all come over, fucking cameras in face, lights in face, just constantly insulting her and everything, trying to make her like the joke to the stream for Nina's content. It's so fucking unbearably cringe. I really hope she stays banned. I just know that's not going to happen. Would love to be proven wrong though, Twitch. I guess we'll see. I'm sure if she's unbanned, she will continue to go back to committing crimes on streams. She loves to do that, it seems, and Twitch loves to turn the other cheek to it
Yeah,
and pretend
that's
it's
what
not
pays,
happening.
dude. Breaking laws on Twitch,
I
dude.
guess that's
Playing
kinda
games
all I
doesn't
wanted to talk
fucking pay the
about with
bills,
this,
dude.
so that's really about it. See ya.
Breaking laws and... Oh, shit. Both my screens are off? Fuck.
For a couple days now, there's been a video YouTube's been shoving down my throat, recommended
I
out
can't even
the
see the
wazoo,
fucking
and
screen, dude. It's
tonight
all black.
finally caved
There we
and
go.
decided to...
What the fuck is this cropping? The buried alive. I think that's called interlacing, what he does. It says lines through each one, so you don't get copyrighted. It beats YouTube's copyright system, like YouTube's automatic copyright system. Because what they're looking for the same image from someone else's video and your video. But if you have the lines through it, it's going to fucking fuck up their system. I think it's called interlacing.
The buried alive iceberg. Hey guys, welcome back to week 2 of Iceberg Month. The way this specific list will go down, it's basically going to go from least frustrating cases, and the more and more down we go, it's going to get into more claustrophobic, frustrating cases. In case you don't know why I just said week 2 of Iceberg Month, well, all of November, I'm uploading icebergs. So yes, 4 icebergs. If you haven't watched the last one, you can watch it after this video. It is the Animal Attacks iceberg. And all of these icebergs have 3D modeling. And I gotta give a big thank you to the sponsors that keep this channel afloat. It always starts small. A bill here, a late fee there, nothing major.
Pocket money,
They help
right?
hundreds of thousands
Oh no,
escape the
PD
trap, and they can help.
has debt. Oh, you got fucking...
hundreds
It's
of
funny how
thousands
YouTubers
to
get like
control
lawyer
again, and you-
sponsors or like debt sponsors. I like Tom. Maybe I'll finally pay off all my debts. Nah, fuck that. That's not bad. It just means you had more fun than you could afford to have.
On with the
That's
video.
all debt
The
means.
tip. Mike Meany, 1968 Ireland. Let's start at the tip with this man that is nothing short of brave. His name is Mike Meany,
just
and
means
back
you
on
didn't have enough
February
money for as
21st,
much fun as you wanted to
1968,
have.
There was a 33-year-old Irish barman in London who was about to do something absolutely mental. Mike Meany decided he was going to break the world record for the longest time being buried alive. Not because he had to or because he was trapped, because he just wanted to do it. And to give him some credit, this wasn't some average pub guy who just had one too many drinks one day, heard of a challenge and decided to take it on. No, this guy was intentional, built like a brick house, used to heavy labor, and had dreams of being a professional boxer. Well, that wasn't until he
That's
handed
me,
his
man.
that plan. So
Be the
what
next
does he
Jake
do?
Paul.
He figures being buried alive is the next
Make
best thing to
Tyson
do
look
for
like he
fame.
never stepped
The
in
whole
a
thing was
fucking
planned
ring
by
in his
Michael
life,
Sabru,
man.
also known as Butty. He was a publican who owned the Admiral Lord Nelson pub in Kilburn, Ireland. Buddy was famous for pulling buses with his teeth, so he knew a publicity stunt when he saw one. They had Mike sleeping in a coffin upstairs in the pub for weeks, training his body and mind for what was to come. On the day itself, they held a last supper at the pub with journalists watching. They literally passed Mike's coffin through an upstairs window, loaded it onto a truck, and drove to Mick Keene's yard in Kilburn. The coffin was custom made, 7 feet long, 2.5 feet wide, and just 18 inches tall. Inside was foam padding, a light bulb, and a makeshift toilet that emptied into lime.
2.5
Luxury
feet
accommodations,
wide.
if you could call it that.
Oh, yeah,
Mike
it's-
lasted 61 days underground.
Shit, my
Every
chest
morning
is
at
just
7
2 feet
a.m.,
alone.
he'd do partial push-ups in his coffin, eat breakfast lowered through the tubes, and read newspapers or boxing magazines. People would
Nice,
queue
dude.
up to talk to him through the pipes. On St. Patrick's Day, they even lowered down Guinness and whiskey while musicians played above the ground.
Wait,
So
the
at
Guinness
what
of
point did
whiskey?
you say they even lowered down Guinness and whiskey
Oh,
while
Guinness
musicians
and
played
whiskey.
above the ground. So at what point
Don't
did he
say
think it was
Guinness and
enough?
whiskey.
Well,
Guinness
that would be
whiskey?
when he
What the
couldn't
fuck's
bear the
that?
worst part of it. And this worst part for Mike
Guinness
wasn't
makes
the
beer, not
claustrophobia or
fucking-
the smell. It was what he called talklessness. Just the complete lack of a normal conversation. I'm sure you viewers can agree with that statement. That and all of the heat inside the coffin. When they finally dug him up on April 22nd of 1968, thousands of people lined the streets of Kilburn. Mike emerged with a bushy beard and sunglasses, waving towards the crowds. He surpassed the record of this other man named Bill White. He'd also gotten buried alive around the same time, but only lasted 55 days. In the end, it didn't matter much though. No one from Guinness World Records was there to verify it, so his achievement was never officially recognized. And all those promises about money and world tours never materialized. Mike said he made about 100 pounds total from the whole thing. He died in 2003, and at his funeral, the priest couldn't help but recognize that event. I've never buried someone who has been buried before. Anthony Britton, 2015, England. This one thought he could improve on history's greatest escape artist. September 5th, 2015, West Yorkshire, England. Anthony Britton, a 30-something escapologist from Bradford, is about to attempt something that even Harry Houdini couldn't pull off. The challenge was to get buried alive under 6 feet of soil, no coffin, no casket, just dirt. Oh yeah, while handcuffed. And then, you're supposed to dig yourself out. Sounds impossible, right? That's because it kind of is. Only 3 people had attempted this in 100 years, and none of them succeeded. Houdini tried it in 1915 and nearly died. His hand supposedly broke the surface just as he passed out. A British guy named Alan Allen tried in 1949, and he also had to be rescued. But Anthony thought he could be different. He was doing this for charity through his organization Escape for Life, bringing free entertainment to people during tough economic times. The whole thing was supposed to be a climax of their Buried Alive festival at Slaithwaite Spa near Huddersfield. So he was handcuffed, lowered into a grave he had dug himself, and then 6 tons of soil started getting dumped on top of him. No protective barrier, just raw earth crushing down on him. He later described feeling each bucket hit like,
Dude, that's how they beat the copyright. See, if the guy with the picture tries to copyright him, his defense is he altered it. Because technically he did alter the picture. He put interlacing in it, those little lines through it that you can barely see. Technically, he did alter the picture.
Body, with the soil compressing around him from all sides.
That's not copyright.
At first, Anthony was handling it. He managed to create an air hole and started working on freeing himself from the handcuffs. But then something went wrong. The soil shifted and trapped his right arm between his body and the dirt. That's when the panic should have set in. But here's the thing about professional escapologists. They can't afford to panic. Panic means shock. And shock in a stunt like this means death. Yeah. So what did Anthony do while he was trapped underground, running out of air? He started singing Great Balls of Fire by Jerry Lee Lewis in his head to stay calm. When they finally pulled him out, he was unconscious. Some people in the crowd were crying as paramedics cleared soil from his mouth and throat and administered oxygen. After several minutes, Anthony came around. He nearly made it out though. They found out later he was only 2 feet from breaking through the surface when he passed out. 2 feet between success and suffocation. Anyway, Anthony walked away with a cracked rib, scratches, and bruises. He also had what he described as a near-death experience, seeing his deceased grandfathers talking to him like he was a kid again. And despite almost dying, when asked if he'd try again, his response was basically, maybe. S.E. Dunbar, 1915, South Carolina, USA. So those 2 past cases might seem like people just love being buried alive, but no. For example, consider what happened during a sweltering summer in South Carolina back in 1915. S.E. Dunbar was just 30 years old when she had an epileptic seizure that left her looking completely lifeless. Her family called Dr. D.K. Briggs from Blackville, who examined her and found no signs of life. Dead, he declared. Time to plan a funeral. Now remember, this is 1915 we're talking about, so medical knowledge wasn't exactly where it is today. Doctors didn't have EKGs or modern equipment to confirm death. So if you looked dead or felt dead, well, it probably meant you were dead. So Essie's family arranged for the service the next day at 11 a.m., giving her sister time to travel from a neighboring town. The funeral went ahead as planned. 3 preachers conducted the service while Essie lay in her wooden coffin. When the sisters still hadn't arrived by the end, they made the decision to proceed with the burial. They lowered her coffin 6 feet down and covered it with dirt. But just minutes later, the sister finally showed up. She was devastated that she'd missed the service and begged the preachers to let her see Essie one last time. So they agreed to dig up the coffin they had literally just buried. As the funeral attendees watched, they dug up the fresh grave.
Just buried her, man. Come on, can't you guys fucking...
That's when Essie Dunbar sat up in her coffin and smiled at her sister. Shocked at what just happened, all 3 ministers conducting the ceremony apparently fell backward into the grave, with the shortest one suffering 3 broken ribs as the other 2 trampled on him trying to escape. Even Essie's own family ran away thinking she was some kind of ghost or zombie. Then she climbed out of the coffin and tried to follow them, so naturally they got even more terrified. The thing is, Essie wasn't dead at all. She'd just been in some kind of deep coma or cataleptic state that mimicked death. She went on to live another 47 years working as a cotton picker and becoming somewhat of a local legend. When she
Working as a
died
cotton
in
picker?
1962, the local papers ran the
Becoming a
headline,
local
"Final
legend?"
Funeral Held for South Carolina Woman." Now, I should mention that Snopes lists the story as unproven, since there are no contemporary accounts from 1915. The story mainly comes from a 1955 newspaper article written 40 years after the fact. But whether Essie's specific case is true or not, premature burial was a very real fear in that era, and other similar cases were documented. The Surface.
Premature
Baby
burial?
from Compton, California, 2015. This next story happened in Compton, California, November 27th of 2015, the day after Thanksgiving. Two women were walking along a bike path when they heard something weird. At first, they thought it was a cat crying, but Evangelina McCreary insisted to her sister Angelica, no, it's a baby crying, so they called 911. LA County Sheriff's deputies Adam Collette and David Perry arrived at the scene near 136th Street and Slater Avenue, and everything seemed normal at first. Just another call along the bike path that runs parallel to Compton Creek, but then Collette heard it. A faint, almost phantom-like mewling sound. They looked everywhere, up and down the path, through the fence at the creek below, nothing. Then Collette looked down at his feet, and there was a paw hole. Perry told him to put on gloves, thinking it might be a feral cat, and start digging. Collette felt around the dirt, his fingers scraped against asphalt. Then he pulled out a chunk of debris and saw it. A baby blanket nestled in a crevice. Inside was a newborn baby girl, dirt caked on her face, crying but alive. The baby, later named Aspen, was cold to the touch and wrapped in what appeared to be a hospital blanket. She was less than 72 hours old, buried under asphalt and debris in a hole along the bike path. If those women hadn't walked by when they did, if they hadn't stopped to listen, she would have died that night as temperatures dropped. But how does a newborn baby end up here? Well, naturally, the investigation led police to 33-year-old Portia Washington, who had given birth to Aspen at Martin Luther King Jr. Community Hospital just days before. The doctor actually remembered her. They remembered that she had acted appropriately, tried to nurse, bonded with the infant. She even took extra formula when she checked out. Washington's first instinct had actually been to do the right thing. She stood outside a Compton fire station around Thanksgiving, ready to surrender her baby safely, no questions asked. California's safe surrender law would have protected both of them, but she couldn't bring herself to do it and she walked away. Instead, she got high on PCP and under the influence of drugs. She made a decision that nearly killed her daughter. She buried her alive in that pothole. They arrested Washington on December 3rd of 2015, and the woman confessed but showed no remorse. She was sentenced to 14 years in state prison for attempted murder. As for the baby girl, she survived. She was adopted by Cassandra Frazier, a distant relative who had become a foster parent specifically to help kids in the system.
What's up with women always killing
Aspen
babies, man? Like shit.
And showed signs of fetal alcohol syndrome, but she recovered. Man in Foz de Vasconcelos, Brazil, 2012. There's something particularly unsettling about cemeteries. That quiet, almost sacred atmosphere where the living come to remember the dead. So when a woman...
Not where I live, dude. In Toronto, dude. Fucking cemeteries have so many people just walking through them. There's so many people that just walk their fucking dogs through cemeteries. What the fuck, dude? Why do you walk your dog through a fucking cemetery? Walk it through a park like a normal person. Dude, you walk through any cemetery, you're gonna see fucking people walking through it all the time, man. You'll see joggers, you'll see bikers, you'll see fucking people walking dogs. So what the fuck? Why do you walk your dog in a fucking graveyard?
In Foz de Vasconcelos, a suburb of Sao Paulo, in November of 2013, the last thing she expected to witness was what looked like a real-life zombie. She was paying her respects when she heard groaning sounds coming from the ground. Then she saw earth moving, followed by arms waving around, trying to break free from a grave. A man was literally clawing out of the dirt. Her first reaction was to run off screaming, which is probably what most of us would do. But when she stayed calm and called emergency services, who, probably thinking she was bluffing, didn't believe her, they kept saying, "Are you serious? This is a joke, isn't it?" Eventually, she convinced them to come check it out, and when they arrived, they found a man buried up to his chest, still alive but barely moving. There is actual footage of them scraping dirt off his body, and yes, it is here on YouTube, but it is age restricted, so don't expect to see that anywhere here in this video. Emergency workers carefully pulled him out of what should have been someone's final resting place. So how did he end up there? Police believe this former city hall worker got into a fight somewhere else in the city. His attackers beat him unconscious, then they dragged his body to the cemetery and threw him into what they thought was an empty grave, covering him with dirt. Of course, the guy wasn't dead. He regained consciousness underground and started making noise, which is what the cemetery visitor heard. If she hadn't been there at exactly the right moment, he would have died. The man was taken to a hospital and incredibly only had minor injuries. He met with a psychiatrist and was released the same day. The thing I think is weirdly funny about this story is the fact that his attackers actually had the decency to bury him in a cemetery. Instead of burying him in the woods or something. They actually were respectful enough to bury him in a cemetery, which I guess was a good thing because he ended up escaping from there. But yeah, let's head on to the next one. Newborn girl, Bareilly, India, 2025. Just last month in September, we had another nightmarish case similar to the last one. A shepherd named The Blue was grazing his goats near the Bagul River Bridge in Shahjahanpur, India, when he heard faint cries coming from a mound of soil. When he moved closer to investigate, he saw a tiny hand sticking out of the earth. The hand was bleeding, covered with ants, and trembling weakly. The rest of the baby's body was buried about a foot underground. He immediately raised an alarm and villagers rushed to help before calling police, who carefully dug out what turned out to be a newborn baby girl estimated to be 10 to 15 days old. The infant was completely smeared in mud, gasping for air because dirt had got into her mouth and nostrils. She was showing signs of severe oxygen deficiency, and her hand had been bitten by insects and possibly some animal. The ants had been feeding on her exposed hand while she lay trapped. Police believe whoever buried her deliberately left a small air gap so she could breathe. Either someone wanted her to suffer, or maybe they were trying to ease their own conscience while still abandoning her. At the hospital, the baby was placed in the neonatal intensive care unit, where a team of doctors, including a plastic surgeon, worked to save her life. The timing was everything again. The doctor who treated her believed the baby had been found soon after being buried because her wounds were still fresh, much longer, and she wouldn't have survived. At the time of this video, she's still fighting an infection and her prognosis remains serious. Police are still trying to track down whoever did this, but according to the BBC, similar cases of female infanticide happen in some isolated parts of India because of the
Over here, that means big black cock.
Girls are seen as financial
What the
burdens,
fuck does big back
especially among poor
BBC
communities.
mean in
I mean,
USA?
burying a child alive is never even remotely the solution, but it is an unfortunate consequence. The body. Viral Dalal, 2001 India earthquake. Now we're reaching the part of our iceberg where survival becomes a test of pure human will. This is where we meet people like Viral Dalal, an international student in New Jersey, whose case is nothing short of insane. It was January 26, 2001, that's India's Republic Day. Viral was a 25-year-old computer science student visiting his family in Bhuj, India during winter break from his graduate program in New Jersey. He was sleeping in late after celebrating his brother Rashan's 30th birthday the night before when a sound like thunder woke him up. But this wasn't thunder. At 8:46 a.m., a 7.7 magnitude earthquake struck.
7.7?
The earthquake lasted
Holy
over 2
fuck, I
minutes
thought it
and
only went
nearly
up to
4
5.
times the average length, and would go on to kill more than 20,000 people across Gujarat.
Yeah, 7
Viral
times
was in bed when everything started becoming
7.7?
airborne. The metal cupboard,
Surprised they didn't rip the
compressor,
earth in
bed,
fucking half.
everything was slamming against the floor and being thrown back up in wild, jarring motions. He could hear glass shattering and kitchen utensils clattering throughout the apartment. Then the wall started giving way. A 6-inch crack split the floor. The concrete slab above him cracked and began to collapse. The building they were staying in, Sajana Towers, was the tallest in Bhuj, and it came down like a stack of cards. When everything went quiet, Viral found himself trapped in what he describes as a concrete coffin. The space was about the size of an actual casket. He couldn't move, couldn't turn over, could barely breathe. The ceiling that had once been 8 feet above his head was now just 2 inches from his face. He was buried under 30 feet of rubble from 6 stories of collapsed building. Meanwhile, his entire family, his parents, his brother Rashan, his sister-in-law, and his 2-year-old nephew had all been killed in the initial collapse. Viral didn't know this. All he could think about was finding them, getting to them, making sure they were okay. That hope, that desperate need to see his family again is what kept him alive. For 5 days, Viral lay trapped in total darkness. No food, no water, not even the ability to move.
Yeah,
He had
I'd die
an
after
radium
2
watch
days.
that his father had given him, which provided a small blue light, the only thing that kept him from complete sensory deprivation. He drank his own urine to survive and forced himself to think about food he hated like eggplant to control his hunger. As hours turned into days, he began to wonder if anyone was even looking for him. Was he forgotten? Would he die alone in this concrete tomb? But somehow he held on to his inner sense that he was going to be okay, even when all logic said otherwise. On the 5th day, he heard a diesel engine, voices calling, and he shouted back, guiding rescuers to his position beneath the mountain of rubble. The first ray of light broke through at his feet, and they dragged him out feet first. Incredibly, he didn't have a scratch on him. But the miracle of his survival quickly turned into a devastating loss. Within hours of his rescue, Viral learned the truth. He was the sole survivor of the building collapse. His entire family was sadly gone. 6 children. Punjab, Pakistan, 2025. September goes
6
even
children
deeper into the
buried
iceberg
alive?
once again. It was a Saturday afternoon in the Farooqi-Azam area of Hafizabad, Pakistan, about 120 kilometers northwest
Pakistan,
of Lahore.
he says.
A woman and her son were running a private academy out of their home, holding tuition classes for local children. 9 students were present that day, ages ranging from 6 to 10 years old. Just a normal tutoring session until the ceiling came crashing down. Its collapse was sudden and catastrophic. The building structure had been weakened by recent torrential rains, and when it finally gave way, it buried everyone underneath.
And you have the same
2 teachers
animations
and
as
6
Fern,
children
too.
trapped
Hell
under
yeah.
tons of rubble. They managed to pull out 4 students who were still alive, rushing them to the hospital. But one of
Probably
those
some
rescued
fucking
children died from
GPT
his
thing,
injuries
some
shortly
AI
after
thing.
arrival. The other
Your
7,
stuff.
5 students and their 2 teachers, were found
I'd pay
dead, their
for it.
bodies recovered from beneath the debris, and sent to the city mortuary. Philomele Janatre, 1867, France. Way back in 1867, Philomele Janatre was a 24-year-old French woman who contracted cholera, one of the deadliest diseases of the 19th century. The illness moved fast, and within days she was pronounced dead. This was 1867, so remember, doctors used weird methods like holding a candle under your nostrils to see if you were actually dead. And like I said before, if you look dead, you're probably dead. A priest arrived to administer the last sacraments, and Philomelei's body was placed in a coffin. Just 16 hours after her presumed death, she was lowered 6 feet underground. The burial was unusually quick, but with cholera, speed was essential to prevent the disease from spreading. After finishing the burial, the gravediggers were about to head home when they heard a knocking sound coming from the gravesite. Yes, actual knocking sound. Someone was alive down there. The gravediggers immediately reversed all their work, frantically digging up the coffin. When they opened it, they found Philomelei with fresh wounds on her hands, the type of injuries that are consistent with knocking desperately against the coffin lid. A physician was called quickly. This is where you'd expect a happy ending, right? But when the doctor examined her, he couldn't detect any breathing when he placed a lit candle under her nose. However, he could hear distant rhythmical sounds in her chest, a faint heartbeat. Her eyelids were twitching and she showed some muscle contractions. The physician managed to revive her. She was alive, conscious, and rescued just in time. For one brief, shining day, it looked like Philomelei had beaten death itself, but they had to come back because the next day, she was officially pronounced dead. Whether it was the cholera finally claiming her or the trauma of her nightmarish ordeal in the coffin, her body just couldn't recover. She was buried a second time, and this time, there was no knocking from below. The Abyss. Angelo Hayes, 1937 France. Now we're descending into the darkest depths, where survival stops being about anything predictable. Not effort, not even luck. So on this first one, the year was 1937, and what happened to Angelo Hayes in rural France would blur the line between medical miracle and living nightmare. September 1st. Angelo was riding his motorcycle through the countryside when he crashed, fracturing his skull in 17 places. The injuries were so severe that doctors couldn't detect any signs of life. Zero heartbeat and not breathing, and not even response to stimuli. They declared him dead officially. 3 days later, Angelo was buried. But this wasn't like Philomelei, where gravediggers heard knocking within hours. Angelo lay in his coffin for 2 full days before anyone suspected something was wrong. The only reason he was discovered was a bureaucratic accident. Insurance investigators needed to exhume the body for their claim review, but when they opened the coffin, they found Angelo's body was still warm. He was in a deep coma, but still very much alive. Angelo later said his head injury had caused his system to shut down temporarily, putting him in a state so close to death that even medical professionals couldn't detect life. When they pulled him from the ground, Angelo was rushed to medical care and made a complete recovery, but the experience haunted him for life. He got obsessed with making sure no one else had to suffer the same fate, so he came up with this wild idea: a luxury coffin, all equipped with upholstery, a food locker, a chemical toilet, even a little library and a radio transmitter. Then he actually put it to the test, spending days buried underground to show it off at fairs and TV shows. In 1974, he pulled off 30 hours straight, and by 1984, he managed to last 2 full days at a festival. Anyway, his actual death was not until 2008, having lived 71 years past his first death. Greek woman, Thessaloniki 2014. In Thessaloniki, Greece, September 2014, a 49-year-old mother of 2 was fighting cancer at a private clinic. She'd been battling the disease, and on a Thursday morning, her condition took a turn for the worse. Doctors conducted several tests, including one for heart failure, and declared her dead. A cardiogram confirmed it. She had no heartbeat, and no other signs of life were present either. The funeral was arranged quickly, held that very afternoon, at a cemetery in Piraea, a small town about 16 miles south of Thessaloniki. Family members gathered to say their goodbyes. The service concluded, relatives left to grieve privately, and the woman was laid to rest underground. But barely an hour later, something happened. A group of children playing near the cemetery heard a woman's voice shouting for help from inside the grave. Not just once, sustained screaming, desperate and terrified.
Playing by the cemetery.
Other visitors to the cemetery confirmed they could hear it too, muffled shouts and frantic banging coming from beneath the freshly turned earth. The police were called immediately. Gravediggers rushed to the scene and began frantically digging, throwing dirt aside as fast as they could. By the time they reached the coffin and pried it open, the woman was dead. But witnesses reported seeing her body with arms raised, the position of someone who had been clawing desperately at the coffin lid above her. And that's exactly where the real mystery began. Cemetery workers insisted they heard her screaming and pounding on the coffin. 3 separate witnesses, including a cemetery employee, gave detailed accounts of the desperate sounds coming from the grave. But when Dr. Chrissy Matsukuti examined the body at the scene, she found that the woman was in a state of rigor mortis. That means that her body had been dead for hours, which also means that there's no way she could have been crying for help just shortly before she was found in this state. The coroner's autopsy revealed no signs of asphyxiation in the coffin. The time of death match was written on the original death certificate, early Thursday morning before the burial even took place. So what did those witnesses hear? What made 3 separate people, including a trained cemetery worker, believe they were listening to a woman screaming for her life from the underground? We may never know for sure. Michelina Lewandowska, 2011, England. May 28, 2011, Huddersfield, England. Michelina Lewandowska was at home with Marcin Kasprak, her fiance, and the father of her 3-year-old son. The relationship was ending, and he wanted custody of their child and had grown, quote, bored of her, as prosecutors would later describe it. But Michelina had no idea that the man she loved for years had already decided she needed to disappear permanently. Kasprak attacked her with a taser. The electric shock dropped her to the floor and her muscles seized. His friend Patrick Boris, just 18 years old, helped bind her hands and feet with duct tape and gagged her. For 6 hours, they kept her tied up in the house while they finalized their plan. 6 hours of knowing something terrible was coming but not knowing what. Then they stuffed her into a cardboard computer box. They taped the box shut and drove her to a deserted woodland, where Kasprak dug a shallow grave and buried her under the dirt and an 88-pound tree branch. Just before leaving her to die, they used her credit card to withdraw 500 euros from an ATM, for whatever reason. Meanwhile, underground, in total darkness, Michelina faced a choice that no human should ever have to make. She could give up and let the terror consume her, or she could fight with everything she had left. She thought about her 3-year-old son and began to pray, asking God to help her survive so she could take care of him. Then she remembered something that would save her life. Her engagement ring, ironically. She twisted the diamond setting and began sawing at the duct tape around her wrists. Cut by cut, she worked through the tape in complete darkness. Once free, she then used the ring to scratch and claw at the cardboard box, tearing it apart from the inside. She pushed against the dirt and branch above her, fighting her way through the 6 inches of soil until her hand broke through to the surface. After an hour buried alive, she pulled herself out of her own grave. Covered in dirt, traumatized, she managed to flag down a passing motorist who called for help. And when police arrested Kasprak, he claimed he only meant to scare her, but the judge saw through that lie immediately. Kasprak was sentenced to 20 years for attempted murder. The Dark Abyss. Stephen Small, 1987, Illinois, USA. Stephen Small was 40 years old and had everything. He was heir to a media fortune, great-grandson of former Illinois governor Len Small, and vice president of Mid-America Media until it was sold in 1986. He drove a sports car, lived in a beautiful home, and was renovating a Frank Lloyd Wright house. To neighbors in Kankakee, Illinois, he was the guy who used to mow future Governor George Ryan's lawn as a kid. But to Danny Edwards, a small-time drug dealer struggling with cocaine addiction, Stephen Small wasn't that. He was a $1 million payday. Edwards had began planning this for months, spending the summer of 1987 building a wooden box in his garage. When neighbors asked what it was for, he gave different stories: a lemonade stand, something for his brother's pool in Florida, or transportation equipment. He'd been driving by the small house repeatedly, studying patterns, watching routines. At a boat store that summer, Edwards saw Small leave in a sports car and was heard to say, "Boy, it sure would be nice to afford stuff like that." Just after midnight on September 2nd of 1987, Edwards put his plan into motion. Someone claiming to be a Kankakee police officer called the Small home, telling Stephen there had been a break-in at the B. Harley Bradley house, a property he owned and was renovating. Stephen got dressed and left his house, walking straight into Edwards' trap. Around 3:30 in the morning, his wife's phone rang, and at the other end, she heard that they had her husband. Then she heard Stephen's voice saying he had been handcuffed inside a box underground. He told her to get $1 million in cash and not report it to the police. But she did call authorities, and they immediately began tracing the call. Edwards started to make desperate phone calls, and he had no idea how to actually collect the ransom. At 5:03 p.m., he called from a Phillips 66 station in Aroma Park, asking how much money had been collected. FBI agents spotted him there with a blonde woman, later identified as his girlfriend Nancy Risch. The thing is, while all this was happening, Stephen Small was already dying in his underground prison. The wooden box measured 6 feet long by 3 feet wide, buried under 3 feet of sand in a rural area southeast of Kankakee. Edwards had equipped it with a jug of water, candy bars, a flashlight, and a light connected to a car battery. There was even a PVC air pipe extending to the surface, but that was exactly the problem. It was too long for its diameter to serve as an adequate air exchange system. Stephen Small was slowly suffocating while Edwards bungled the ransom calls. When Edwards finally made his final call at 11:46 p.m. from a marathon station, he accused the wife of notifying police and refused her offer of ransom money. It was over. Stephen had been underground for nearly 24 hours. On September 4th, Edwards led police to the burial site, where they dug up the wooden box and found Stephen's body. The medical examiner determined he had died of asphyxiation. He would not have survived more than 3 or 4 hours in that enclosed space. Rosângela Almeida dos Santos, 2018, Brazil. In the small town of Riachão das Neves in northeastern Brazil, January 2018, a woman named Rosângela Almeida dos Santos was fighting a losing battle with her health. The 37-year-old had suffered from fainting spells since she was 7 years old and relied on anticonvulsant medications. Her family rushed her to Hospital do Oeste in Barreiras after she collapsed from severe fatigue. For a week, Rosângela fought in that hospital bed. She suffered 2 cardiac arrests before doctors declared her dead from septic shock on January 28th. Her death certificate was signed, her body was prepared, and her family held their wake that same night. But even at the wake, something felt wrong. Family members later said her body still seemed warm when it was handed over to them, not the cold stiffness they expected from someone who'd been dead for hours. The next morning, January 29th, Rosangela was buried in a wooden coffin at Sonora Santana Cemetery. The nails were hammered into the lid, the coffin was lowered into a concrete tomb, and her family said their final goodbyes. To everyone watching it, it was the end of a tragic but ordinary death. Then the screaming started. For days, people living near the cemetery reported hearing muffled cries coming from Rosangela's grave. At first, they dismissed it. Could have been wind through the trees or children playing, but for 11 days, the sounds continued. Banging, scratching, desperate, weakening cries coming from below the earth. Finally, on February 9th, Rosangela's family couldn't ignore the reports any longer. They rushed to the cemetery with tools and smashed open the stone tomb, lifting out the heavy wooden coffin. When they pried open the lid, they found hell. Rosangela's body had turned in the coffin. She was no longer in the position that they had placed her. The cotton wool that had been stuffed in her ears and nostrils had come out. There were fresh injuries on her hands and forehead, wounds that hadn't been there when they buried her. The nails around the sides of the lid had been pushed upwards from the inside. There were scratches and blood on the interior walls. Rosangela hadn't been resting in peace. She'd been fighting for her life, buried alive. Alright guys, that's going to be it for this video. If you like the way I explained these things and just the quality of the video, it would be awesome if you leave a like. And if you're not subscribed, it would be awesome if you think I earned your subscription. With that being said, I'll see you guys next week for another iceberg. I can't believe I just said that. Wow, that sounds like we're in 2021. But I'm serious. I'll see you guys next week.
Oh, the extinct creatures iceberg. I like animals. Do you like animals?
The Animal Extinctions Iceberg. Hey guys, welcome back to week 3 of Iceberg Month. Yes, this entire month of November, every Wednesday, we will be uploading a new iceberg. We're on week 3, so if you haven't seen the other 2, then don't click on them now. Watch them after this video. Give me that watch time. And if you notice, my energy is a little bit different.
You got the name of a grandma.
Because I have these
Evelyn.
glasses on, which are not
that's a cool name, dude.
But I still look good anyway. It is because this is an
Eve
educational
and
video.
Lynn. It's like a two. It's like a two-name. It's a two-name name.
From all the morbid
It's
stuff.
Eve and Lynn.
Kind of consider this morbid. I mean, all of these extinct animals we're about to talk about could probably rip your head off, but this is the sweet sibling out of the 4 icebergs we're dropping this month, okay? And also, if you haven't noticed,
it's a cool sweater. What shirt you got,
hair is
dude?
growing back. That is right.
Oh,
As
you got
can
you got
see,
your lights.
My hair grows pretty fast. So
You got your
yes,
lights
you
on a
guys can
fucking
finally
switch,
call me
dude?
handsome
On a-
again. I get it. I get it.
You
With
got
this
your
being
lights on a
week
fucking
3 of
TV remote,
Iceberg
dude?
Month, I'm
Jeez.
recording this a month in advance, guys. For me right now, it is October 7th. I know for you guys,
Yeah, for me
is
it's December
November
2nd.
19th.
You're not wrong.
Yes,
It's December
this is how
2nd.
hard
for
I've
me.
been working on these videos with the 3D modeling as well. So if you like the effort that I'm putting into the main channel again,
Oh, he's
please
actually doing a
leave
3D
a like.
modeling. Okay.
Leave a like. The
Yeah,
way
I
this
got you,
iceberg
man.
will go is from
No problem,
most
dude.
known to least known. So we're going to start off with animals you probably already heard of, and as we go deeper and deeper, it's going to be stuff hopefully you could have never even imagined. With that being said, if you are not subscribed, don't subscribe yet. I will earn your subscription by the end of this video, and let's get started with the topic. The tip. Woolly mammoth. I don't know if this is really a fun fact, but guess what? The last woolly mammoths were still walking around when the pyramids of Giza were already over 1,000 years old. So essentially, these shaggy giants weren't some ancient creature from millions of years ago. They were actually around until about 4,000 years ago, which in geological terms is basically kind of like saying they're from yesterday. So anyway, what were they? Well, think of modern elephants built for winter. Male woolly mammoths were around 11 feet tall at the shoulder and could weigh up to 12,000 pounds.
12,000? Jeez, that's almost as much as your girlfriend weighs.
15 feet long, mostly used for digging through snow to find food or fighting, and probably showing off. They also had an iconic shaggy coat made of outer guard hairs that could grow up to 3 feet long with a very dense undercoat beneath it. That plus a layer of fat up to 4 inches thick. That's why I said these are just
4
elephants
inches
built
thick
for
of
winter.
fat?
But they
Oh, yeah.
went extinct either way. It's reported that most woolly mammoths disappeared around 10,000 years ago when the Ice Age ended and their frozen grassland habitat started vanishing. But some populations held on. On Russia's Wrangel Island, for example, a tiny group survived until around 1650 BC. This is long after humans had built cities and already developed skills such as writing. But why did they go extinct? Why did they disappear if they're basically like modern elephants? Well, that's actually a problematic discourse in the science community. Scientists still can't agree on what finally killed them off. Some think it was climate change, others think it was hunting, and some recent research suggests the Wrangel Island population wasn't killed by inbreeding like everyone thought. Instead, it was probably some random catastrophic event, Maybe a disease, maybe a volcanic eruption, maybe
Maybe
a fire.
AIDS.
Implying that if it weren't for whatever that random thing was, we'd probably still have mammoths just casually walking around today. Dodo. I'll also start this one off with a fun fact. Did you know that we have no complete dodo skeletons from a single bird?
Dodo
I know
bird?
that might not sound at all important and interesting, but to the archaeologist community and enthusiasts, it matters quite a lot. Anyway, that means that every complete dodo skeleton you see in museums is made from bones of different individual bone skeletons pieced together like some kind of jigsaw puzzle. Also, for a bird this famous, we somehow also know shockingly little about it. What we do know is this. It was a chunky, oversized pigeon that forgot how to fly. It stood at about 3 feet tall, weighed around 50 pounds, and had this massive hooked beak that was probably their only defense. Covered in gray feathers with a little white tail, it waddled around Mauritius, a tiny island in the Indian Ocean, eating fruit and living its best flightless lives. Curiously, the dodo didn't have any predators for thousands of years, and if you live that long without anything chasing you, eventually you just stop being afraid. As a result, apparently the dodo had zero fear of humans. Back in 1598, for instance, Dutch sailors showed up on the island and these birds just walked right up to them. And unfortunately, that fearlessness is what literally killed them. They became easy to hunt. And the extinction happened fast. Within less than 100 years, they were all gone.
They just walked
the
right up
last
to them,
confirmed sighting was around 1662,
They're easy as hell
maybe
to
as
hunt.
late as 1688. But it wasn't just hunting that did them in. The Dutch brought rats, pigs, and monkeys that ate dodos' eggs. Easy job for the monkeys in particular, as dodos nested on the ground and never evolved defenses against such predatory tactics. They didn't stand a chance. Passenger pigeon. In 1813, the sky went dark over the Ohio River, apparently not because of a storm, but because of birds. A flock of passenger pigeons was so massive it blocked out the sun for 3 straight days. A naturalist by the name of John James Audubon claimed to have witnessed it himself and estimated that over 1 billion birds passed in just 3 hours. I mean, I'm not sure how they counted all the birds, but it's still extremely strange. Anyway, what we're talking about here was known as the passenger pigeon. At their peak, these pigeons may have been the most abundant bird on Earth. Somewhere between 3 to 5 billion individuals, possibly making up a quarter of all birds in North America at a time. So many that when they roosted in forests, tree branches would snap under their weight. Also, the sound was reportedly deafening. So how does a species that numbered in the billions go completely extinct in less than a century? The answer is brutal efficiency. First, passenger pigeons were ridiculously easy to hunt. You could literally, as claimed, fire one shot into the air and several birds would fall. Their meat was cheap, their flowers stuffed pillows, and trainloads of barrels filled with dead pigeons were shipped to restaurants across the East Coast. But believe it or not, that's not what wiped them off the face of the earth. See, they needed massive numbers to survive. Passenger pigeons were so extremely social that smaller flocks simply couldn't breed successfully. When the population started shrinking from hunting and deforestation, they couldn't adapt. Studies even suggest their huge population size actually made them more vulnerable. They had evolved so efficiently for living in massive flocks that when those flocks disappeared, they had no genetic diversity to cope with smaller numbers. The last wild passenger pigeon was shot in Ohio in 1900. Then, on September 1st of 1914, a bird named Martha died at the Cincinnati Zoo. She was 29 years old and the very last of her kind. Within a single human lifetime, the most abundant bird in the world had gone from billions to 0. Tasmanian tiger. The last Tasmanian tiger died on September 7th of 1936 in a zoo in Hobart, Tasmania. We know the exact date and the exact place, so case closed, right? Well, not exactly. Some scientists think they might have survived until the 1980s or even early 2000s. Despite the name being Tasmanian tiger, it wasn't a tiger or even a cat. It was a carnivorous marsupial, basically a meat-eating animal with a pouch, you know, like a kangaroo. They sort of looked like medium-sized dogs with yellowish-brownish fur, dark stripes across their back, and get ready for this incredibly distinctive feature. They could open their jaws almost 90 degrees. For context, the human mouth only goes as far as 39 degrees. Anyway, the skull of the Tasmanian tiger was nearly indistinguishable from a wolf's, even though the tigers were more closely related to elephants than dogs. When Europeans arrived in Tasmania in 1803, there were about 5,000 of them on the island. But settlers started clearing forests for sheep farms and blamed them for livestock deaths, even though feral dogs were probably responsible for most of it. The government introduced bounties in 1888, 1 pound for a dead adult, 10 shillings for a pup. Between 1888 and 1909, they paid out 2,100
high waving hand light skin tone.
And of course, the actual number killed was probably higher. By the 1930s, they were nearly all gone.
Who's that? Oh,
the
it's
species
Matt.
finally
Hey,
got
Matt.
protected status in 1936,
Just
but
about
just
to go to
59 days
sleep.
later, the last captive Tasmanian tiger died. There's even grainy footage of it pacing in its concrete enclosure.
We're watching the
Stellar sea cow. Picture a manatee like this. Now make it 30 feet long and weighing up to 11
extinct
tons.
creatures
That would be bigger than
iceberg.
most whales, and that was basically Stellar's sea cow. It lived in the freezing waters of the North Pacific,
Whoa.
peacefully munching on seaweed, the kelp type specifically, in shallow coastal areas around
It
the
just looks
Commander
like a
Islands
fat
near
boy.
Alaska. We discovered these creatures in 1741, but then by 1768, they were extinct. 27 years with humans and poof, they were gone.
Yeah,
Actually,
probably lots
Stellar's
of
sea
meat
cow
on them,
holds the
yeah.
unfortunate
Makes sense.
Interesting
distinction of being
creatures.
the first marine mammal in modern times driven extinct by humans. The species
Yeah.
is named after George Wilhelm Steller, a German naturalist who was shipwrecked on Bering Island during a Russian expedition in 1741. He is literally the only scientist who ever saw these animals alive. Everything we know about his behavior comes from his brief observations. Usually while watching them get slaughtered, they were apparently ridiculously easy to kill. Their diet of kelp kept them in shallow water. They had thick blubber that made them float near the surface,
Yeah,
so they couldn't
very
dive
easy
deep
to
to
see.
escape. They were slow, gentle, and
tons of
apparently had
meat
milkier
too,
humans.
fuck.
A single sea cow could reportedly feed 33 men
sea
for a
cow?
month, and their fat tasted like almond oil
Feeds
and didn't
33
smell when
men
burnt
for
in
a
lamps,
month?
making it incredibly valuable.
Damn,
Even
that's a lot of
Russian
men.
fur traders heading to North America to hunt sea otters would stop at the Commander Islands to stock up on sea cow meat and fat. This hunting, unfortunately, was wasteful and excessive. They killed at over 7 times the sustainable rate. When Europeans discovered them, there were probably only about 2,000 left. That small
fucking go to
population never
sleep,
stood a
dude.
chance. Great Auk. This is the Great Auk, and it was the original penguin. Yes, there is
Looks like a
indeed
big
an
penguin.
original penguin.
That's
story
a
that
cool
goes is that when
penguin, man.
Europeans explorers reached Antarctica and saw similar
Looks like a
looking
giant
black and white birds
penguin.
to the Great Auk, they just borrowed the name. But here's the thing, Great Auks and Antarctic penguins aren't even related at all. The Great Auk stood about 30 inches tall, weighed around 11 pounds, and was perfectly designed for life in the frigid North Atlantic. They bred on the rocky islands off the coast of Iceland, Newfoundland, Scotland, and Norway. Excellent swimmers,
Nice.
and they could reportedly dive to 250 feet and stay underwater for 15 minutes while hunting
What?
fish. On land, though, they were
Damn.
totally clumsy, and that's what eventually killed them. I mean, think about it. They were flightless and basically defenseless.
250
but their
feet,
survival
dude,
had been
that's a
because they
long
evolved on
dive,
remote
dog.
islands with no land predators. So they never developed any fear of anything walking on 2 or 4 legs. When humans showed up, like we've seen in some other extinctions, Great Auks would just waddle right up to them. Easy prey. Starting in the 1500s, they were hunted
Oh,
relentlessly
fuck,
for
don't
their
show
meat,
us a
eggs,
club.
and feathers. Their feathers were particularly
Don't show
valuable
us
for
some
stuffing
fucking
pillows.
club in them.
By the mid-1700s, eider ducks had been hunted nearly to extinction for their feathers, so hunters switched to Great Auks instead. The timing couldn't have been worse. In 1830, their main breeding site, a volcanic rock named, there it is on the screen because I'm not going to pronounce that, off Iceland, sank into the ocean
didn't go
after
and
an
say that
eruption.
either.
The surviving birds moved to nearby LD Island, which was unfortunately accessible to humans from one side. In 1835, about 50 birds were still there. On July 3rd of 1844, 3 fishermen landed on LD Island. They found a breeding pair of Great Auks with a single egg. They strangled both birds and smashed the egg. Those were the last confirmed Great Auks ever seen.
What the
Irish
fuck,
elk.
dude?
Well, this
What
one
were
is
they-
named Irish elk. It
What
was
the
an elk
fuck,
pers-
dude? Why would they strangle both birds and fucking smash the egg? It seems a bit too unreal to be true. We'll go back to sleep, chat. Go back to sleep, chat. I have a lot of stress going on right now in life. 'Cause I'm really poor. Stress, chat. Just gonna go to sleep, guys. I've been having a lot of fucking really bad thoughts today, so I'm probably just gonna try to sleep it off. Yeah, a lot of bad thoughts, so I'm just going to sleep it off, guys. And I'm tired too, so I'll see you guys later. 5 hours, there you guys go. Oh.